Mr. Clerk? Mr. Clerk?
Second, Mr. Mayor.
We ready?
Yes, sir, we're ready.
All right. Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the February 10th City Commission meeting. As always, as we mentioned at the beginning of every commission meeting, thank you for being here. It's great to have a nice crowd. We're going to talk about a whole diverse group of issues, concerns, and ideas here in the City Beautiful. I want everyone to know that you are available, and we are requesting that you please engage yourself in the conversation, whether it's via Zoom, via email, or in person, or through a phone call. Everyone is welcome, and we look forward to hearing from you at one point throughout the meeting. With that being said, I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Father David Zacco from the Church of Little Flower. Please join us. Father, thank you for being here with us once again. It's always a pleasure to welcome you back to the City Beautiful.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. And also would like to thank the Commission for the help they're giving us for our centennial, recognizing the mission of Church of the Little Flower in the city of Coral Gables. We know that the source of all injustices is the heart of man. That's why the greatest political act that we can do is to proclaim the gospel, to celebrate the Eucharist that changes the heart of man. Because the change of the external structures is totally useless. So thank you for recognizing the importance of this mission of our church in this city. With this being said, we can begin in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Lord, we give you thanks for this day. We give you thanks for the gift of life. We know that you know us, Lord. You know our sins, you know our poverty, you know our weaknesses. And yet we know that the resurrection is greater than any kind of death, that you can fill us with your grace and give us discernment. We pray, Lord, for this commission meeting. We pray for the commissioners and the mayor of this city, that you may give them your spirit and your wisdom. We pray this through Christ, our Lord.
Amen.
Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Father, as always, we'd like to extend our best wishes to you, to your congregation. Thank you for making the time for being here. Thank you for being such a beacon of hope and light in the City Beautiful. It's always a pleasure. Thank you, my friend. God bless you.
Thank
you very much. And now we have a true privilege. As we move on to the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to invite one of our very own, one of the most respected officers that we have here, Sergeant Thomas Salcedo. Today, we're going to do something a little different. Today, not only are we having an officer lead us in the pledge, but also a veteran of this community. And I'd like for him, after the pledge, just to say a few words about his service, if you'd be so kind. Thank you. Please rise. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Sergeant, please join us.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me here today. Didn't know I was going to come up here, but I appreciate it. I want to thank, I was thinking about this, and I appreciate the commission and the city honoring veterans. I know it's going to be a new program, trying to do this every month, but I've been in the city, actually, I believe next week's going to be 23 years. Total, it's going to be 26 in law enforcement. And it's been a great experience. I've pretty much been in almost every unit in this department. And I enjoy the city, and I love working here. But thank you all for having me here today again.
Sergeant, outside of your time here in the city in regards to law enforcement, can you talk a little bit about your military background?
Joined the Marines actually at the age of 25. A lot of people there are actually 17, 18 years old. I was one of the oldest one in my platoon. It's something I was wanting to do. I was raised by my uncle, and I'm from Colombia. I was raised by my uncle in Colombia. He was in the Army over there. So he was a colonel in the Army. So I pretty much grew up around tanks and military people when I was a kid. So it's something I always wanted to do, and then I'm glad I did it. It's a great honor, and then it's a great experience. And then from there, after I actually, let me go back a little bit. In the military, I was an amphibious assault crewman, which used the Amtraks. An Amtrak is an amphibious vehicle that goes off the back of the ships. They're over 26,000 tons, and it's a troop carrier. They go on the water and then pop back up and then carries troops. Then I became a scout for anti-tank platoon, which is like a forward team that goes out and observes, looks for enemy, and all, you know. But like back to law enforcement, I got here at, I believe I joined the age of 29 in Pinecrest, and then I came over to the city, which, and everyone always asked me why I wanted to come Coral Gables. Coral Gables, ever since I remember, was one of the most highly respected police departments around, and I believe it still is. So to me, that's an honor. So thank you guys again. Appreciate
So before we conclude and we move on to the rest of the agenda, I want to thank you for being here, but I also want to thank Martha Pantin for working with my office to put this new program together. We had a very nice write-up, but I kind of pivoted, and you did an amazing job without knowing that I was going to pivot to allowing you to tell your own story. 'Cause I think that when a person tells their own story, they add certain details that, again, we may forget or not be as important, but at the end of the day, they're important. I mean, and it was very well covered. So I think that it was a great way to start this new opportunity here to allow veterans in our community to lead with a pledge. I think it's a beautiful opportunity to pay the ultimate respect to individuals like yourself who gave so much for this country. And at the end of the day, are the ones that allow us to have the freedoms that we have every single day. So I want to thank you so much, wish you the very best, and thank you for your service, not only with the Marines, but also with the City Beautiful Police Department.
No, thank you all.
And I've engaged with you a litany of times out on the street when you're dealing with residents, or you're dealing with chaotic issues, and you're a breath of fresh air and a consummate professional. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Martha, for everything.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you,
Thank you.
officer. Moving on, one of my favorite moments of the day, the Merrick moment. Thank you for being here.
Well, I'm here representing two organizations today. One, of course, the Merrick House, but also proud member of the Villagers, who will be weighing in on the project at 110 Phoenicia throughout the day. The Merrick House brings you the Merrick moment, little tidbits that add up to a remarkable story. Our centennial year will technically come to a close on April 27th, 2026. George Merrick's visage hangs proudly in these commission chambers, but he wasn't always venerated as he is today. In fact, he was forgotten for a time. We have historian Arva Moore Parks to thank for reintroducing us to our city's founder. And here are some of her words. When I moved into a historic Coral Gables home in 1970, I never dreamed that someday I would write a biography of George Merrick. Many thought the purchase was a mistake. By this time, the city had lost much of its historic ambiance, and George Merrick was largely forgotten. The home, which I later learned was designed by Walter DeGarmo, one of Coral Gables' most vaunted architects, was a bargain because it was run down and in what was then considered a declining neighborhood. The move opened my eyes to what was around me and marked the beginning of my study of and love for Coral Gables. In 1974, I was recruited to lead the new City of Coral Gables Preservation Board. With no model to guide us, we forged ahead. Fortunately, the board included many who had known George and others who had grown up in Coral Gables. We learned fast and soon focused on the Merrick House, which was in serious disrepair. Our crusade to convince the city to buy it from the Merrick Manor Foundation put me back in touch with Eunice Merrick. She introduced me to George's brother, Richard, who became our most valuable resource as we struggled to restore his boyhood home and open it to the public. Although considerably younger than George, they were very close. Through his eyes, we were almost able to re-enter the past and to get to know his remarkable family. So there'll be more from Arva in future Merrick moments. And of course, for more of the story, please come to the Merrick House. We have tours on the weekends at 1, 2, and 3 o'clock. And as always, tours are free for city employees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, as always. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to let the commission know that Commissioner Fernandez is not here this morning. He did send me a text message early this morning and he wanted me to tell the commission that he has been dealing with acute bronchitis over a week, and it has gotten worse the last 24 hours. He was on his way to urgent care, but he still intends to be here later today. Okay, just want to let the commission know. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And as you can see, there's something a little different on our commission here. I want to thank, again, Martha Banting, the city manager, as we move forward with America 250. I think it's a beautiful act of patriotism and to really showcase the city, not the city, excuse me, this great country is about to celebrate 250 years. So it's a beautiful moment. I think you'll be seeing that. You're seeing it on our logos, our letterheads, our emails. And I think that the commission agrees with me. I'm sure the commission agrees with me on the fact that this is a time to celebrate. 250 years is a monumental moment in our history. So you'll be seeing a lot of that logo and a lot of that celebration over the next year as we lead up into July 4th. Moving on to items in regards to our presentations and protocol documents. Item A1.
Good morning, everybody. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to read the proclamation.
Yes, sir.
So whereas Snow's Jewelers has been a beloved, independent, family-owned business on Coral Gables Miracle Mile since its opening doors on March 1, 1974, earning generations of loyal customers through exceptional craftsmanship, custom design, diamond engagement rings, fine watches, and expert repair. And whereas owners Eddie and Judy Snow have embodied the spirit of personal service and community stewardship, transforming their storefront at 270 Miracle Mile into a welcoming gathering place where families celebrated engagements, anniversaries, and life's most meaningful milestones. And whereas Judy Snow made history in 1978 as Florida's first female graduate gemologist, inspiring women in the jewelry industry and exemplifying the City Beautiful's tradition of leadership and innovation. And whereas Snow's Jewelers has earned distinguished honors, including the Albert H. Friedman Miracle Mile Merchant Award twice, and recognition as Best Jeweler in South Florida by both the Daily Business Review and Coral Gables magazine. And whereas after more than 5 decades of distinguished service, Eddie and Judy Snow announced that the Coral Gables storefront will close in April 2026, while they transition to personalized concierge jewelry services, continuing to serve clients with the same trusted expertise outside of a traditional retail setting. And whereas the City of Coral Gables wishes to honor Snow's Jewelers for its contributions to the vitality of Miracle Mile, its exemplary customer service, and its positive impact on the economic life of our community. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the City of Coral Gables, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim February 10, 2026, as Snow's Jewelers Day in Coral Gables. In observance thereof, I hereby encourage all residents and visitors alike to recognize the extraordinary legacy and personal service that defines Snow's Jewelers over 5 decades in the City Beautiful.
Please join us, please. Sir, good morning. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. Just the way I wrote it.
Just the way we practice it, sir.
Good. If you're happy, we're happy. That's all that matters.
Exactly. Perfect, really. Anyway, Mayor Lago and Commissioners, thank you very much for designated today as Snow's Jewelers Day. It was really quite an honor. You know, Judy and I have been residents here in Coral Gables for over 50 years. Our children live here. I'm lucky to have my oldest daughter, JJ, and her husband, Christopher, my youngest daughter, Mary, and my grandson, Teddy, here today. This is Judy and I. We're very proud. And we have a couple other granddaughters, and Lucy and Charlotte couldn't make it today. They're in school. Actually, they're not feeling so good, right? Yeah. But anyway, we are, our family, we're part of Coral Gables. I mean, this is important to us. And interesting, over the 50 years, we've seen a lot of changes on Miracle Mile. Right, Peter? With the reinventing Miracle Mile, the exciting times in the 70s and 80s. We survived some recessions. We survived COVID. We survived an armed robbery that I was lucky enough to beat the crap out of this guy. We've had some really great highs and lows, and we're still here. And then, like anything, it's not about any one person. It has to do with the team. And not unlike sports teams. Everybody contributes. And this morning, one of our longtime employees, Vicky Passarelli, she's been with us on and off for over 40 years. And she was here, and a couple of other girls couldn't make it today, but played a very important role with us. The other thing is, we could have done this without so many friends and loyal customers that have supported us over the 50 years. It was really incredible. Just great. So as we kind of draw to an end here, our lease runs out April 1st. I turn 82. The lease runs out April 15th. I turn 82 April 1st. So we figured it was time to drop back and punt a little bit. So we're going to open a concierge-type office on the Ocean Bank building across from Publix. And, that's going to be a new challenge, a new adventure for us. But here's the good news for everybody in the room. Valentine's is Saturday. You still have a chance to come and take advantage of our retirement sale. Anyway, thank you very much. Our whole family, very honored. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. Mr. Manager, will you do me a favor? Will you do the city a favor, please? Through Martha Pantin, will you provide this video for our next newsletter? And also with a little bit of an explanation of that the Snow family is not leaving us. They're just transitioning to a new location. I want to make sure that we offer them the best runway to be as successful as possible. Their partnership to the city, again, just a quick anecdote. My grandmother, who passed away about 10 years ago, who lived on Minorca, shopped at Snow's Jewelers. My grandmother lived in the city for a long time. It was basically the first home. It was the first home that we bought in the city of Coral Gables. And my father gave it to my grandparents, his parents. Very small home, basically about 2 blocks away from here, and it was where I grew up. And I remember going with her and walking Miracle Mile, one of the places I would walk with Snow's Jewelers. And then I had the privilege and honor of not only meeting this family and everything that they do, but also spending a lot of time with Mary. Mary was a catalyst to getting the Mayor's Gala started and making sure that money went to the foundation before she moved on. And also she brought me in to chair the wine auction, we just celebrated a 4th year under new leadership after Mary stepped down and moved on to bigger, and I don't want to say brighter, but just bigger responsibilities, maybe brighter. But at the end of the day, this family has a long-standing legacy, and it's incumbent on us to do everything we can to make sure that we provide any way that, any opportunity that we have to make sure their business continues to thrive, and whatever we can do, and it's no skin off our back, to just promote them and make sure we do that.
Mayor, may I have a moment for a point of personal privilege? So I just want to re-echo, or echo, I suppose, what I just had read. The Snow family is incredible, each and every one of you. But I really, really want to focus on Judy Snow for just 1 minute, because I learn something new every day. And the first female gemologist in the entire state of Florida, I mean, that is an amazing achievement. But it's just such I'm a father of 3 daughters, right? And so the first female anything, right? I'm working to eradicate such a term, because we're done with the first of female, because everyone should be everything they can be. And the last quick personal point of privilege, I want to just note that in the audience today, we have a near and dear friend of mine and of the Snows, retired detective, homicide detective, John Butchko. John Butchko, you are a hero. Thanks for being with us today, looking as handsome as ever. I want whatever you're drinking, I'll have a double. Thanks.
Madam Vice Mayor.
And one more point of personal privilege. While the face of Miracle Mile won't have Snow Jewelers, I am very excited that you're going to be on the same floor in the same office building. It's very convenient, folks. It's on Lejeune and Valencia, 5th floor. And there's a great set of receptionists out there that will tell you and reach out to contact whoever has an office on that floor. It's within walking distance of City Hall. So I'm very excited that you're going to be in the building as well. I already have Mary Snow in the building. It's one happy family there. So very excited for the next chapter.
So, Mr. Manager, before we take a picture, if you'd be so kind, just hopefully we can do everything we can in the next newsletter to explain to the residents and to the business community that they're not leaving the city. They're just moving a few doors down.
Yes, Mayor, happy to.
All right, let's take a photo.
You have a mom like this. You have a mom like this. I know. I've seen you out with her.
How you doing, by the way? Teddy, what's up?
Proclamation. Right there.
Hey, Teddy.
My grandmother taking me to school all the time, and we love Mary.
We survived that renovation.
We survived.
Jesus.
I don't.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk? Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll be moving on to item A2, a presentation or a proclamation declaring February 2026. Give me 1 second. I want to pay the proper respect. All right. A2, a presentation of a proclamation declaring February 2026 as Black History Month in Coral Gables. I'm going to read the proclamation into the record, and I ask for our friends to please join us after. Whereas from its earliest days, the city of Coral Gables was shaped by the labor, skill, and perseverance of Black settlers, including Bahamian workers and families from the southern United States, whose contributions were essential to building much of the city beautiful. And whereas two historic neighborhoods, McFarland and Golden Gate, were originally established by those early settlers and have remained vital parts of the Coral Gables community for more than a century. And whereas the McFarland neighborhood is listed on the National Registry of Historic Places in recognition of its historic significance and its preservation of much of its original architectural and community character, with descendants of many of its earliest settlers continuing to call the neighborhood home today. And whereas the McFarland and Golden Gate neighborhoods stand as enduring reminders of the cultural heritage, resilience, and lasting legacy of the Coral Gables Black residents, whose history and contributions are inseparable from the city's identity and development. And whereas Black History Month provides an opportunity to honor and celebrate the achievements, contributions, and influence of Black Americans, both nationally and within the city of Coral Gables. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with the members of the city commission, do hereby proclaim February 2026 as Black History Month in Coral Gables. Good morning. Don't be shy. If anybody wants to join us, we're more than welcome. Everybody can come up. Come up. Come up. Don't be shy. How are you doing today?
Fine.
You doing well? Good.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager, Madam City Attorney, Mr. City Clerk, and all those present in the chamber. Thank you for the City of Coral Gables' recognition of Black History Month. The national theme for this year's celebration is A Century of Black History Commemorations. Allow me to reference certain significant events that occurred in the city of Coral Gables in the last 100 years as they relate to Black history. The founder of this beautiful city, Mr. George Merrick, purchased about 20 acres of land from school teacher Flora McFarland around 1925, and that area was home to Black families who migrated from the Bahamas and the American South. That area became known as McFarland Homestead Division after it was annexed to the city of Coral Gables. The area also provided Mr. Merrick with the workforce necessary to build, develop, and beautify this city. Additionally, in the 1920s, Blacks lived among the Ponce de Leon Boulevard corridor west of Lejeune Road, but were resettled into what is now Golden Gate subdivision because the land on which they occupied was needed for the expansion of the University of Miami. Some of those residents were also among Mr. Merrick's workforce. It has been reported that the earliest structures of St. Mary's First Missionary Baptist Church, which served as the spiritual beacon to many Black Coral Gables and adjacent Coconut Grove residents, and was established in 1924, were built by the hands of its male members on evenings and weekends after completing their duties at the homes and grounds of their white employers. The Coral Gables Improvement Association was formed in the late 1940s by several residents of the McFarland Homestead subdivision, and that group appealed to officials for services at the same levels of the Coral Gables as white residents. That organization was reformed in the late 1980s as the Lola B. Walker Homeowners Association of Coral Gables by Mr. William A. Cooper and Mr. Carl Prime, and was incorporated under the laws of the state of Florida. Mr. Cooper served as its president until his death in 2008 and was followed by Mr. Prime's widow, Edwina Prime, who served as president until her death in 2021. The Lola B. Walker Homeowners Association is now headed by Mr. Carl Leon Prime, who's present today. And that organization was responsible for McFarland Homestead receiving its historic designation in 1994 and being listed on the National Register of Historic Places. The Lola B. Walker Homeowners Association also established the Donald R. Hopkins and William A. Cooper Scholarship Fund in collaboration with the City of Coral Gables for graduating high school seniors. We are proud to acknowledge that this scholarship opportunity has resulted in careers now being enjoyed by a school principal, an accountant, an attorney who recently became an Episcopal priest, and several educators. The City of Coral Gables renamed Industrial Avenue as George Allen Avenue in 1994 in honor of Bahamian native George Allen, who had worked for George Merrick and became a successful businessman and real estate investor. Several City of Coral Gables parks bears the names of its Black residents who worked tirelessly to improve the quality of life in their communities, namely Nellie B. Moore, Lola B. Walker, and William and Leona Cooper. Last year, a historic marker was placed on the site where Grand Avenue and US 1 converge that commemorates the two historically Black subdivisions in Coral Gables, being the McFarland Homestead Historic District and Golden Gate. What is remarkable about the two subdivisions in their current and ever-changing landscape is that some of its descendants of the earlier families still reside within those boundaries, namely the Scarboroughs, the Andrews, Payne, Rayford, Wild Goose, Major, Prime, and Cooper families. We remain committed to upholding the hard work and dedication demonstrated by our ancestors in preserving their legacy, and I thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Prime, good morning.
Good morning, all members of the dais there. It would take forever to acknowledge everyone, so I'll do it all at once. Just like to say that the city I appreciate all of its efforts in maintaining and preserving the heritage that we've worked for and in helping us to keep it. If we forget our history, we have no idea where we're headed for the future. And I must say that the city of Coral Gables has definitely demonstrated that it wants to preserve its history, and not only just for Black History Month, but throughout the year. And we appreciate that from the centennial and to now. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Mr. Prime. If I may, I also wanted to have other residents who are here. We are very proud to have you here. If you'd like to say a few words. I see my friend in the back over there. She's hiding. Don't be so shy. Come over here. Come over here. And I see another friend over there in the back that she doesn't want to get up here. But I get it. I understand. Can we have some words? Can you tell people, number one, who you are, and who you are the granddaughter of? I think people need to be not reminded, but I think it's important that we continue to remember the people about the legacy that your family has played in this community.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lee Cooper Willis. I am the granddaughter of William and Leona Cooper. I currently live in the Golden Gate subdivision with my husband, Alfonso Willis, and who's here today, and our son, Logan Willis. He's a student also in Coral Gables at George Washington Carver Elementary. He's just in kindergarten, and we're so excited for him to grow up as the fourth generation, maybe fifth, I have to get it right, in Coral Gables. And it's just a beautiful thing for him. It's a legacy, and we're proud to take him around to show him everything, all the streets, and we're excited about the park that is named for my grandparents. When he goes by, he's like, oh, that's Mama Lee and Dee Dee's park, is what he always says. And so we are honored to preserve the legacy of our community in the Golden Gates and McFarland districts. And I'm not as involved as I should be, but I will be more involved just so that we can continue the legacy. So.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, young lady. How are you? Good to see you.
Mayor, good to
How
see
you doing?
guys too. Thank you for recognizing our community and Black History Month. I call myself Black History because I'm a part of Coral Gables since I was 12 years old. Yeah. So I've been in Coral Gables for 61 years. I've seen it grow, and I'm very proud to be a resident of Coral Gables. So thank you for this morning. Thank you for my kids who've been to the schools we were raised in, and I've seen it grow from when Miracle Mile had Woolworth there, and the Singer's sewing machine, and Carol's Jewelers. So I know every crack and corner. And with the Biltmore Hotel, I've seen it when it was a hospital. So you know I've seen all of Coral Gables and everywhere in every school. And I've been a part of it, and I'm still proud to be a resident of the city of Coral Gables. I think it's now 61 or 62 years that I've been here. And I thank you for all the time you all and been inclusive in whatever's going on. And I thank you for when you come and listen to what we have to say. And that's very important that you hear what we have to say and you listen to us and you respond to what we have to do. Sometimes negatively, most of the time positively, but that's good. That's what you're supposed to do. You have to agree or not agree, and I've been very happy to be a part of the city. Thank you very much for this morning, and I thank you again for what all you do for our community.
Thank you. Just want to touch on a few points that I think are important, and we're going to highlight more this year in 2026 because there's going to be a very proud moment for the city of Coral Gables coming up in 2026 in September. Through the leadership of I think this started about 3 or 4 years ago, we started the prior commission. We started having conversations about truly honoring the legacy of the individuals who played the biggest role, the most important role in ensuring that George Merrick's vision became truly a reality. And those are the members that live in McFarland and Golden Gate. So in 2026 in September, through the leadership of the individuals that you just heard from and many others in those neighborhoods, we will be putting up a beautiful sculpture. And the conversation was had whether that sculpture should be in McFarland and Golden Gate. And one of the comments that I made, I said, under no circumstances will that sculpture be in McFarland and Golden Gate. And I remember having this conversation with Carl, and we came to the consensus that sculpture should be front and center in front of City Hall, across the street and where Merrick is. To me, that is incredibly important. So when, for example, when people come to the city and they see a beautiful sculpture, if you haven't seen it, Martha Patin has and the manager have really exhibited it when it was chosen. It was selected through many artists that contributed through the thoughtful contributions and ideas of the members of our community in McFarland and Golden Gate. We are going to put something up that's going to be beautiful and make everyone very, very proud. But the intent of it is to really showcase and highlight the families that are the reason why Coral Gables is here today. Because George Merrick had a vision, but he wasn't sure exactly how to implement that vision, and that implementation came through the leadership of members in that community. So that will be here in the city. It's a beautiful sculpture. I also would be remiss if I didn't mention a lot of the things that happened here over a few years ago, which played a big role in unifying our community. I think there was a very unifying front. One of those, for example, was our trolleys used to never go across US 1. And I remember sitting down with Leona, Edwina, all the members of the community, and talking about, we want to see the trolleys connect on the other side so the young kids can ride the trolleys into Coral Gables. And that's one of the things that we worked on with the city of Miami and then Commissioner Suarez, and we were able to connect the trolleys, and we were having not only more connectivity, but also making sure that our communities were connected, which to me I think is incredibly important. And that came through the leadership of the residents in that neighborhood. So we've done many great things with St. Mary's Baptist Church. We've done things with the parks, a lot of things in celebration of the history of that community, of our community, more importantly. So I'm excited every time we get to really honor Black History Month, because at the end of the day, our community has a lot to celebrate, has a lot to be proud of. And like I saw you this past week, you know, it's interesting when you're walking into the manager's office on a Thursday or Friday morning and you see members of Golden Gate and McFarland walking out, having a meeting with the manager, talking about their concerns. You're active, you're vocal, and at the end of the day, that's why it works, right? That's why it works. Like you said, listening and doing the best that we can to deliver on your vision and what you see is in the best interest of the community as a whole. So I commend you for staying active, for engaging, and for leading the way in making sure that we're one community. We're not two communities, we're one community. Thank you very much. Can we take a quick photo? Or if anybody else would like to add a few words, please. Madam Vice Mayor?
I like the way, and I especially appreciate the way you participate in the community. Don't stop. Just
Yes.
keep doing it.
It's true. Thank you. right, we're moving on to item A3, Keep America Beautiful, Declaration of Action for Greatest American Cleanup in honor of America's 250th anniversary.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. We're here today to basically do a declaration of action for the Greatest American Cleanup through Keep Coral Gables Beautiful. We participate in the Greatest American Cleanup every year, but this year will be extra special in celebrating America's 250th anniversary. And as such, we are going to commit to doing at least 3 cleanups, 2 recycling or beautification events, and 1 celebration event in honor of America's 250th anniversary. And just to let you guys know, Greatest American Cleanup is from March 20th through July 1st, and we are already planning or have planned 12 events, including we're going to be hosting a sustainability village at the last farmers market. So we're inviting environmental vendors from around the county to come and be a part of the last farmers market of the year. We're also going to be hopefully planning with parks a bring your dog to the new Bark Park and do a cleanup event as well. We'll be partnering with Historic on doing a Pinewood Cemetery invasive species removal. And we have our plogging event. We have a bunch of Earth Month events, including showing an environmental film at the Coral Gables Cinema, as we do every year. So we're excited, and it'll be a culmination of the recycling drive-through event at the end of April in honor of Earth Month on April 25th in the City Hall parking lot. So we have a lot planned. Our team here with me will be busy, but we're excited and be able to do this for our community.
Madam Vice Mayor?
So before I read the declaration, I'm just going to highlight a couple other things because you and I are going to do a duo on the farmers market. When is the last date that we're going to do this?
I think it's like in the 28th, I think.
20th.
Yes, I believe so.
It's a Saturday.
Yeah,
and we're
the last Saturday in March.
We're going to do it at what, 10 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, and because I've received a lot of questions from residents, why don't we teach more about recycling? But there's a lot more that we can teach about as well. We're also going to be bringing a compost bin over at the library. Staff has been working on this for months, so we'll have our ribbon cutting sometime, a date to be determined.
Sometime in April for Earth Month.
For Earth Month. So, but you can come learn more about it.
Yes.
At the March 20th Farmers Market at 10 a.m. And we'll have additional information for you there as to what you can bring to compost at the library and the method to do it. And it'll give us a great opportunity to reduce those methane gases and so forth that come out of the landfills and make it into productive soil. So all excited about that. It's been in the works for at least 6 months. So we'll be able to launch it this year. So the Declaration of Action for the Greatest American Cleanup declaration is, whereas the people of the city of Coral Gables are dedicated to enhancing the beauty and cleanliness of our community, and whereas we recognize the importance of preserving our environment and fostering civic pride among our citizens, and whereas we acknowledge transformative power of clean and green spaces to support, promote the well-being of all people, and whereas America's 250th anniversary on July 4th presents a historic opportunity for us to showcase our commitment to sustainability and community beautification, we, the City of Coral Gables, do hereby proclaim our support and for participation in the Declaration of Action for the Greatest American Cleanup. As such, we commit to do the following on an annual basis. 1, organize 3 new community cleanups to inspire our citizens of all ages to work together to remove litter from our streets, parks, waterways, and public spaces. 2, hold 2 reduce, reuse, recycle, or beautification events each year, enhancing our community's appeal through reduced waste, public art, planting trees, flowers, and creating, improving, or maintaining our green spaces. 3, hold 1 event to celebrate our progress and achievements to help America look her best for the 250th anniversary celebration. By declaring our support for the Greatest American Cleanup with Keep America Beautiful, we intend to make the City of Coral Gables a shining example of environmental stewardship and community engagement as we work together in our community to make our community greener, cleaner, and more beautiful for generations to come. So I'm going to add a couple more things to this as to what we've been doing to improve our environment. We've reduced the permitting fees for the living seawalls, which clean the water in the waterway and provide food for the manatees, because you have the good stuff growing on the seawalls. And it's made out of a cement that doesn't damage the water. It's more compatible with the water, and that's why it's being promoted. We also have a microforest in the works, and I think by next commission meeting, Dina will be ready to present the final drawings to the commission. There is a fundraising effort by the Coral Gables Garden Club to help support the planting of the trees that are going to be coming in there. A microforest is an amazing feature that cleans the air, supports wildlife, and reduces noise and pollutants along heavily traveled highways, which is why you see the dense plantings that you do along the underline. So this is very exciting, and I hope everybody comes out and participates.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I haven't done this in a while. I can't remember the last time I did. I think it was probably about a year ago. You mentioned 3 cleanups, right?
Yes.
So,
At least 3.
So I would like to personally, again, provide a cash check, as we've given in the past, award or prize, whatever you'd like to put, for the person that collects the most garbage.
Okay.
Can you talk a little bit about what we've done in the past and how that's worked out?
Yeah, so Mayor, through your donations, we've been able to, at the downtown cleanups that we do with the Coral Gables Chamber, in partnership with the Chamber, we've been able to award prizes to those folks, whether it's an individual or a group, that collects the most amount of litter during that event, and it gets very competitive out there. As you all have been out there and seen, it does get very competitive, and folks are able be able to go out there and have a huge impact in a very short period of time.
I don't think I've done it in about a year. What's the most that we've been able to give to an individual?
I think you've been making a $500 donation, I want to say. Yeah.
All right, so I want to give the $500 donation again. Should we split it up to like 300 and 200
We
first
could,
and
yeah.
second, or something?
However
like that?
you would like to do it,
Or
Mayor.
maybe 250 and 200, and the third place gets the remaining balance.
Okay.
That way everybody gets something. We get as many people out there. And you're going to do 3 of them, right?
We're going to do 3 this year, yeah. So the next one will be on, we're between April 6th and April 20th. We're finalizing that date now with the Chamber.
All right, so I'm committed to that day, and I'll be out there.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate your support.
No, at all. Looking forward to trying to get as many people out there.
Definitely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take a photo?
Take a photo. Let's take a photo. Let's do it. Moving on to item A4, congratulations to the Plaza Coral Gables on receiving the 2025 Commercial Beautification Award.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Becky Perez with the Economic Development Department. So we're closing the 2025 Commercial Beautification Awards in a big way. The Plaza Coral Gables is receiving this award. The Commercial Beautification Awards is it recognizes businesses that have gone above and beyond the beautification and maintenance of the storefronts and surrounding areas. And so we have a PowerPoint here. And by the way, we have Matt Anderson, Assistant Director of Mobility and Sustainability. And we also have the Chamber of Commerce, Jorge Arizurrieta, here with us as well. But as you can tell, the Plaza has done an amazing job of keeping the area maintained well. The landscaping is impeccable, and there's always someone cleaning the area. And so this is something that they're great stakeholders, great partners, and we can learn a lot from their best practices, and the, it's just enhancing the surrounding areas as well. Matt?
So I also want to thank the Sustainability Advisory Board, who votes on these every year. and also the departments that partner with us on recognizing the businesses, code enforcement, obviously the chamber, our residents that submit applications block by block, that is out cleaning Giralda and Miracle Mile. And also I want to recognize the Plaza because they actually achieved LEED certification on all 9 of their projects within that footprint. So not only have they been a leader in beautifying, but they've also been a leader in building environmentally friendly facilities there on there. So congratulations on that achievement for them as well.
And we have Jose Antonio Perez, who has come to receive his wonderful award, his plaque.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to thank you all, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, all of you, Melissa, Commissioners, Peter. Most of you, almost all of this in this room were part of this big endeavor, including your mom back then, 12 years ago when we started this. And we just very proud of what we did, the legacy that we done for the city, of course, for my principals, the owners in Mexico, the Beckman family, but for all the communities. I just saw Chief Legra outside, and I told him that I miss him already. You know? For like 4 years, he was every day with all these beautiful stuff. Now, we have the police facilities there. So just to reaffirm that project is, for us, is a legacy for the city. And for anything the city wants to use for events, special things, now with the park close by to come, just to reaffirm that it's a project for the city. And we are very happy and thankful for all these years that the city supports. Thank you.
Here's your plaque.
Thank you.
Well, just very quickly, Jose Antonio, thank you for your team. Every day when you drive by your property, there's somebody cleaning the exterior, not only by hand, but also with machines. I mean, your sidewalks look impeccable. Everything is clean. The landscaping is beautiful. The artwork looks first class. There's always somebody working on it, making sure it's very presentable. And that's why, again, you're hitting record numbers, not only on the commercial, on the residential, but also on the restaurants that are opening up there. And I think that the investment that you've made, along with all the incredible work in regards to the upkeep and the maintenance, as Belkis says, is paying off. And thank you for putting your best foot forward, because it really helps the city a lot. You set the example for everyone else, and I continuously use it here as an example for what other entities should be doing, the city should be doing, should be following your footsteps in regards to maintenance and quality control. And you're doing an amazing job, and it's obviously paying dividends for you. So thank you very much for making that investment in the city. Thank you.
Our pleasure.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just use the opportunity to, on behalf of the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce, commend Jose Antonio and his entire team for, as you said, Mayor, leading by example. Not only is the entire facility impeccable day and night, it's just a phenomenal location that has actually reinforced the reality of our downtown, expanded our downtown a little farther south than perhaps it was at one point. And it's just really been an incredible addition to that area. And with what's planned for the future of Ponce Park, it's just exciting to see what's ahead for that area, not to mention some of the other developments that are coming out of the ground, as well as those that are already out of the ground, including Mr. Codina and the Mercedes-Benz. That whole area is just really exciting to see at any time of day, but especially at night when you light it up as beautifully as you've done. But again, congratulations on once again leading by example and putting your money where your mouth is, right? Again, leading leading this community with everything you do. So thank you.
Yeah, one of the things I forgot to mention, we every time that we call upon you for one reason or another, we're for philanthropy, for whatever that may be, you never say no.
No,
I had a crazy idea to watch the college football championship game at the park, and we talked with staff. We reached out to you. You said, "Listen, count on us." You gave a significant donation to make sure we could have, everything done to a certain standard. And guess what happened? When you look at the pictures, look how many people showed up. Those people then, when the game was done, they went to have dinner, they went to have a drink, they went to enjoy the amenities in your facility. So again, you never say no. We're very grateful, very, very grateful for that. And the college football championship game was just a testament to that. That again, you're critical, integral part of our downtown, and you're always leading by example, and we always thank you for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we'll always be there, whatever the city needs. It's our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a photo. Moving on to item A5, congratulations to Division Chief Louis Fajardo, recipient of the City of Coral Gables Firefighter of the Month Award for the month of February 2025. Chief, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission. It's my pleasure to introduce our Firefighter of the Month, and to tell his story and why he was nominated, I call on Assistant Chief Jones, who nominated him.
Good morning, everybody. It's always a good item to be able to highlight the great work that our firefighters do. This particular case, Division Chief Louis Fajardo is being nominated as Firefighter of the Month because about a year ago he was in communications with one of his family friends in Abaco, Bahamas, and found out about a call where a female and her daughter was involved in a car accident and trapped and was unable to be extricated from the vehicle because the first responders did not have proper equipment. He took it upon himself to locate vendors locally here in South Florida, coordinated them donating tools that is similar to the Jaws of Life that is used to help people out of vehicle accidents, coordinated the delivery of that equipment to the Bahamas, and making sure that those firefighters there or first responders there has what it needs or what they need to make sure that this doesn't happen again. I think this demonstrates and continues to demonstrate that the work of the firefighters of Coral Gables continue to go beyond the borders and not just being committed to our local community, but being committed to the global community. So congratulations to the Firefighter of the Month, Division Chief Louis Fajardo.
Mayor, good morning, Commission. Thank you. I'm honored to receive this award. I want to make it known it was not an individual accomplishment, but a collective accomplishment with the individuals behind me and the rest of the members, along with the vendors that supplied the equipment. Ultimately, my goal, my vision is to have our members extend this training to our neighboring cities, because I'm a big believer that once you can teach a trait or a subject, you've mastered it, and nothing more to protect our citizens and the residents of Coral Gables. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Congratulations on your efforts, well deserved, the recognition. Again, that's what sets the city apart. Even though it's not in our backyard, we're still looking out for our neighbors. If our neighbors are safe, we're safe.
Absolutely.
So I congratulate you on your efforts and leading by example. And I think that's a very selfless trait, and obviously a very selfless act that you did. And any way that we can help you from the commission, from the city, we're here to assist you in that type of action. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, sir.
Item A6, congratulations to Emergency Dispatch Operator Monica Denescu, recipient of City of Coral Gables Operator of the Year for 2025. Chief, good morning. Yes. Good morning, Chief.
Morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Vice Mayor. Monica. You go stand over there. There we go. Good morning. On behalf of the Police Department, I am very proud to be here today to introduce you to our Operator of the Year. Monica Denescu has been with our department a few years, 9 years altogether. I want to take some excerpts of what she has accomplished, but also what she has done. And one of the calls she had handled was somebody on the area of Astoria that was in emotional distress. It was an extreme mental distress, crying uncontrollably about her husband and demanding to speak to the President of the United States. Monica remained calm, composed throughout the call, with a reassurance and active listening, and was able to maintain control in the situation while showing genuine empathy. We know this because these, as we know, our calls are recorded, and this is what it is to have a 911 center with compassionate people on that side of our side of the phone. She was able to redirect individuals and resources and help her get through that very trying time in that family's life. She's also been recognized by her peers throughout the year as proactively sharing information and conducting a thorough research. I can tell you from firsthand knowledge that when I ask for something of Monica, it comes through quickly, exactly, and in extremely consistent fashion. According to her peers as well as her supervisors, she holds herself to the highest standard and expects the same level of excellence from others. Monica takes her role seriously and continually strives for superior performance. Because of these attributes, because of the other calls that she handles every day and the supervisory tone of which she has continued to build our communications section into a world-class communications section, she was awarded the Operator of the Year for 2025.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you. Good morning. It's been a pleasure to work for the city for the last 9 years. I want to say thank you to my supervisors, Soraya and Michelle Boblitz, for writing me up and, always having the utmost faith in me and trusting me, and, to my whole team for all of the guidance and trust I've received through all the years. So thank you.
Congratulations, great work.
Thank you.
You want to do both of them, then we'll do the pictures after?
Whatever you like.
Okay, you can stand over to the Assistant Chief. At this time, I'd ask for Thiago Falcao. Today, I'd like to introduce you to the Officer of the Year for 2025. Officer Falcao, did I get that right?
Yes, sir.
Also doubles as Bad Bunny.
In Portuguese.
In Portuguese, he sings in Portuguese. Some of the work that Officer Falcao has done throughout this 2025 is, when I mentioned this to you not too long ago, a hit and run that struck down 2 of our Coral Gables residents and left the area. And if you remember when we talked about that, the work that Officer Falcao did at that time was between contacting the cell sites, using the ALPR's Intelligence Center resources throughout Dade County, was able to get warrants for the individual, talk with the family of the individual, and was able to take him into custody after using ALPR, SunPass, tracks, working with the Sunny Isles Police Department, and found the individual and was able to hold them accountable. In the synopsis of the nomination, Officer Falcao demonstrated extraordinary tenacity, dedication, and professionalism. His investigative and interrogative skills, along with the collaborative work across multiple jurisdictions, led to the identification, location, and arrest of a suspect involved in a serious hit-and-run crash in our city, as well as recovered the vehicle and used in the crime. And it was also at that time where an individual, when taken into custody, also was probably having some illicit drugs and things and got that off the street as well. It's because of this and what he does every day in our traffic homicide unit, along with the rest of his team, that he was awarded Officer of the Year for the 2025 Coral Gables Police Department. He wants to sing a song, that's why I used the Bad Bunny.
People normally pay me for this, so we'll save it for a later time.
That would be good.
No, I just want to thank God, my family, Chief, my team, the commission, and everyone for the opportunity to be here. I'm very humble. Like I said a couple months ago, I happened to be here because I was the lead investigator on that case, but took a lot of hard work from the whole team and everyone involved to get it done. So thank you.
Officer, how many years have you been with the force?
This is my 5th year.
5th year?
Yes, sir.
So as you noticed before with dispatcher Dinescu, who was here, she was been here for 9, you've been here for 5. The future's very, very bright. And I want to commend you for your hard work for both of you. You are truly the front lines. You answer the call, you respond. You keep us safe at night. This is why people live in the city of Coral Gables.
Yes,
and I also want to commend the command staff in the back, along with the chief and the city manager. Thank you for preparing these young men and women to truly make this the premier city in Miami-Dade County, in the state, and in the country to live in. I have a deep respect, along with the commission, for officers and for the entire team around the officers. Thank you for your hard work. Don't ever, and I say this all the time when we have ceremonies to bring in our new officers, don't ever, no matter how hard this job gets, think that this commission and the city does not have your back. Whatever you hear on the street, whatever's being negotiated in the back of a room in regards to a union contract, we adore, appreciate, respect the hard work that you're doing. And we understand how difficult it is and what it takes out, not only on yourself, but more importantly, your family. We're here to support you 110%. We back the blue unequivocally. And I want to congratulate both of you, because to be recognized in your profession as the individual of the year speaks volumes of your character, speaks volumes of what you do, how serious you take this job, how you turn over every stone. Your shift ends. Let me just stay another 5 more minutes. Let me look behind that garbage can. Let me ask this question. I see a suspicious person. I see a person that doesn't maybe look right. Hey, I got to get home. I got a party to get to. I got a birthday. I haven't seen my daughters, my kids, whatever that may be. What do? You go and you speak to that person on the phone for maybe an extra 2 or 3 minutes. You stop that person and say, hey, how can I help you? I've seen you do it on the street. I've seen a lot of you do it. And you're the officer of the year. You're the dispatcher of the year. But you can't do this without this incredible team that's here. These incredible ladies in the back right there. These officers in the back. The rest of the team. All of you are part of a team that makes the city look the best it can. So I want to thank you for your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If Monica wants to come up, and then her mom, I think is somewhere. Come on, Mom.
All right, let's take a photo. Thank you.
Come on, Mom, you get a picture too. We'll take them. And then we'll get the rest of her team up. If they, ladies, you want to come up, and gents from communications. This is like herding cats.
All right. Moving on to approval of minutes, B1, Mr. Clerk.
May I have a motion?
Move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank
Moving
you.
on to public comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have several speakers this morning.
Okay.
First speaker, Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, 305-323-2154. After the last commission meeting, a lot of people contacted me asking why I was attacked so many times. I explained what I thought was the answer at that point, that since Commissioner Castro was not here because she was in Tallahassee, I was the target. And then I remember something that my abuela used to say. I'm going to say it in Spanish and then I'm going to translate it. Vagancia no conduce a nada bueno, which means idleness does not bring good things. So later on, I decided to go to my favorite book, the Bible. And I found under Proverbs 16:27 something that really fit very well. Idle hands are the devil's workshop. Idle lips are his mouthpiece. And then an explanation that says, a worthless man devises mischief, and in his sleeps there's a scorching fire. So, after I read that, I felt much better because it really confirmed what I thought was the reason. So all I have to say is, it's time that the mayor finds something worthwhile to do and stop attacking anybody who doesn't agree with him, especially me. Enough is enough. I thank him because according to my friends, I will never need a PR person when I decide to run for office because everybody knows me already thanks to my, what did he call me that day? My dear friend. So enough is enough. Let's do business and stop attacking people, especially women.
Gina Guilford.
Mr. Clerk, 1 second, please. As a reminder, I'd hope that we wouldn't have to do this, but at the end of the day, we have no other reasons, and we continue to do it. Welcome. I was hoping that we had a little bit more respect in the commission, and we're incapable of having respect, so I have to read this every single time. I had gone days without reading this commission. Just like her, I receive dozens of phone calls as a result of this inappropriate behavior the T-shirts, the constant attacks, all that kind of stuff. So I'll read it into the record again. I was hoping not to. Welcome. I'm going to ask everyone who comes up to state their name and address for the record. You will have 3 minutes to share your thoughts with the commission. As a reminder, these comments are limited to those items on the agenda. Let me remind you. As a reminder, these comments are limited to those items on the agenda or within the scope of the City Commission's jurisdiction. If you wish to speak on an item that is on the agenda right now, please remember that you will not be given an additional opportunity to speak again once the item is called. All comments should be directed to the commission as a whole. When the 3 minutes is up, the timer will beep. I ask you to please wrap up your sentence and leave the podium when you're done speaking. Most cities give 2 minutes, we give 3 minutes. None of those comments were on today's agenda, and they were directed at me, not at the commission as a whole. Thank you and have a nice day. Ma'am, I apologize for taking up your time.
Good morning, Mayor Lago and commissioners. My name is Gina Guilford, and I am president of the Villagers. The Villagers is the oldest historic preservation group in Miami, and we are entirely run by volunteers. I am speaking today regarding 110 Phoenicia Avenue, agenda item E1. This 1.5-acre property is a historic, charming green space that has been part of the surrounding residential community for 74 years. 110 Phoenicia, built as St. James Lutheran Church in 1951, was designed by noted architect Robert Fitch Smith. The former church is located across the street from the historically designated Coral Gables Women's Club, and it tells a story of a peaceful mid-century life in the city of Coral Gables. The North Ponce Neighborhood Conservation District overlay includes the greenway connection between Ponce de Leon Boulevard and Douglas Entrance, the historic northern gateway to the city of Coral Gables. This designation was created in 2016 by the city with the enthusiastic support of the residents to find a balance between the old and the new in the North Ponce neighborhood. The commission, at the time, had the foresight to create laws to protect this historic northern corner against overdevelopment. According to the city's zoning code, the purpose of the North Ponce Neighborhood Conservation District is to preserve and enhance the garden apartment character of the North Ponce residential neighborhood properties. The owner of this property purchased the land with the full knowledge that it was part of the North Ponce Neighborhood Conservation District overlay. Current zoning codes do not permit an 8-story, 177-unit development. As proposed, the building would require the approval of many zoning variances, such as setbacks, FAR, height, and open space. Allowing this project to continue would be ignoring the guardrails set in place to save historic areas in Coral Gables and would forever change the integrity of a historic neighborhood. This is not just about a church or a garden or even a 100-year-old tree. Voting against this project is about preserving the soul of this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kelly Child.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us.
Mayor, commissioners, my name is Kelly Shield, and I live at 905 University Drive. I am speaking on agenda item E1 regarding 110 Phoenicia Avenue. The question today is not, is this property historic? The question is, does the commission agree with the design that was approved by the Board of Architects in 2023? 110 Phoenicia is in one of the most historic neighborhoods in Coral Gables, North Ponce. In fact, the city took action to protect this corner of Coral Gables by creating the North Ponce Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District. This district zoning requirements was written to preserve and enhance its garden apartment character. The area includes the Coral Gables Women's Club, founded by Eunice Merrick in 1923. And just a stone's throw away is the Douglas Entrance, the historic grand arch into our beautiful city. It is interesting to note that in 1966, the Douglas Entrance was slated to be demolished to make way for a supermarket and parking lot. However, before the owners could proceed, the proposal required approval of a zoning change by the City of Coral Gables Commission. By a narrow vote, the commission denied the demolition, and today we are grateful that the landmark was saved.
People choose to live in Coral Gables because it's a historic, lush city that is family-friendly. But there is growing frustration with traffic congestion and overdevelopment. While growth is the sign of progress, some residents feel zoning codes are meaningless and often overridden. To proceed, this project requires substantial rezoning. The height and size of the high-rise development is overwhelming, with more than twice the allowed 4 stories and 4 times the FAR square footage allowed. To achieve this large-scale project, the plans request the use of mixed-use zoning, typically used downtown, along major corridors, and on South Dixie Highway. The encroachment of a mixed-use zoning into this area could also set a dangerous precedent for future projects. Zoning codes should not be pointless. People vote to uphold the requirements. Please vote to protect and preserve this neighborhood and to send this project back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Rita Daly.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commission. With respect, I don't have anything prepared. I'm here to ask for your help. I've lived in Coral Gables my whole life, and I'm used to having raccoons. I'm used to peacock mating season. But now we have a problem. We have an influx of coyotes. Besides all the pictures that I have sent to you all and to the police, I was just speaking to Mary Snow and her sister's house on the Biltmore golf course. She has more pictures because I ran into the chief earlier and he had told me that they need addresses. Mayor, I ran into you and you told me that you're working on something with the county. I mean, and that you don't necessarily have a team. I will be happy to volunteer to be the liaison with whoever it is from the county. You know, I'll get my neighbors. There's 4 cats missing in our neighborhood. My neighbor found half a squirrel in her yard. I have to go outside to my backyard every time I take my dog, who likes to run the length of my yard. He can't do it anymore because my family room is all windows so I could watch him. Now it's not enough time. If I got one of those air horns and I have to go outside with him every time. He doesn't like it. I don't like it. It's a problem. There's cats missing. My neighbor found half a squirrel. I don't want to find half my dog, but I'm asking for your help. I honestly, like I told the reporter who showed up at my house, and I don't speak to the media, but I need to bring attention to this because we don't know what to do. As residents, we just don't know what to do. This isn't like I have a raccoon invasion in my attic and I can hire a company and they can come up. It's isolated. They can do it. This is a citywide problem. And these guys are predators. Like, they will attack, you know, animals. I think Ron McGill had said that because they see them as competition for food. But in my neighborhood, people won't even let little kids out. My housekeeper's about to quit. She's freaked out. She thinks they look like wolves, and she's afraid they're going to attack her. Help.
First and foremost, it was a pleasure to talk to you this morning on the way into City Hall. As I mentioned, the city has never been equipped, and we don't have the proper measures in place to address with, obviously, dogs, cats, or wild animals like iguanas and pythons and issues like coyotes. That is usually referred to the county. The manager and his team are currently working with the county. We've had conversations, multiple conversations with the DCM, who's here also, in an effort to basically coordinate with the county to see what our next steps forward are. As you can tell, you have people on both sides of the aisle. People who say, leave them alone, and then you have people who say, get rid of them immediately. I don't, trust me, I understand.
I'm doing this at the risk of being called the coyote lady or the one that wants to kill wildlife.
I understand. I give you, like I said, the DCM is right there. I want you to give me your information. We're working already with the county in an effort to address this concern. You're not the only one. We've probably received about 10 or 15 emails over the last few days, to the point that we even put out a message on social media and through our channels here in the city to ensure that people knew the appropriate measures to take. And here it is again. As you can see, I want to thank Martha and her team for putting this together. And we're working on an action plan to address it with the county. Again, this is new territory for us. In my time here, I have not dealt with something like this, but we're going to find a resolution, a way that, again, deals with these animals in an appropriate measure and finds them a new home, ensuring that they're not, again, competing or causing any more damage here in the city. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Will you give your information to the deputy city manager? He's right there.
I certainly will.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Mr. Clerk?
Noel Cleland.
Good morning, sir. How are you, sir?
Good morning. My name is Noel Cleland. I live at 5990 Southwest 50th Street, and I'm a member of Coral Gables Congregational Church and part of an interfaith group that is concerned about conflicts in the Middle East. Here to speak about F1. It is important we recognize our community as a multicultural, diverse city where we're allowed to celebrate our faith without fear of repercussions. In many countries, that's not the case. In fact, the list that oppress religious freedom is long. So I appreciate the efforts to recognize oppression in the world, but I caution the Commission the impact of singling out Iran. As a local government that focuses on local issues that the residents are dealing with, trying to address international issues leads us down the road of whataboutism. What about Somalia? What about Yemen? What about Lebanon? What about Syria? What about the genocide in the West Bank? What about the threats to take over Greenland? What do we do about Venezuela? If you want to make a statement, I would suggest that it be more inclusive of the oppression that exists around the world, and even here in our country, as ICE agents disrupt the lives of our friends and neighbors in order to achieve some sort of arbitrary quota. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk?
Jackson Holmes.
Greetings. My name is Jackson Holmes, Jackson Rip Holmes. I live at 35 Sidonia Avenue in Coral Gables. I own property on Miracle Mile, so the subject matter of this will be my unhappiness with what Puma has done in spending $176,000 of our tax money to come up with unworkable, preposterous solutions, whereas what I've said all along is that the city, if we remember, the old Business Improvement District was provably corrupt. They could be said even to have corrupted their re-election vote here in the City Commission. They were taxing people without representation. It's a violation of state law. And with all of their donations to various commission races, they were able to actually get the former city attorney to say it's legal to tax without representation, to violate state law on special taxing districts. Where am I going with this? When the city, including Mayor Lago and Ariel Fernandez, rode to the rescue on getting the bid out, right? Now, what they also did, what you, Mayor Lago, did, was you stepped in and said, we'll do the Christmas lights, we'll do the Halloween on the Mile, we'll do, turns out, the music in Giralda and on the Mile. The city cannot be expected to bear these costs. That needs to be paid for by the benefited properties. We do need a special taxing district to take over the burden of the Christmas lights and the other things I've mentioned. And I think that comes to like $750,000. But what we don't need is all of the rest. I thank you very much for listening. The Puma, I don't know, are they on drugs or something? They're not helping. For $176,000, we can solve our own problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Clerk.
Eddie and Marilyn Martinez.
Good morning. Nice to see you again. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, I'm Eddie Martinez from Bliss Imprints and Gifts.
And I'm Marilyn Martinez, also from Bliss Imprints and Gifts, and I want to thank all of you, Mayor Lago, Vice Mayor Anderson, and the entire committee for supporting our vision and possibly making history in the city of Beautiful.
And I also wanted to thank you all very much for supporting us and Bliss Imprints and the initiative we did with the Mark Trowbridge Chamber Foundation and the Chamber. It's pretty exciting, and we're here to show you a preview copy of which I like to call myself the Game Master. Thank you very much, of Gablesopoly. Bliss Imprints also wants to recognize Christina Miller from the Chamber Foundation for leading the board and amassing a massive list of sponsors to make the initiative an overwhelming success. We at Bliss incorporated landmarks, community, and city organizations and events to tell the story of living, working, and playing in Coral Gables. About the game, we have a rubber ducky token representing Mark, and like the original, you can buy and sell properties, build homes, and resorts. Now, with all due respect to these hallowed halls, in lieu of a jail, Gablesopoly's main penalty is to lose a turn summons to attend a commission meeting. But you might be lucky enough. Yes, thank you, Vanna.
But if I may interject, I intentionally purchased that site.
It worked out pretty good.
It worked out pretty well. I wanted to leave it, go to jail, but it was a nice joke on.
But that's okay, because you might be able to get the ditch the meeting pass, which you can charge the commission and pull out of going. Yeah. We'd like to invite you all to the public launch at Geraldo Live on March 6th. We will have a large-scale playable landmark version of Gablesopoly where players can win prizes, including Gablesopoly keychains for those homes and resorts. We have some of those here. Gablesopoly is available now for pre-sale, and we are actively looking for retailers in the area throughout the city to provide the products to their customers. I sincerely hope you'll agree that Gablesopoly will be a quintessential promotional product for the city and a keepsake for that snapshots the Coral Gables area as it is today for locals and visitors alike. Thank you very much, and we look forward to playing with you all.
I also like to recognize George from the Chamber. Without his vision, it wouldn't be a success that it is. And we like to also show you what the board looks like, along with some of the community chess cards or the chance cards, and also the money. All the founding fathers from the city are displayed in the money.
So if I may add a little bit, because I had the pleasure of seeing this firsthand yesterday. I remember when you came to my office to discuss this, and we talked about the city of Coral Gables, being obviously the main sponsor of the event, and I obviously sponsored one of the pieces here, personally sponsored it. I think this is an amazing opportunity. You've ordered 1,200
to start.
We're almost halfway there in regards to pre-sales.
Yep.
If we meet the 1,200 sales, the number was how much in charity is raised?
We raised about $150,000.
So $150,000 for charity, which net, not gross, net, which is a key word after expenses. And the important thing is that when you came to my office to discuss this issue, and the first and foremost objective was to obviously memorialize Mark Trowbridge. And through Mark Trowbridge is raise money for the Mark Trowbridge Foundation, which again is going to be invested in our community and possibly and hopefully, God willing, in the charities that he so loved. Mark will always be a very dear friend and a person who I hold in high regard, and just a person who changed the landscape after 18 years of service to the chamber. And now we're blessed to have George here leading the chamber. But this is a very fitting way to not only, I hate to use the word sell, but kind of make people and promote the city, but also raise money for charity, which is the beautiful thing. So I want to thank both of you, because this is a labor of love for you over the last few months. the last year, excuse me, since we first talked about it, I apologize, and you brought it to fruition. You sold out completely in regards to the opportunities for sponsorships, and it's so tasteful and well done in regards to the city that I think that we're going to easily sell out on the 1,200. It's $29. It's a great gift, and if you have a business and you're trying to get a client in regards to, and they have an association with the City Beautiful, this is a great opportunity to give somebody a nice little gift, a nice little detail that I think they'll really, really enjoy. So I want to commend both of you for your hard work, along with the Chamber President, and always remember that this is for fun, this is for charity, this is to remember Mark.
Thank you very much. Actually, yes, it is about Mark because we sorry, he was the first person that came to visit us when we opened our store. So it was very important to us to remember him as well.
Yeah.
So I wanted to thank all of you, Eddie, Marilyn, of course, George as well, for what a wonderful idea. And echoing the mayor's sentiments, I can't think right now of a better way to not only promote the businesses, but also take pride. You know, the residents of the city will play this game and will be reminded, as they should, time and time again, of all the beautiful areas of the city, all the things that make it so wonderful to be a proud resident of the City Beautiful. Like the mayor and like the vice mayor, I'm also a proud sponsor of the board. So all of you know now where I live, but representing the North, historic Coral Way. I hope that you land on it often. And I can't wait to own in my home the exclusive use of the rubber ducky token icon, because that sounds like the one is the winner in honor of Mark.
And if I may add something, I didn't ask you, and I want to memorialize this. I didn't ask you, but it was great that you put the nice clock on it as one of the little features. I think it's beautiful, and it was a nice little detail, really representing the city. Madam Vice Mayor.
I'm enjoying looking at all the spaces here, and I did see that your house is pictured on Coral Way, Commissioner Laura. I had always.
There isn't a Target on my home.
And I've had a lot of people ask me why didn't I live on Anderson Road. Now I do live on Anderson Road because I purchased it on this one, and of course it has a nice tree canopy. So that it would be. But thank you for this. This is great. This is great.
Mr. Mayor, Commission, let me just real quick, if I may, first and foremost, thank Mr. and Mrs. Martinez for this labor of love, which is very well displayed in that phenomenal board game. Yeah, we're not the first city in the world that does their own monopoly, because it's happened across, I think, at one point, I think you were selling New York's and maybe Cuba's.
We got Cuba, Miami, Florida, America, there's Puerto Rico, Mexico. I
believe you're only selling Coral Gables from this point forward, right? But anyway, you can sell whatever you'd like. I'm sure they all have a market. But my point in bringing this up is that the labor of love that went into producing what you're seeing by Mr. and Mrs. Martinez is just incredible. They really put their entire effort and time and hearts into this. And I think that's the reason why it's the kind of quality that you see here. So on behalf of our chair, Maria Garcia, the chair of the Mark Trowbridge Foundation, Christina Miller, and the entire chamber team, we want to first thank all of you because you all participated in this effort. If you look through that entire board, you'll see that every key stakeholder of this city is a part of this effort from day one. So it's not just a game that actually promotes the city. It promotes our partners. It promotes the reality of our history. And it really is a great game that will be here in perpetuity that tells the story of the city beautiful. I think it's going to be a wonderful opportunity for us to not only give our friends these gifts. Unfortunately, we couldn't do it in time for Christmas, but we're going to have more than enough of them to be given as gifts going forward. So again, thank you, Eddie, for your passion, which is what you always do in everything you do. If you haven't been to his store, you ought to go, because stuff that you can buy at Bliss is pretty neat, pretty unique. So we thank you. And as the mayor said, this is going to be $150,000 net profit for the Mark H. Trowbridge Foundation for all the good work that we have ahead of us.
So we have 51,000 residents in the city. Our city balloons during the day as a result of people coming to conduct business or coming to work in the city. So I don't see why we can't sell 2, 3, 4 times and really raise some serious money for the foundation. Mr. Manager, will you do me a favor on behalf of the commission, if the commission so deems appropriate? I'd like to have this on our next monthly newsletter. I'd like to have an opportunity of where pre-sales, where people can buy it, an explanation of obviously where the proceeds go. Have Martha put together something that details the foundation, that details the city, where people can buy, you know, great future Christmas gift, great future, I don't know, birthday gift, or if you're a business, you should have this. So, and I also, as always, you know, and it doesn't surprise me, it doesn't really surprise me, but I want to thank the Vice Mayor, Rhonda Anderson, and I want to thank Commissioner Lara, who every time that there's an opportunity to give back to charity, they always say yes with their own personal money, and they write a check. They never fail. I do it every time that I have to do it, just like I did it right now in regards to cleaning up in the downtown, but they always do it. If it's the nativity scene, or if it's the Girl Scouts, or if it's an event for the women's club, or for whatever it may be, they never fail. They're always there, and they're always interested in supporting this community with their hard-earned dollars. So thank you to Commissioner Lara, thank you to Vice Mayor Anderson for doing this, and thank you for allowing me to pick the first piece. And when you brought it to me, I said, I want to do this, and I want to anchor your opportunity to sell. And like the president said, when you walked in and you showed them what this was, literally when you walked in and you explained what was behind it and where the money was going to go, everybody said, yes, count on me, count on me, count on me. I spoke to people who called me and said, you bought? I said, of course I bought. I wouldn't miss the opportunity. Anything that can memorialize the city, number one, in a positive light, and number two, Mark Trowbridge, I'm all in. You guys deserve all the credit. The Chamber, Bliss, thank you so much, and you deserve the success that comes with this. Thank you for your hard work and always representing the city so incredibly well. You're at every Chamber event, you're at the ribbon cuttings, you are a class act, and you embody everything that's great with the business community in the city of Coral Gables. Thank you to both of you.
There's no way to follow up what the mayor said. I echo everything, but I just want to emphasize again that while this is an amazing pinpoint project for perpetuity, it's a lot of alliteration there.
Yeah.
I want everyone who's listening to come visit Bliss on Miracle Mile, because it really is,
amazing
as
store.
George said,
Amazing
it's such
store.
a fun place. It's kitschy, it's cool, it's unique, it's changing all the time, and you just can't beat the smiles that greet you when you show up there and say, I don't know what to get, but I know I want something cool. Marilyn will be there, Eddie, to help us out. So please come down to Bliss on Miracle Mile.
Invitations, events, your special events. Mr. Manager, please make sure through the approval of the commission that we include Bliss. They worked hard on this for the last year. You know, I want them to include Bliss, promote them, make sure they get the positive press, because I promise you they're not making money on this. They're losing money on this. all to honor Mark Trowbridge and his amazing legacy and give money to a foundation. $150,000 is a lot of money, and you deserve all the credit.
One last comment. I've had a lot of fun here reading these cards, and it's a testament.
That's what we did yesterday. That's what we did yesterday in my office when they showed it to me for the first time.
Testament to your creativity and your wit and the labor of love that you've put into this. Neighborhood hero, Coral Gables Crime Watch. You helped Coral Gables Crime Watch promote the community safety, and you're now on patrol. The player to your left moves to your token to any space to continue your good work. These are fun. You've got to get this just to read all this and all the detail that you've put into this.
Thank you very much.
This promotional piece. Thank you.
Great work.
I really want to thank you all for supporting retail in the city beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I do have just a little token.
For your hotels and resorts.
For the properties, we decided to do little.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Little cute
I love it.
blurbs. Thank you.
Well done. Well done as always.
Thank you.
Very detailed.
What I mean.
Yeah, it's always about the details. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Have a wonderful day, Mr. President. Thank you. Yeah, we'll take a picture. Do it. Picture.
Take a picture. No.
Forward. Yeah, hold up. So cool.
Oh, Lord. Oh, well, ACM going to be taking pictures today. All right, let's go. Let's go. All right, come on over here. Look over here. Let's turn around. Come on, now, so you turn. Ready?
Thank you. No, thank you for supporting us. Thank you very much.
I love it. Thanks for everything.
You ready? All right. Mr. Clerk, do you have any further public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I have one speaker on Zoom, I believe to be Carelia Carbonell, which I'm recognizing her to speak now.
Good morning, Carelia. Good morning. Thank you for being here with us.
Sorry.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, good morning.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Above all the excitement? Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to say that I am so excited about Gables-opoly because, first of all, it is the perfect, just a perfect recognition for Mark Trowbridge. He was such a game person and a fun person. And we also, the Historic Preservation Association really jumped at the chance to be a sponsor. So you'll see on that board game that we bought Riviera Drive. And the reason is because the Whiteway Lights, there's a whole corridor of Whiteway Lights fully restored. And, you know, it was just the perfect opportunity to not only support the foundation and Mark Trowbridge, but also the city and our centennial and the lights. And it really just came together. And I want to say Eddie Martinez is a darling to work with. So with that, I'm excited. We're excited and can't wait to see the game. So thank you all.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor. I do have one comment that I received from a resident and said he couldn't be here, but he wished that it be read into the record. And it reads, Mayor Lago, as I'm sure you know, the First Amendment to the Constitution enshrines our right for free speech. And as I am sure you know, the Olympics were begun to be a peaceful respite for warring Greek city-states. I am in complete agreement with you that what the Iranian government is doing is an atrocity. But why? When is ICE terrorizing the citizens of Minneapolis and other cities, are you prioritizing support for protesters in Iran over support for protesters here at home? And why, when Israel continues to kill innocent civilians in Palestine, in the midst of a ceasefire, are you proposing a resolution solely in the support of the people of Iran over support of the people of Palestine and the people of many other nations in the world living in oppression? This resolution, if passed, will have absolutely no effect on the people of Iran, and their pressing local issues to the city's commission should be devoting its time instead of entangling itself in foreign affairs. I encourage you to either modify the language of the resolution to universally support all peaceful protesters here and abroad, or withdraw the resolution from consideration altogether. This is from Tom Carney, 824 Cortez TV. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We done? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Moving on to consent agenda.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda? If not, may I please have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
We have a time certain item for 11 a.m. We're going to take a 5-minute break, bathroom break, and then we'll be right back. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk. Ready?
We're missing one.
Oh, yes, I didn't see that. Excuse me. Okay. Mr. Clerk, we ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, welcome back. We have a time certain item for 11 a.m. Agenda item H2, update regarding development services study. Long awaited. Very excited to see this. I think we've kept a good time frame, a good timeline in regards to delivering the study and making sure that we did a lot of outreach. And Mr. Manager, I'm looking forward to the results and having a good conversation in regards to the future of the permitting department.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we've done extensive study with Mr. Duyos, and we've implemented a number of things actually very quickly. And I would like for Mr. Duyos to start the presentation. And a very thorough, actually, Mayor, it's a very thorough examination of development services and specifically the building department.
Mr. Duyos, if I may, first and foremost, thank you for meeting not only with me multiple times in the city and out of the city. Thank you. Number two, thank you for meeting with my colleagues on the commission and meeting with residents, concerned residents, in regards to our permitting department. You've done an amazing job. And I also have a sense of pride that you're a resident of the city, so you have skin in the game. And I think that is an important aspect to the efforts that you've made in regards to this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. George Duyos with JRD and Associates. Our firm was hired a little over 10 months ago to conduct an assessment of permitting operations, looking at staffing, process, technology for the building division within the Development Services Department. We've worked over the last 10 months on a two-phase project to address these operations. The first phase was to listen to the voice of the customer, so it was a customer outreach effort that we conducted. And the second phase was to do a deep dive into the building division, and I have a brief presentation here this morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present. First thing I wanted to do is just kind of lay the groundwork as far as workload and where the city is as far as permits issued and activity and workload. So we combed over almost 25,000 permits over the last 3 years. On average, the city issues about 8,000 permits per year over the last 3 fiscal years. The breakdown of those permits is approximately 64% residential, 36% commercial. And this is to give you a perspective on the number of permits. City of Doral issues about 4,000 permits per year. City of Miami about 27,000, and Miami-Dade County around 60,000. City of Coral Gables is at about 8,000. When we looked at 1 year of activity in fiscal year 25, we tried to look at where the construction and the permitting activity is happening, and 73% of your permits in the last fiscal year were for projects under $10,000. So there's a lot of small work going on in the city of Coral Gables. 94% of permitting activity occurred for projects that were under $100,000. So there's a lot of small work going on in the city. The remaining 6% are the bigger projects, those that really cause the length of permit issuance and those things that I'll talk about in a minute. But 6%, the remaining 6% of these permits account for 85% of the total value of construction in the city. So that's to give you a breakdown. In order to go in and do the analysis, we also wanted to look at the workload because we addressed staffing as well as process issues, technology issues, organizational issues. So we looked at 1 year of data, and we looked at plan review cycles because, and I'll talk about the customer survey that we did, but one of the things that we heard from the customers was, it takes a long time in the plan review process. So we wanted to look at how long a set of plans takes in the review process. So for a year's time, we had almost 9,900 what we call plan review cycles. These are all sets of plans that went in. So it could have been just a building plan review for a fence or something very small, or it could have been a set of complete plans with structural building, all the trades for more complex items. So this is what we call the first cycle of plan reviews, and then looked at how many of those go on to a second review. So a little over a third go on to a second review cycle. So that means that within the first review cycle, very small percentage, or a third, go on for a second review. Those are plans that had some comments from the plans reviewers for corrections, or the permit applicant wanted to make some changes to the plans and got them back. Then we looked at, here you see that 81% of plans are reviewed by the second review cycle. Consistent with the data that I showed as far as the small projects that are coming through the department and the city for plan review and for permitting, this is consistent with that data. Those that go from the second review to the third review, approximately half of them. So half of the issues are being resolved by the second plan review, but half are going to a third plan review. And then almost all of those are coming back for a fourth. So there's something going on from the third review cycle to the fourth where the plans are still being rejected. The average time across all of these review cycles varies, but for the first review cycle, the average time in plan review is just under 6 days. When we get to the second one, it's a little over 6 days, and then it just goes up slightly. So if you've had a set of plans that have been approved on 2 cycles, have gone through 2 reviews, you're at about 12 or so days in the plan review process. Then we look at building permit turnaround time. So we wanted to take a look in the same period of time, how long is it taking for the city to issue a permit? So this is approximately 7,500 permits issued over this time. You see that 49% of the permits are issued within the first 2 weeks, or within 2 weeks. Then within 4 weeks, almost 70% of permits have been issued. This is from the time the permit application is received by the city to the time the permit is actually issued. And then the rest of the time is beyond a month. This is in the red box. This is where we focused a lot of our review, because this is where things might get held up. It's important to note that there are a lot of players in this process. There's obviously the city doing the plan review. There's the city, the building division for the building permitting process. There's also Public Works, Historic Preservation, Fire. Then there's also those outside the city. So these plans are probably the ones that are taking typically longer. They're going to go probably to the county for water and sewer, Durham, might go to the state for HRS if there's septic tank reviews. And then, of course, there's the plans that go back to the developers or the design professionals to take a look at the comments that were made and address those comments. So we focused our analysis on the building permitting process and what could be done from the city's side. So I mentioned that we started off this project reaching out to your customers. We took multiple approaches there. We spent a week at the Development Services Department conducting face-to-face interviews, 5 days in a week in April last year. Received a lot of good feedback from 66 of your customers there at the building. Then we received the email addresses for customers that have pulled permits that had closed permits over the last 5 years. We sent 5,000 emails. We received 186 responses. So we had 250 survey responses, and we also conducted a series of focus groups to have a more focused discussion on issues. So 3 key themes that came out of the surveys were timelines and predictability. This is the customer feedback. And these 3 themes, this was the most discussed themes. And from the customer perspective, it's that the initial plan review is commonly perceived as taking longer than it takes. It's interesting because our data showed that almost half of these plans are turned around within 2 weeks. But this is the customer's perspective on this. And they also express uncertainty around the timelines for plan review and also real-time inspection notification. So in some municipalities, the inspections, a homeowner or a contractor can tell where the inspector is in the route. In the city of Coral Gables, that's not available right now. It's something that the city is working on with Energov, the software provider, to address. But this was a repeated comment. The second one was staff and tools. So staff was rated highly. We had some questions on our survey that were on the Likert 1 to 5 scale. Staff was rated at somewhere in the low 4s out of 5. So they were rated highly for their professionalism, their ability to and willingness to help, and being courteous. But then there were issues regarding phone access, system usability, which is a very repeated item here, is the ability to use the Energov software, and they were cited as opportunities for improvement. And then finally, customer value emphasis. There was a big emphasis on the lack of clear instructions and step-by-step requirements up front, and also the lack of consistency across staff within the department and across other departments in the city. So this is customer feedback that we took to our second phase of our report, which was to conduct a deep dive into the operations. We wanted to make sure that we took into account what the customer said, because we didn't we wanted to make sure we didn't miss on those areas. So in phase 2, we spent months analyzing quite a bit of data from the Energov system, permit times, and some of the data I showed already. We interviewed leadership in the department, as well as other departments throughout the city that are involved in the permitting process, and did ride-alongs with inspectors, sat with the permit counter personnel to look at their activities on a day-to-day basis, as well as sitting with the plans examiners to look at their review process. So we had a good understanding. So we put these findings basically into three buckets. First one is people and leadership. These are findings that we came up with based on our assessment, and the first one is a shortage of staff in key areas. This includes permit counter, plan reviewers. The city has taken some action, and Mr. Ramirez is going to present after I am on what the city has been doing. So we've worked collaboratively with city staff from the beginning, so they have been proactive in addressing some of our findings and implementing some of our recommendations. This is one of them. Loss of technical expertise. This is a very small pool of particularly plans reviewers and inspectors. So everybody's competing in the same pool, not just from other municipalities, but also the private sector, some of the firms that do this type of work. And some people have left, which of course creates a gap. And then the span of control challenges. The department, when we started this study, did not have an assistant director of administration. It didn't have an assistant director of IT. These are important positions to run this operation efficiently, and those positions have been added. The second area of findings was on systems, process, and governance. EnerGov implementation has been a big issue. The change in the turnover in leadership in the department, the software was implemented during COVID, so there were disruptions. Some of the folks that worked with Tyler Technologies, the software company that owns EnerGov, that were working on the implementation for the city left. So the city is just starting to catch up on some of the issues with EnerGov that need to be addressed. And when this system is really the enabler of an efficient permitting process, it's really important that everything be working as well as possible. Also, incomplete standardization. There are gaps in standard operating procedures in the building division. That's being addressed right now, and the shift to electronic permitting has really created what we call workarounds to try to get plans to where they need to be routed, and that's being addressed also. And then there's limited system administration capacity. The EnerGov administration, as I mentioned, issue resolution. I think the city of Coral Gables is one of the leaders, at least in the state, of users of EnerGov that creates tickets for issue resolution. So that's good in the sense that the issues are being identified and being brought to the attention of EnerGov, but it's not good in the sense that when you're issuing hundreds and hundreds of help desk tickets, that there are a lot of issues. So the third one is the customer navigation and support demand. This is a lot of time spent in with permit counter folks helping the public navigate the system, how to pull a permit, what they need to do, how to navigate the website, how to create an account on EnerGov. So, so there's a big demand, and our recommendations address some of these issues. I will mention that we have a series of recommendations. We'll be providing a report to the city in the next couple of weeks. So while plans are being turned around in about 6 days, we still identified 25 areas for improvement that will be detailed in our report. So these are the 3 buckets of our assessment findings, and we group these into 5 core finding areas: leadership gaps and span of control constraints, workforce capacity and retention pressures, disrupted systems implementation, lack of SOPs, and customer demand and support burden. So we took these findings and we created our recommendation framework with 5 focus areas that address the root causes of these findings. So when we look at these focus areas and when we submit our report, the recommendations will be centered around these focus areas. And here are some representative recommendations. Under leadership and structure, establish assistant director roles, create and fill key positions. As I mentioned, we've been working on this analysis since last April or so. So some of these recommendations have been already addressed by the city, and I'll show those in a minute. Workforce capacity and enablement, adding permitting related personnel, that's plans reviewers and inspectors, and establishing an EnerGov task force. The city is actually working on a task force to address these EnerGov issues with other municipalities in the county that use this software. Doral, Miami Beach, Hialeah, the county is actually looking to get away from their system and is looking potentially at EnerGov. So all the municipalities are sharing not just their pain points, but also their best practices, because some municipalities have been able to work around some of the issues. Under process and policy standardization, conducting business process reengineering, looking at the business process and seeing how it can be streamlined, as well as creating some standard operating procedures because none exist at this point. Under systems and data, building performance dashboards. This is a management tool so that the leadership in the department can assess workload, can assess where there might be gaps in either staffing or performance, and developing comprehensive permit tracking reports. This is to have the ability to show either on a permit by permit case or in general as a whole, where permits are in the system. Where are they in the city? Are they being held up in the city? Where are they outside the city? Are they with the design professionals? Are they with the county? Right now, the city is not tracking that, and it's really important to show where that is. And then finally, under customer access and communication, developing customer perspective process maps. That's something that we heard from the customer outreach, that there is really no mapping to tell a homeowner or developer what is the process we need to go through. So we think that's a good idea. This should be developed. And to develop the real-time inspector tracking tool that I mentioned before. So with the implementation of these recommendations, the city will be able to achieve predictable, transparent, and efficient permitting. The recommendations that are outlined in blue are those that the city has already undertaken and is currently working on. So as I mentioned, it's been a very, very collaborative effort over the last year working with the city, and they're not waiting for our report to be finished and submitted to take action on some things that they could have taken action on already. So these are some of the ones that they have already implemented. And then the next steps, as I mentioned, we will be submitting a report within the next couple of weeks detailing all of our findings and recommendations. And also the city is working on an implementation plan to address the recommendations we've made. And I believe Mr. Ramirez will follow up with some information on what the city has done so far. But at this point, I'll open it up to questions, comments.
First and foremost, thank you for your hard work over the last 10 months. You can see that you've put in all the hard work. We're excited about the opportunities. We have the consensus to invest a significant amount of money, not only in manpower, but also in training and in software as required to make sure that we provide world-class service. So I want to thank you for that. Do you want to hear from staff, the commission, and then we'll come back and open it up, or how would you like to do it?
If we could present, Mayor, and then certainly we can open it up for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Great work.
Thank you.
Sir, Mr. Ramirez, how are you?
Good morning. Doug Ramirez, Acting Development Services Director. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to give you this update. Mr. Duyos has been very helpful. He's given us a lot of recommendations. We're very excited to report on what we've done so far. This is not everything. There's a lot more that we will be doing, but we were able to start early on in the process when Mr. Duyos got here and began his process. We've been collaborating with him and the city manager, and we've gotten quite a bit done. So I would like to walk you through what we've done so far. So first thing, as he mentioned, the workforce. We've created quite a number of positions since the middle of last year, and we've been in the process of filling them. I'm very pleased to introduce Ms. Lisette Lopez and Jean Dolmus, who are in the room here. They are our new Assistant Director of Building Administration and Assistant Director of Information Systems, respectively. They both come from other jurisdictions, and they bring us a lot of experience that we needed, and I'm very happy to have them here. Since they've gotten here, we've been able to start moving things along quite rapidly, and I couldn't be prouder to have them on our team here. We've also found a senior admin analyst that we promoted from within, as well as a development service ambassador that we also promoted from within the city. QC analysts, and we were able to also hire 2 permit counter staff as part of the additional positions. And to date, we've hired a total of 9 reviewers and inspectors. We are currently continuing to look for a permanent director for development services, as well as a deputy building official, a structural engineer, and 3 reviewers and inspectors. I did not include on the slide vacancies that might have opened up along the way. This slide only covers all of the new positions that we're hiring as a result of the recommendations of Mr. Duyos. Also, as a result of all of the additional staff, we looked at our vehicles. We met with the city manager, and we discussed it with our personnel over at Public Works. We will be getting 8 additional vehicles and 13 replacements for some of our more aging vehicles that are circulating the city. So Mr. Duyos had mentioned a couple of times the implementing technologies force. We've identified 8 people within the city that will be responsible for this. They're going to help us to implement all of the changes in the technologies across the board, across different departments, and we will respectively have assigned people to certain tasks, so it'll be easier to follow up on all the different projects that we're working on. We've also continued to make improvements in our processes. This has been going on since day one. For as long as I've been here, we've been improving processes, but lately we're going to begin working on the creation of SOPs. We have established some checklists for plan reviewers, and right now we're trying to see if we could bring in a consultant service to help us with using AI to provide customer service using all the information it'll compile from our website, from whatever we feed into it, so that it can answer questions from many customers that we get phone calls every day. We also have done a lot because development services doesn't work in a vacuum. We are part of a city with other departments. We have fire, we have public works, we have historic. We have so many pieces of this that extend beyond the walls of 427 building. So we realized early on that we were going to need to do things to kind of bring all of this together in a more uniform way. So, you know, recently we assisted and worked with the fire department to create a simplified permit process for some of their smaller projects. We also noticed that there was, in discussing it with our colleagues over at Art in Public Places, that there was an automation that wasn't working as intended. If an applicant, for example, would have applied for a project that had a construction cost below $1 million, but then at some point in the process we realized that the construction cost was actually going to be above $1 million, it wasn't triggering that review automatically. We have corrected that, so now if the construction costs are changed along the way, Art in Public Places will automatically be brought in to look at the project. We're also going to be working with our capital improvements projects team so that there's a more cohesive understanding of how application for permits happens. And we are constantly training and meeting with our reviewers for plan review processes to be uniform. There are plan reviewers throughout the city, not only in 427 building. So it's always interesting when we bring the different subject matter experts into the room, because we get different perspectives, and we're always working on making sure everything is consistent so that the applicant will, say, get the same information from development services that they would have gotten if they had discussed it with Public Works. We want to make sure we're always on the same page. And in addition to that, we've been able to bring into our fold at Development Services. To date, we have a landscaping reviewer that works very closely with Dina Bell at Public Works, and we've been able to bring a Public Works reviewer that actually she came from Public Works, and she's extremely knowledgeable. We're very pleased to have her. And then also historic, We have a team member now from the historic team, so we actually have people in our building now. If customers come and they want to ask a question about Public Works, I can walk them right over. I'm looking over here because I did that last week. And they have answers from somebody who's very knowledgeable in our building. We don't have to send them over to 72nd, and it's proving to be very, very useful to have all those people in our building. So we have also been working on system process improvements. One of the things Mr. Duyos mentioned that has always been a concern is that the applicants were having a hard time applying correctly. As he mentioned, our portal is not user-friendly if you haven't used it before. And a lot of our residents are applying for one permit every 10 years, so it's not like they do this every day. So we've been developing better descriptions on the website so people will know exactly what type of permit they should apply for, depending on the work that they're doing. This minimizes a lot of work later on for the applicant and for staff. If people apply wrong, usually they end up making a payment that we have to refund. That involves two different departments. So just fixing this so that people apply correctly the first time is a huge step. It's going to help a lot of people all the time. And then we've also been able to automate the extensions of masters and sub-permits once the inspections are approved. This wasn't always working correctly, so we've been correcting that so that now when you get an approved inspection, not only the inspection for that permit that you called will extend that permit, but now it will extend the master and everything simultaneously. We've also created a process where any permit revisions that get submitted automatically get finalized. This was creating flaws in our data and our tracking because it would look like we had all this unfinalized work, even though it was an approved revision from years ago. And one of the other things that we're always trying to find ways, not only with fees, but with everything, anything that we can automate, that we can get our hands off of it so that it will work without anyone having to touch it is always good if it's done correctly. There were a number of fees that were being manually calculated, and of course, anytime you have to calculate numbers manually, this leads to mathematical errors. So we've been correcting these, and
it's okay to say it also leads to fraud, and I'm happy that you took care of that because once you'll probably see an uptick in regards to the receivables now that we're doing it, not allowing it to be done manually. I think that's important. So we saw that the other day, for example, when we had the leaders from Antigua that were here, correct? That was Antigua, where they used the example of these were newly elected officials, and they basically did the same thing you did after it not being done for 10 years. And their first project where they reviewed the fees, that were collected in that one project were more than all the fees collected in the last 10 years of projects. And they did the same thing when they automated the parking revenue. They used to collect the parking revenue by hand. When they started doing an automated system, they were astounded that they collected 3 times more parking revenue. So that's something that we had conversations, and they were talking about technology and how it's playing a major role now in South and Central America. So I think that's a great move. And I'm going to commend you on a few other things that we've been working on together that I think that your team has done a great job on, and I'll leave that to the end. But I wanted to make sure that it wasn't just, you were very kind to say that, it ensures that less errors are made, yes, but it also stops fraud because people will put, the values of certain things to be a lot less than what they are. Yes, Mr. Manager.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Since you've mentioned that, we've also, for the larger projects, there's also a manual check before they go out. Yep. So it's double. It's through the automated system. And then for the larger projects, we check to make sure the square footage and the costs are correct.
Yeah, by the way, that's contested, but at the end of the day, the numbers are the numbers. And I think it's important.
All right, so yes, the manager actually got to my next bullet. He mentioned it, so he beat me to the punch on that one. Thank you, Peter. We're very excited about that senior level of review on the high value projects. We've been doing that now, and we have very high level people looking at it to make sure that the construction cost aligns with the scope of work. and it's been interesting. So we have appreciated that that's started to happen. So one of the other things that we started to notice is that up until recently, contacts on a permit could bypass notification to the other contacts simply by changing the defined contacts at any time. So this was done at the beginning. It was a decision that was made that would enable the applicants to be able to do their own work. And then some cities have done it that way, and then other cities have chosen to not allow that. We realized that it was in our best interest to go ahead and not allow that here. The applicants at the beginning can create their contacts, and now we made a change where once the contacts are initially created, then if they want to change a contact, they will notify us, and staff will make any changes after that. There were owners that were being removed from contacts, and then of course this creates a problem because the owner won't know what's going on with their permit. There were contractors that would be removed as a contact, and then of course this creates other issues because there's an actual formal process where the building official has to allow contractors to be changed, as you know, Mr. Mayor. that cannot just happen willy-nilly. So in an effort to protect the integrity of the notification process, not only for the people on the permit, but for staff to be aware of what's going on, what we did is first we clarified for applicants so that they're fully aware what the contact roles should be, so that they don't confuse themselves and put themselves as the owner if they're just working as a project manager. We clarified those roles on our portal, giving them guidance so that they do it correctly. And then, as I mentioned earlier, when they want to make a change, it could still be done. Only now they would reach out to staff, and then staff will make the change for them. They're only allowed to do it at the very beginning.
So if I may add, I think it's important, and I want to provide a little more context for residents who are asking why did we do that? Okay, so a permit expediter would submit a permit to the city, and then what they would do, which I saw it happen, for some reason they would immediately, when that permit was submitted, they would remove the general contractor within an hour, 2 hours. And we're still trying to figure out why. But this happened dozens and dozens and dozens of times with just 1 or 2 permit expediters that were doing that here in the city. And then that general contractor was immediately, the same one, was reinstalled into the permit right before the permit was pulled. And, that was all done through the back door of the program. And I want people to understand the back door of the program has been closed. There's no more access through the back door of the program for permit expediters. That's been closed. Now, what we're requiring is very simple. It's the same thing when I submit a permit application to the city. I have to put all my information, my address, license number, everything has to be provided, and you put it and you submit it to the city. If you want to make a change to that permit application, you're not allowed access to the back door changing what you like. It has to be done through the manager's staff. So to me, that is a transparent way of doing business. I don't think that anybody should have access to the back door of a city software where they can change or add whatever they like, change numbers, certain things that at the end of the day could, number one, hinder the ability for the city to conduct business in a transparent fashion. And that was happening here in the city. So that's one thing that I think is critically important. I'm going to bring up some other issues that I think are also commendable on regards to staff and the manager, and things that I've done in regards to my own industry, where I have already received calls from general contractors that told me, Vince, this is the second time you do this. The first one that I did was when I wrote legislation that stopped Saturday exterior work. I got phone calls from multiple agencies and organizations here that are Associated Builders and Contractors, the Latin Builders, who I love, them both. I've been a member of those organizations. They called me and said, Vince, this is hindering our ability to do business, but it's in the best interest of the city. We do not want to have our residential neighborhoods having exterior construction. People want to be able to live and have a quality of life on weekends. You can still do work in the interiors, but you just can't be making, hot mopping a roof. Someone's in their pool, they smell that in the neighborhood. Or, putting thousands of nails into a frame or on a roof, or, laying concrete. Again, there's noise, there's smell. People have worked all week, and at the end of the day, they want to be able to relax. Similar change. Why do I bring that up? Because the second thing that I did was I also requested from the manager, which has already been implemented due to your leadership, thank you, and then the team over here, but I'll be codifying it in the next commission meeting. I already told a few of the general contractors they were not happy about it. And that is the simple fact that if you have an expired permit, you will not be able to take out another permit. Our city was not doing that. Where did I learn that? I learned that in the city of Miami when I had to deal with the manager, because I had an issue with a permit that was expired in the city of Miami. Not at my own fault. It was an issue where we're waiting for a fire alarm, and we forgot to call an inspection, and the inspection, the permit lapsed. I went to the manager, and the manager told me, you cannot pull another permit until you reactivate that permit and you move forward. That's the law of the city of Miami. That was not the law here in the city of Coral Gables. Now that is the law. General contractors are not happy about that. But at the end of the day, why is that important? Because think about if you're a homeowner and a general contractor, let's just say, forgets to close out your permit, or they thought they closed it out when they did a TCO, but they really didn't get their CO. For one reason or another, they didn't submit a document. Happens, it falls through the cracks. Happens to the best. You now go to sell your property, you have a lien, and that lien has been running for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and there's thousands of dollars that someone is responsible for. What happens if that general contractor ceases to exist? What happens if that general contractor retires? What happens if that general contractor moves out of the state? What happens if that general contractor loses their license? Who is held responsible? So this is an accountability measure to ensure that general contractors are following the rules and putting their clients and the residents first. So these are simple things that are coming out of the George Duyos effort, where you're seeing things, you're like, wait, that's not right. Let's hold people accountable, even if it is my own industry. So in the issue of the permit expediters, they had backdoor access to the city program. And you could change figures, you could change addresses, and we're still trying to figure out why they were removing a general contractor at the beginning and then putting that same general contractor 4 months later. Was it a notification issue? Was it that they were doing something else? But this was happening, especially with one permit expediter here in the city. So that is no longer the case. The back door is closed, and now you and your staff have the ultimate say in regards to a permit is touched here in the city, because that's transparency, and we want to make sure that we protect the homeowner. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. It also is something that can violate the building code. If you have a back door completely open, you can actually change a general contractor after the permit's issued, which violates the building code, and then you have to have a change of contractor approved by the building official. So that back door has been completely closed now. Any change to that has to be done by city staff, and any change of contractor has to be done per the building code, which is as the change of contractor through the building official.
And another thing too that I've requested too, and that I'll be implementing, is that remember on a permit, not that you need to be reminded, but just for the residents understand that. When you do a permit card, there's only 3 licensed individuals on that permit card. Number 1 is the architect. Number 2 is the engineer, and number 3 is the general contractor. Those are people who have licenses. A permit expediter does not have a license to do business. So at the end of the day, I believe that there should also be a little spot where a permit expediter puts their name because other cities have that. Who is running point on these plans? It doesn't have to be a permit expediter. It can be the general contractor. It could be the architect. It could also be the person running point on these plans. There has to be a point person to ensure accountability on all these permits. Even though we've changed we've now closed the back door, which was an issue before. There still should be a point person or a contact information on every single permit, not on the file, on the permit card that says this person is responsible for handling this permit. Commissioner?
Thank you. So both Mr. Diaz and Mr. Ramirez, just to make things simple, right? So would you agree, that the ultimate goals for this particular development services study is to simplify for the residents the permitting process? Would you agree?
That's one of the goals, yes.
And in doing so, speed up the process from application to the issuance of the permit for the residents, right?
Yes.
And that to make it easier for the resident who's not familiar with this process, to make it easier for them to successfully apply and obtain a permit, right?
Yes.
And to reduce the errors that otherwise in the past may have occurred through, as Mr. Ramirez was saying, implementation of things like AI, and to reduce the human element that could be contributing to any errors, ultimately speeding up the process, right? Yes. So would you say that ultimately the goal is to help the resident not only get the permit, but maybe even save them money, because this should, maybe one of the goals is also to either eliminate or at least reduce reliance on permit expediters if all of your goals are met. Is that right?
Well, the simpler the process is for anybody pulling a permit, obviously the better it's going to be for the public, whoever's pulling the permit. So there is that we noticed, and again, talking to the customers, some of the complications within the city of available information, process maps as to how to get a permit. So sometimes they go out and they hire somebody to do it for them because they know the process better. So the idea is that the process is available, easy to understand, transparent, again, available on the city's website, maybe posted in Development Services building, so that folks know how to get through the process on their own.
Right. So I would think it was a rhetorical question, but, in making the process simpler, easier, quicker, with less error, all of it should bode in favor of the residents also saving money. If all of your goals are met, then you would have less of a dependence or a need to go to expediters to do the process. Isn't that the goal of what we're trying to do here? Is to make it easier for the residents to maneuver a process that needs to be improved. And you sound like you're on that path.
Yes.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Commissioner would like to answer that question.
Please.
We are reviewing plans at a rate of the first review at 6 days. And 81% of the plans are reviewed and approved in 2 weeks. So I do think that the additional staff, to say that we are doing, that we are in a bad way, it's just not true. It's just not there. The facts bring that out. What we are doing with the fact that it is an enterprise zone and we're putting additional people is to assist the residents and create a building department that can provide our residents, which do not pull permits all the time, a much better experience. Really, this will be a next level building department once we get all the staffing done. However, our average review time is 6 days. I think the mayor, who's a contractor, understands that is a very fast review time. And 81% of the drawings of the permits approved within 2 weeks. That's a very fast review time. I think what the new system is going to do, it's going to really help those that are doing this for the first time or only do it one time. And that's where our extra staffing is going in, and that's why we have that enterprise zone. And I think it will take us really to that next level. One of the things that what we were lacking was a administrator and a technical person in that department, and we have those two now. I can tell you they were extremely helpful having that in the city of Miami. We couldn't function without it. So the city of Miami was a much larger department, but the functionality is the same. It's still a building department.
Well, through the mayor. So with respect to what you just said, Peter, and thank you very much for that, and also for answering my questions, do you feel at this stage of your study that the path is clear, that the way that the city should be going with addressing permitting and to improve systems is through the enterprise fund to add the personnel, upgrade the software, integrate AI, and eliminate these back doors that the mayor was referring to that apparently were open All of this in lieu of exporting it to a third party to handle permitting for an additional fee. If you recall that was one of the things that was being considered by the city. Do you feel we're on a better path versus that alternative?
If you are referring to the proposed expedited permitting program, I think the data shows that at 6 days, that's a very good turnaround time for plans. With the addition of staff, that 6 days will come down by some number. Don't know what that is, but we also took a very comprehensive look, not just at staffing, but things that will expedite the process and make it more efficient, such as the development of standard operating procedures, which don't exist. So everybody in the department is, going by the same playbook, because right now there's a lot of room for interpretation because it's not documented. The technology issues that we both talked about are a big issue. A lot of workarounds because of the way the system has been designed and the way solutions have not been provided either internally or by the software company. So again, we have 25 recommendations. Some deal with staffing, some deal with leadership, like the addition of assistant directors, which the department already has hired. So it's a very comprehensive look at how to make the process more efficient, how to improve customer service, and it's something that should be continued to be measured. We also recommended, as I mentioned, development of performance dashboards for Mr. Ramirez and his leadership team to use to see, again, are there internal controls that we have built in from either how long is it taking to get permit applications from intake to plans review? How long is it taking for plans reviewer to review different types of plans, whether they're simple or complex? How long is it taking for an inspector to conduct an inspection? So all these things that we talk about documenting and messaging out there from a dashboard perspective, as well as the reports, the permitting tracking reports that we mentioned, because and we've worked in a lot of building departments. City of Coral Gables is not unique to these challenges. We hear this all the time. It takes a year, 2 years to get a building permit, and while that might be true, when you look at it from a time perspective, you have to look at as to why and where along the steps of the process are the plans. A lot of times they're with the design professional or they're with the county. We know HRS takes at least 30 days just to look at your permit application. So there are factors outside the city that can't be controlled in this, how long does it take to get a permit discussion. So we focused on what the city can do.
Thank you.
Through the mayor?
Yes. The Vice Mayor.
I'm sorry,
Sure,
Vice Mayor.
you can go first. I can probably feed off of what you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We need to look at a little historical perspective as to where we're at now. One of the key issues of Building 427 was that we had to get the building department out of City Hall. It was just dysfunctional here. We were working at the mezzanine at the third floor in our cars, and also we needed to move it because of the restoration of City Hall. That was item number one. That project was done. We made the move as quickly as possible. We got hit with COVID, with a pandemic. While implementing Intergov, which, by the way, is not my favorite program, Commissioner, but it's the best one out there, unless we do it ourselves like we did in City of Miami with iBuild, which is a much superior program, but we don't have access to that. And then we lost our building director. We had other issues. We are now at the point where Mr. Duyo's recommendations will be implemented because it only makes us better. But so that's a little history behind it. So here's where we're at now, where maybe we should have been here a year and a half ago. Okay, actually 2 years ago. However, if we look at a 6-day review process, That's considered expedite in many cities. That's considered expedite in many cities, just to say that. But I wish we'd have been here 2 years ago, but we are here now. We will make, because it is an enterprise program, it allows us to provide a better product. And I think right now we're working at a very high level. We're going to be working at a superior level for our residents once we implement the new staffing, which we did last year, because we are an enterprise fund, so we are not subject to the general fund.
Madam Vice Mayor?
So I've got 3 points, and my first question to you is, we have an appeal this afternoon on a particular development, and when you're talking about the timelines to issuance of permits, are matters such as that, where there's been appeals to the Board of Architects' decision on architecture, is that part of that same timeline that helps explain some of the anomalies for the longer time to get a permit?
It does, because if the permit has been already applied for, and the Board of Architects, factor, which we didn't assess the Board of Architects process or timeline, just once permit application takes place to issuance of a permit. Mm-hmm. If Board of Architects appeals, things are in there, it would be reflected in the timeline, and will probably be on the right side, that 1-2 months plus that could take months and months to resolve would be included in there.
Okay, my second point is, one of the comments that I got from a number of folks is how long it takes from approval to invoicing. Is that something that you looked at?
We looked at the entire process of once the application is in, all the way to permit issuance, and the invoicing is in there. I think that's something the department is addressing as part of the process now, because I believe it's a manual process right now, and they're trying to go automated with the invoice. So as soon as the plans are approved, the invoice can go out so that the permit can be issued.
So maybe the assistant director can answer that question better. Where are we on expediting the invoicing process?
So right now, the process as it works is once they have all their approvals, the permit gets routed back to the permit counter. They need to combine the actual construction set, the equivalent of in the old days when they would have to stamp everything. That part still needs to be done digitally. Mm-hmm. And then at that point, they also do they make sure that the contractor's information is current, that it hasn't expired at some point along the way since they first applied, that the insurance is there, that everything is up to date, and then they do create the invoice. So all of that does happen at the tail end. And also, I mentioned earlier the high value projects. Those also, we added that extra step now that wasn't there before, where we verify the construction costs and all of that. Unfortunately, that does take time. Those processes do take time. We strive to, as he mentioned, all the small permits, it's much quicker. That is very simple. There's very few things to be done, and those get done within a couple of business days, right? But the bigger projects might take a bit longer. They might take a week. They might take time for all of it to be done correctly.
Yeah. No, I mean,
Mayor,
Madam Vice Mayor, are you done? Are you done?
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
But if it's related, you have an answer to the question?
Yes, through the mayor.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. We will be adding the additional staffing to expedite that. We understand that that's an issue, and we are looking to automate as much of that issue as possible. In addition to that, the additional staffing will take care of those issues that we cannot automate. I'm not really keen on the InterGov program. It's the best one out there, though. That's why people are going to it, unless you have a proprietary program. I mentioned iBuild that we did at City of Miami. That was left 11 years ago. It's still a better program than what we have now. I wish I could use it. So we will automate as much as possible, and then the additional staffing will help that along. So yes, we are definitely looking at that. Also, I think one of the things that if you look at what Mr. Duyos in his slide is that you have some projects that extend a long time. Those are projects, when you have a project that goes over 4 reviews, that tells you that there could be a technical problem. That's what that's saying. It's also an issue. For instance, when you go to the state for a septic tank, they're 6 months behind. So you're adding 6 months to that schedule of that home. There's nothing we can do about that. So when you're dealing with outside agencies, that is something that we cannot control. For that 6 month period is so if you have a house now on a septic tank that doesn't have sewer, then you're adding 6 months delay on that permitting, because we cannot issue a permit without state approval on that. So the outside agencies are an issue, and then when you get over 3 or 4 reviews, that tells you that there might be a technical issue too, in my experience as a building official.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Last point. We currently require notarized signature from the homeowner. And electronic signatures are well used across industry. Have we looked into implementing DocuSign or some other electronic signing program so we don't have to physically move paper to the owner to sign before a notary? So it's a very time-consuming process sometimes. So.
We have had that conversation with IT. We're trying to find the best mechanism, because there is a legal aspect involved in that as well.
Yeah.
Certainly, we've already, years ago, the engineers and the architects figured out a way that they could sign and seal plans digitally. Unfortunately, the world of notarization is perhaps a little bit slower. And we aren't there yet, but we are trying to find a way, because that will make everyone's life easier, the applicants, the residents, and ours.
If I may, Madam Vice Mayor, just to give you a point, there was an issue a few years ago where signatures were fraudulently obtained. People get desperate. They've got to meet deadlines. They're being paid based on completion. They've even falsified inspector signatures when you used to have an inspector signature on the plans. Remember, you used to have a stamp, and you would see the signatures, and that's the way that the inspectors would come on site. Eventually, everything was inputted into the computer, but on site you would have a site copy and a city copy. So I agree with you wholeheartedly. I'd love to find a way to do that. I just don't know if there's technology right now which makes all parties, especially the licensed parties, feel comfortable that things are done appropriately. Another point that I wanted to make, which I think is critically important, and I'd like to see it implemented, as long as my colleagues are fine with it, is I would like to see on Fridays, I know all of you do it anyways already, but I would like to see an office hours for Fridays, or for Thursdays, or for Mondays, whatever is appropriate. Maybe a 2-hour window where staff is set aside and anybody can walk in and address their issues. Staff doesn't have to be sitting there waiting for somebody. They can be called down, but maybe we can have one person who is a liaison that's there and says, okay, there's a plumbing question. They can call the plumbing inspector. They can call the plumbing director, or they can, and so that people can walk in and say, I have an issue. Why do I think that's important? I think it's been successful, the office hours that we run as elected officials, because while we may not be able to address every problem, we can at least the individuals can get face to face with the residents and the elected officials. And I think we could do something very similar. That maybe is an hour. You have 1 hour a week, or maybe 2 hours a week. And I know we do certain things that are similar, but I'd like to see, a program time if you think it's appropriate and makes sense. Yes, sir.
Yes, Mayor. We're looking at a walkthrough time, at a walkthrough period, which is what you're talking about, as you know, from a construction point of view. We have appointments now, and we're looking at as we move on to have a certain times as walkthroughs.
I think it pays dividends, and I think it's an opportunity to just get face to face, because a lot of things that happen on these plans, there's just a miscommunication on an item, and once you get there, it can be addressed very quickly. Okay.
We also have the ambassador, which we recently hired, and that's going to help us quite a bit as well.
But I think the difference between the ambassador, and having office hours is that you have a professional. I'm not saying the ambassador is not a professional, but you have a licensed professional who is doing reviews and can be called down, and maybe we can coincide with the times that they're there for the permits. I don't want it to be 4 hours, because then they're just they're dealing with those issues for hours and not reviewing plans. But I wanted to make sure maybe we have an overlap of something with them. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Manager, anything else?
No, Mayor, unless the Commission has any other questions.
No, I think it's great. Congratulations on, I know it's a long haul, 10 months, great work. I've already asked my staff to put together presentation so we can share with the residents through the manager. And I know that we're having a meeting hopefully in the next week to discuss getting further information in regards to the back door and the permits and a lot of the changes that were made without authorization of staff, and get a better understanding of why that was done. What was the intent? What was the reasoning behind it? Yes, Mr.
I'm sorry, I just had one more question, or just a little clarification. It sounded interesting, kind of exciting. You were saying, Doug, that when all the information along the way is inputted, you're going to be looking into using AI so that someone can call to ask, really in any way, I guess, natural language, what is going on with X, and the AI should know, the way AI works, right? How to answer that question based on what it has already inputted in the system, right?
Well, right now, we are trying to get a software brought in that will assist with the phone calls. That's just the start. Obviously, AI is moving in many directions that we can't predict right now. And then that particular platform, the way it works is you feed into it all the information that's in your website or that you want it to have, so that it'll know how to answer things like, what do I need to submit if I want to, right? Like, and those
That's like
kind of
an
things.
AI ambassador almost, or like, and there's just another way that people can maneuver and or demystify a process they're not used to doing, right? And I just know that that's going to be a really helpful tool for the residents, because there's an interesting thing that your report also suggests, right? Is that there's a perception that it's taken longer, a perception that's taken longer than it should, or that it is taking, right? So between that and AI to help, answer questions of the most common type, I'm sure, right? It's like many, many different people might be asking the very similar type questions, And so what's in the database should be able to give them an answer, bring down the frustration, help with the perception, or the misperception, I guess, right? And just overall, we're just looking to make the process just so much better for the residents, right? Because that seems to be one of the biggest concerns, if not complaints, that I receive from residents when I speak to them about smaller jobs in particular. So,
Through the mayor?
kudos.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Commissioner, just to answer your question, we have a tremendous IT department. In the IT lab, they've developed a system to do that we'll be implementing. It's our own development. I can't say enough about our IT department. They realized what that need was, which is, as you mentioned, a fantastic tool for artificial intelligence. And so we'll be implementing our own system now in the building department and hopefully generally throughout the city.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great work. Let's see if we can run through a few of these items. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. We have a public comment. I apologize.
Yes,
Excuse me.
First speaker, Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. The comments are very short. I understood this to be an update regarding development services study. I'm not complaining. This was a very good study, but it was not about development services. It was about a division of development services. Development services has several divisions. So I thought it was going to be like 15 hours report, because if they were reporting about everything in development services, it was not. It was just building. There are other divisions of development services that need to be addressed. Okay, maybe that's another report to be, another assessment or report or whatever you call it, that could be put together so you can get a picture of the complete development services, not just building. Okay, and that's a comment. Number two, I love to hear all the things that we're doing. I love to hear how we're doing it, but now the proof is on the cake, because we talk a good talk, but necessarily not walk a good walk.
Lucy Lopez.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Manager, and members of the Commission. My name is Lucy Lopez, resident at 5005 Orduña Drive, and I am an owner's rep for residents solely within the city of Coral Gables. I basically hold homeowners' hands during their construction process, all the way from permitting to obtaining their CO. Thank you for providing such an insightful report. I use EnerGov every single day. And I am here to briefly comment on a few items in terms of feedbacks from my clients, the homeowners within the city. I would like to venture and probably say that upwards of 20 to 30% of all requests received by the commission are probably residents wanting to know what's going on with their permit or why it's taking so long. Which leads to my main point. Aside from all of the technological advances that we've been implementing, I think it's very important not to lose the personal touch, which is what sets the city of Coral Gables aside from other cities. The friendly smiles, the handshakes, the availability, and the staff at Development Services really embodies that, from reviewers to permit clerks. The staff is really wonderful. I think there are just a few rules and regulations that they must abide by that seem to deter away from this personal touch that we all really need to keep in mind. And I just want to bring a couple of things up that deserve attention. I think that all of the wonderful updates online, having transparency for ownership is key, but I do think that there needs to be some more transparency from the city side at the inception of the permitting and at invoicing, where basically when a permit is checked in, 2 permits are submitted, same date. One goes into review 2 days later, the other one takes a week to be reviewed. Who has the permit during this time frame? Why is it taking one, went in at 2 days, the other one went in at a week? That needs to be shared. That information needs to be shared, I believe, to the people that are running the permit or the homeowners, because it does create frustration. The homeowner has awaited all of this time to receive their plans, to sign the permit app, to do everything, and then you input the permit, and it sits there in a queue waiting for somebody to take on the permit. The other item is, as Rhonda discussed, the invoicing portion, which I'm super happy that everything is being worked to automate the process, which is wonderful, because the permit has taken X amount of time, and then you are sitting waiting in another 3, 4, 5 day queue to receive the invoice, to be able to pay your fees, which homeowners are glad to do to receive the permit and actually commence their work. There is one other item that is quite frustrating, and it is the upload of the narrative. I'm sorry.
Finish. You're fine.
Okay.
Go ahead. Finish up.
So the upload of the narrative, which seems to hinder, again, this personal touch. We are there in the city. Sometimes we're accompanied by a homeowner, and we must get an approval from a department. All of your trades have already been approved. And now, in the 9th inning, a narrative has to be uploaded to say, hey, yes, we received owner-builder approval from Mr. Lopez, or whatever the case may be. It adds an extra layer of frustration for homeowners and just an extra time, and it just seems like it creates more time for the city staff and more time for just the homeowner to be able to obtain their actual permit. The other thing is that I'd like to just say that I'm available to share input at any time with anyone. I'm happy to do so. Please count on me for help with anything. I am ultimately here to represent homeowners. So thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. And thank you for the in-depth study. We super appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Lucy, by the way, you're a resident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever used the back door that we shut down now in regards to city? In regards to city or no?
In terms of?
Changing permit information and stuff in the back of
No, so I have never removed a contractor. I have added people, but I have never removed it. Yeah, never removed it unless, of course, it was at the request of an owner, who changed their owner's rep or something like that, but very, very minimal. Maybe one time in the whole entire process as a request from the owner, but never, no. I'm actually very glad that that's being implemented because, it's wonderful.
I think it's a transparent measure.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Of course, thank you.
Mr. Clerk, anyone else?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, I'd like to just clear up just a few comments that were made. Number one, the comment of the fact that this is about a development service, this is not about development services. Development service is a catch-all. This is about permitting. The reason why this came up 10 months ago was very simple, was because we were about to implement a process that thank God we did not, which is going to be an express lane so that certain people could get their permits done faster if they paid more. I believe everybody should get their permits done faster. That's the part of government. So let's get everybody what they want. So it was about permitting. At the end of the day, the study was, we brought in Mr. Duyos to give us a study on how we can be the most efficient permitting program in the country. That's the intent of it. So let's not deviate and try to, cast shadows or aspersions in regards to what's going on here in this process. Number two, the proof is not in the cake, it's in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. That's what it is. And I want to congratulate staff. You have done an amazing job over the last 10 months. And let me tell you why I think you should also be congratulated, unlike the individual who spoke before Lucy. When I started here 13 years ago, a lot of people talk they have experience, but this is what I do for a living, okay? I didn't hire permit expediters. I just came and addressed issues myself in municipalities. This municipality used to run permits on the 3rd floor. So let me tell you a little bit about what the manager did, along with Surami Cabrera and other members of our staff who are here with us today, who deserve all the credit. Thank you. We removed everybody from the 3rd floor and we built a brand new building. We renovated an existing building, but we built it brand new. Everything is in the interiors. I mean, literally, we just left the shell, basically. We went from accepting paper plans to now going fully 100% paperless. And we also digitized millions and millions and millions and millions of pieces of paper. So if you walk around the Development Services building, you'll see that there's no file cabinets barely, except for whatever's been working on at that moment if they have something that deals with paper. That's a huge accomplishment. And not only that, I don't know the exact number, but I think it was about 7,000 expired permits.
That's correct, Mayor. We closed 7,000 expired
And
permits.
Surami Cabrera, before she was basically, pushed out of here, left here with, I think it was about 10 or 15 expired permits pending to close. I think it was out of.
They're all closed, Mayor.
They were all closed. Sorry about that. So a lot has been accomplished by staff in the last years, a lot, and they deserve to be commended. I know we want to tear people down because people didn't get what they wanted, but at the end of the day, we also have to give credit where credit is due, and we're going to get better. That's why we're taking this additional effort, and we've done the study, and staff is working hard. We're bringing people in. So I want to give credit to staff. I want to give credit to the manager's office. I want to thank Lucy for coming here and speaking her mind, providing positive feedback. Hey, we can do this better. This is not right. We need to move forward in the right direction. And that's what we want. We want feedback, whether it's positive or negative. But to say that we haven't done anything here in the city, as you can see, look at the amount of work that we've done here in the city, okay? A lot. And then the numbers are there. I'm going to take this, and I'm asking the manager to share with our residents, and I'm going to share with our residents also on behalf of my office. So I want to congratulate everyone. Thank you, Mr. Duyos. You've worked very hard over the last 10 months, and we look forward to implementing your ideas, your concepts, and see how we can better. And thank you to staff. You deserve all the credit. Thank you very much. Moving on to item E2. We don't need to take action, correct? It's just an update?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Moving on to item E2.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 2 Administration, Article 7, Finance, Division 1, generally to create Section 2-353 of the City Code to formally establish ongoing priority capital projects and capital matrices funding programs, providing for severability clause, repeated provision, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Thank you. There's been no changes since first reading.
Yep.
And this is to help us maintain our budget in the way that we've been doing so, and make sure that it happens going forward. So I'll make a motion.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor. Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to item E3.
E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 74, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 1, in general, Section 74-3, riding of bicycles upon pedestrian sidewalks generally, and Chapter 74, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 4, bicycles and skateboards, scooters, shared mobility devices, and other similar devices, Section 74-239, definitions to amend the city code to add definition of electric bicycles and prohibit the riding of electric bicycles on city sidewalks, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Madam Secretary, have there been any changes?
Good afternoon. No, there have been no changes, and we continue to work closely with our lobbying team and with the chiefs on our efforts in Tallahassee regarding the same subject.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, 305-323-2154. Very, very supportive of this. For those of us that live near the University of Miami and we see the students rush into class, you have to look both ways and sometimes look again because the electric bikes do not look. They just go fast. So very, very good.
Mr. Clerk.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Castro.
Yes.
Commissioner Lara.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Item E4.
E4 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 105, Buildings and Building Regulations of the Code of the City of Coral Gables by amending Section 105-30, Construction Staging Plans, to modify construction fencing requirements requiring visual displays in multifamily mixed-use and special use and preservation zone districts, establishing standards for temporary storefront barricades, and by creating Section 105-33, demolition standards, to establish requirements for demolition activities, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good
Madam
afternoon.
Director.
Jim Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. This addresses construction issues in our city code, these 6 amendments. There's basically 4 issues that we're trying to resolve here. The first one being requiring a parking plan for any construction site. This is a recommendation directly from the Landscape and Beautification Advisory Board. This would require that a construction parking plan would be submitted at this time of construction and reviewed by staff, obviously. And then after construction, they'd be required to then restore any swale or right-of-way or any off-street areas. The second one deals with construction fencing. Right now, we have a very limited linear feet that we can allow a visual display or advertising of future developments in our city. Right now, we only allow 50% of a linear street frontage to allow for the visual display. The rest would be exposed dust barrier. So we're expanding that then to be 100% of the linear footage and also increasing the streets that you can be able to front on. That would be a requirement for any commercial construction, and then basically making it very clear that we're prohibiting that within our residential areas. We have to do the construction dust barrier. The third item deals with construction storefront barricades, basically modeling off of our window wrap that we have in our zoning code and allowing that for in case someone needs to replace a storefront or they have an arcade to be able to require that they have some kind of covered plywood and not have it exposed to the street. And then the fourth item deals with demolition. So demolition, we're clarifying in our code that we're only allowing demolition to be part of a master permit or a standalone permit. And a standalone permit would be demolition of a property, and they have to restore the property, take away the fencing, and have it be sod. So that's
So quick question, if I may. When you talk about commercial property and these enclosures, the walls, the fences, they still have to be approved by the city, correct?
Yes, the architect.
Okay. And if they're not approved and they put up their own fence with their own signage, because I see a lot of construction signage, again, going back to my own industry, that is outside of the scope in regards to the design, the size, the color, and again, I don't see code enforcement really pushing back. What I told the manager, just like we're doing now with the tree barriers, which are in rough shape, that I brought it the other day to commission. An inspector that goes onto a job site, as you're parking your car, the first thing you see is the tree barrier, the existing condition of the property. Is the condition of the property clean? Is the silt fence torn? Is there graffiti? Is there construction sign the size of 5 feet by 5 feet when it's only allowed to be a certain dimension? But I just see that over and over and over again. It just continues to proliferate. And the DCM will tell you, because I sent it to him all day. I sent it to him all day. I sent it to him that construction sites are not up to the standards. Residents don't stop calling me and telling me that it's a requirement. Why do certain people get away with certain things when they don't get addressed? So what I would like to know is, once something is approved, how do we have a mechanism in place to make sure that they don't deviate from that approval? You understand? Because you have an electrical sub or a plumbing sub or a structural sub that are coming and put up a giant sign up. But then again, it just takes away from the beauty of the city. Do we have anything that we can?
Mr. Mayor, Doug Ramirez, Acting Development Service Director. We actually have a presentation later today to answer this specific set of questions. If you wish to do it immediately after this item, we can.
I just wanted to bring it up. We'll do it later.
We have, there's an overlap of departments, and we have implemented some new procedures for addressing these concerns.
That's my item F2. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Maria Cruz.
Thank you, Madam Director.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Let me pick my words very well so I do not get corrected. Cake, pie, whatever. I agree with this ordinance. My only question is the use of the word temporary, because you go through places and at the beginning they're good and then they do not look good anymore. So what is temporary? How much time during the construction? During what time? Because what you just said was real. You know, they get the permit to do whatever, and then they slack off and nobody catches it. And that's what the problem is that we have. Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Commissioner Lara? Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Okay, moving on to item F1.
F1 is the resolution of the City Commission expressing solidarity with the Iranian people in their pursuit for freedom, human rights, and economic justice.
Thank you very much. I am the proud sponsor of this item, and I'll tell you why I put this on the agenda. Just as we have stood in solidarity with the people of Cuba and Venezuela in their pursuit of freedom, democracy, and economic stability, I believe that we must also stand with the people of Iran. We must support the fundamental right of the Iranian people to peacefully protest and to seek a government that respects human rights, democratic principles, and the legitimate role of political opposition. Latest reports have shown that tens of thousands of protesters have been killed in the street, mowed down by machine guns. And over 42,000 people have been arrested. Countless are missing, never to be found again. Oppression is not an option, and we must continue to stand with those who seek liberty and justice. If you hearken back to the days of Iran 30 plus years ago, 40 plus years ago, it reminded you of a city in Europe. What has it become now? So I ask you to please support this in an effort to spread democracy around the hemisphere, around the country, around the world. Thank you very much.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Yeah. I move to defer this item, and I ask the sponsor to please reconsider the language to be more inclusive and universally support all and avoid from taking sides. And I say this respectfully after receiving various phone calls and emails and with the public comment that was here. I really appreciate if you consider maybe changing some of the language here, and I would support it.
My language is completely inclusive. It's talking about democracy. It's talking about human rights. If you'd like to present your own legislation, you can. Madam, Mr. Clerk, I'd like to make a motion. I'll pass the gavel on to the Vice Mayor.
I'll second it.
Anything else?
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir. No, to the Vice Mayor.
Through the vice mayor, that's right.
Vice.
So typically, and I previously made this point when we were talking about an earlier resolution seeking to raise the State of Israel's flag, which I was against at the time, so we never really voted on that because it was deferred by the mayor and it came back in a different format.
If I may I interrupt you, sir? I apologize. I didn't know that I knew that I didn't have the votes. That's why I didn't want to push the envelope.
But nevertheless, I think that what you did was diplomatic, right? Because it was trying to seek inclusion. You didn't want to do something on a 3-2. But my reasoning for that at that time, and it remains the same today, is I don't believe it's the business of the city to be involved in what could be seen as choosing sides in a political or a military conflict, which is how I perceived the issue with respect to the State of Israel flag being proposed as being flown outside of City Hall. However, in this instant, I think it would be virtually impossible to find anybody who would be in favor of the reprehensible, unethical, criminal behavior acts being perpetrated by this regime on its own people. So I don't see this as taking sides in a military conflict. I don't see this as taking sides in a political conflict. I see this as siding on the side of humanity, on the side of decency. And for that type of solidarity, that's the takeaway that I feel you get from the resolution as drafted in any event. So while I repeat, I believe that the business of the city should typically be limited to local issues, I feel that there is something much bigger, broader, and one that won't be polarizing in any reasonable interpretation of the resolution amongst the residents of the city, because no one could be in favor of the acts that are documented being taken against innocent people, expressing their views and expressing their thoughts. That's what I have.
Madam Vice Mayor, may I say something in response? Yes. I think the commissioner hit the nail on the head. But at the end of the day, whether it's one side or the other, when people are being innocently killed just for taking a political stand and asking for free elections, especially when many of them are women who are oppressed in a country. And as a father of 2 girls, I find it pretty shameful that opposition for this simple resolution, this gesture, just because I bring it forward. At the end of the day, we should stand with these people. We should support these people. I think it's the right thing to do. I think that more countries can be served well with democracy, human rights. You're talking about young children that are, being married off into slavery at 14 years old, 10 years old. Read the information that's happening in this country. People that are being shot in the head in the street for having a different opinion. I will always stand in opposition of that type of behavior. So at the end of the day, you can sit there and laugh and giggle and do the ridiculousness that you do. You're on TV, everybody can see you. But I'm proud to bring this forward. And if I get criticized, it's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine with me.
So I'm going to add some additional comments as to why I seconded this motion. In the United States, we do have a process. We do have due process. We do have investigations. And when law enforcement in our community does things incorrectly, they will face the consequences. This is never going to happen in Iran. This is never going to happen in Cuba. It is never going to happen in Venezuela, where you have the spread of communism with no process and no recourse whatsoever. If this resolution was, similarly placing it for reprehensible acts of the government of Cuba, this would not have been, in my opinion, something that you would hear this community saying, well, you didn't include everybody else in the world. This resolution focuses on one thing based upon recent acts outside of our country, but we do have individuals that live within our city that are from Iran, and with respect to that, we should honor that. By the same token, we respect every other group that lives within our city, with events and recognition and interfaith events. And I think that's the appropriate thing to do, is to foster peace, foster love, and recognize that humanity is an important thing in our community. And this is about humanity. So with that, do we have any other public comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
First speaker, Maria Cruz.
This is Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, 305-323-2154.
Yes, ma'am.
I was not going to speak on it, but then it got so deep that I have no choice. We are concerned about Iran. Let me tell you, I took the time to look at 13 years of minutes and videos. And it's very interesting to me how 13 years ago, 12 years, every year from that point this way, there have been other places where there have been abuses, where there have been human trafficking, where there have been everything that we're using today. And yet, not till recent time, not even in this chamber, anybody thought of talking about the abuses in Cuba, in Venezuela, in Haiti, close to home, where we have people that came from there. But today, we're now in a different mode. Today, we have to defend the world, because there are people that are from Iran in this city, but there are people from other countries too. It's rare the weekend that I don't hear about Christians being killed in Africa, okay? And guess what? We're not making it a big thing. This is a political event. This is I won votes, and this is the only time. That's why we're doing it. And I'm sorry, not all of you look for that. Not all of you are doing it for the same reason, but there's obviously some that do. And I'm going to tell you, if you're going to talk about freedoms and abuses, talk about a whole bunch of other freedom of abuses. Because let me tell you, over 30 years ago, when the Ayatollah went into Iran, I got in trouble because in my class, I talked about the abuse when they went into the embassy. So I'm not a newcomer. I didn't just think about it because I'm running for office, because even though people have asked me, I'm not running for office. What's right is right. If you're going to do it for all the places, not just for the people and there are people in this city that object to that, because we're not talking about everybody, just what's convenient for us.
Jackson Holmes.
Madam Vice Mayor, may I respond, please?
Yes.
Okay, first and foremost, in typical fashion, it's the tear down mentality and the lack of real information. To mention, not all that she's mentioned, there has nothing to do with what we're dealing with today. Literally, taking attacks at me and shots. It's just the amount of ridiculousness is absurd. To call into question and say that I'm a Johnny-come-lately in regards to Cuba. My grandfather was a political prisoner in Cuba. Okay. Number one, I've been a member of El Directorio, and I've said it here, and I've been a member of Cuba Decide since inception. So I will always stand on my principles in regards to human rights and free elections in Cuba. Number two, read the legislation instead of just trying to find something to put on the blogs. The legislation is very clear. It says that the City Commission expresses solidarity and support for the pursuit of freedom, fundamental human rights, and economic justice for the Iranian people and throughout the world. It's very clear. Read the legislation. Stop looking for a reason to get on a blog, please. And by the way, remember, there's cameras looking at you. So all the laughing and giggling, it makes you look absurd. And 100%, I do stand with the Christians that are being killed in Africa. If you want to write a piece of legislation on that, a resolution, I'll support that too. But the idea is to say that now I'm interested in human trafficking. Let me educate you real quick, okay? Madam City Attorney, Mr. Clerk, when did I write the legislation stopping hourly motels and being the first in the state of Florida to do that? What is the reason why? Because of human trafficking. Yes,
I think it was Mayor 2017.
2017.
I'm going off memory.
So there is no Johnny come lately. What's Johnny come lately is the conversation about running for public office. I pray on bended knee that you run for public office. Please. I pray. I hope that's the case. So when we talk about human trafficking, look at my record in regards to hourly motels, taking it to the city of Miami, then taking it to the state of Florida and getting it banned in the state of Florida. Going on overnight raids with the police, City of Coral Gables, City of Miami, Kathy Fernandez Rundle's Human Trafficking Division. So before you come and say something, I don't see your resume. Number one, it's so easy to stand from the grandstands and make comments like that, but it sure seems to be that it's easy to tear down, but it's very difficult to build things up. Sir, I apologize.
So I have I think that you are all going to agree with what I'm about to say. We have suffered in our hemisphere the failures of so many administrations to liberate Cuba. We have suffered, finally we're getting some action on Venezuela, but as you may know, my wife's Peru has been communist for the past 5 years. And people don't even know that because Biden covered it up or whatever, covered it up, right? But anyways, we got 5 communist countries. Here's my point. One of the things that I've found is that somehow our country gets committed to fighting wars in the Middle East when what we really should do, I mean, do you know that the population of Cuba, I think, has tumbled from 11 million people to 10 million people. And who's the fault of that? It's the government, it's the communist system. And so what I fear with the thing of falling into a trap of talking about the Middle East is we can't let them divert our attention. Like, how about sending the Marines to Cuba right now? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, that's it for public comment, but I did receive an email during the meeting. It says, "Good morning, Mr. Clerk. I'm unfortunately unable to leave work and would like the following comments could be read into the record regarding the mayor's resolution on Iran. I agree that all protesters deserve to have the same freedom both to speak out in advancement of their own freedoms and to be free from government action that encroaches upon their human rights. This is the same whether in Iran, Palestine, on colleges, campuses across the United States, or in Minneapolis. What we do not wish is to see our government make statements in our name that lend support to military action either directly by the United States or from this country's allies like Israel. Whether we have seen unfettered military support be used to massacre civilian populations, journalists, and healthcare workers in Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon. This City Commission must consider its responsibility and role to the community that it serves and whether it will be similarly supporting protesters who have been brutalized and killed at the hands of our own government. Therefore, I would like to request the city add a provision to the proposed resolution. 1, clarifying that the resolution does not support military action against Iran, and 2, that in addition to Iranian protesters, the proclamation lends support for protesters across the world and in America who stand for freedom in the face of tyrannical and oppressive government action. Thank you, Catherine Shahad, 1133 North Greenway Drive.
Thank you.
That's
All
it,
right.
Mr. Mayor.
I think I'll call for a vote.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Castro?
Before I take a vote, I want to go ahead and clarify that absolutely I stand with the people of Iran, but at the same time, I want to put on the record, I asked the mayor to go ahead and amend the language, not to single out just Iran, to support all. That would make me more comfortable after hearing public comment and from having residents reach out to me that live in this city. So I will not be supporting this. I don't know as a local government where we draw the line, and we're getting ourselves involved in aspects of the world that we really have no jurisdiction of. But I do support the people from Iran. I just don't support this exact legislation. We should be really supporting everybody universally, so no.
Commissioner Lara,
For the previous reasons that I stated, yes.
Mayor Lago.
Very clearly, we'll read it again for the record, that the city expresses solidarity and support for the pursuit of freedom, fundamental human rights, and economic justice for the Iranian people and throughout the world. We cannot be afraid to stand up and voice our opinion for democracy, for free elections, and for the positive and correct treatment of human beings, especially women and young children. Turn the TV on and you'll see very clearly what's going on all over the world, and we need to show support. And for the people who have contacted me, called me in regards to who are residents here in support of this, I thank you very much. Thank you for always educating, and thank you always for bringing a positive light to all causes. Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
And for those reasons as well, because it supports peace and freedoms throughout the world, yes.
Thank you. All right. Hopefully the next one doesn't take that long. F2.
Hello again, Doug Ramirez, Acting Development Service Director. Thank you, Mayor, for giving me the opportunity to talk about tree protection and construction fences and silt barriers. It was very interesting to see something that had so much overlap between Public Works and Development Services. Once you start asking around, trying to figure out who's doing what, it was very enlightening. I have some answers for you. I will try to be as brief as I can with the presentation so we can get to your answers. All right? Waiting for them to put it up for me. So,
looks familiar.
I picked
Look how
that
beautiful that
picture.
tree protection is.
I picked that picture because someone else used it in a presentation not too long ago.
Love it. Look how beautiful that is.
Okay, so
I'm proud of that. You know? It's how you do the little things.
this is an example of how they should look. It's like kindergarten. That's what we want. Okay, so all joking aside, required by Section 8232 of the code, the protective barriers, among other things, shall be a minimum of 4 feet above ground and shall be constructed 2x4 wood posts, cross members, etc., which shall remain in place until development is completed and the Tree Preservation Agency has authorized their removal. So there's a lot more to it. I shortened it just so that it would fit on the slide, but with regards to what we're talking about here, we want to make sure that they are in good condition. That they're made out of 2x4s. We've found that sometimes people use metal stakes, and that's very dangerous. A child riding a bicycle can impale themselves with that if it's done incorrectly. And of course, within, you're only supposed to have hand digging and hand grading so that you can protect the roots and not damage the tree itself. So construction fences, there was another item earlier that Jennifer presented, and we realized we had some overlap today in that as well. But this part we're not changing. A construction fence shall be covered with a visual dust barrier. They shall be kept clean, undamaged, and without graffiti. And all information shall be provided current as determined by Development Services. We have some pictures there, one of a residence and one of a very large commercial property a block away. So in Coral Gables, most demolitions, new construction, and additions do require a construction fence. It needs to, it's there to keep people and the general public out of what might be a very dangerous working job site. The building official ultimately determines what is required based on the type of construction project. And then in addition to that, we wanted to mention pedestrian protection. It's an unsung hero. It keeps people safe when they're walking near these job sites, and Chapter 33 provides pedestrian protection requirements that account for the height of the construction that's taking place and how far from the property line it's occurring. And I put a couple of pictures up there so you can see what it looks like. Sedimentation and silt fences. So they're needed when there's a potential for runoff. This goes from the federal government, Section 402 of the Federal Clean Water Act. Then it's also, thank you, Hermes, for joining us. Then it's also in the Florida statutes, which references that. The NPDES, National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, he's here on cue. And it's also in our city code regarding waterways and stormwater management systems, that it shall be unlawful for any property owner or entity performing construction activities to cause, let, allow, discard, permit, or suffer runoff, erosion, and sedimentation into any stormwater drains, inlets, catch basins, all of those other things designed to convey stormwater runoff within the city. We did include a detail there so you can visualize what that is. When you're at a job site, if there's a potential for runoff, they will put this at the bottom of the fence in a manner similar to this detail shown here. Okay, so now that the educational part is done, now I can answer your question, Mr. Mayor. Hermes and I discussed this with staff in both of our departments, and we discovered that, yes, there is indeed an overlap of responsibilities here for permitting and inspection of these items. What we decided to do, working together, is that inspectors from both departments will inspect the condition of installed fences and tree protection and withhold approvals in cases of non-compliance. So yes, you get called out for an inspection. We see that it has deteriorated. As it was pointed out earlier, it starts out really nice, but then as time goes by, it might deteriorate and deteriorate and deteriorate to the point where now it doesn't look right. We will fail the inspection, tell them, hey, you need to fix this. It looks terrible. And until they don't fix it, we won't approve the inspection. In addition to that, obviously code enforcement, it is their daily duties to patrol their zones and to discover this sort of thing and to address it appropriately. And they do have tools in their toolbox for that as well. Proactive patrols, education, citations, and in extreme cases, they can even bring in the building official, and he could use his authority to motivate them to fix the construction fences and the tree protection. In addition, in the interim, since the last time you brought it up, we've prepared some handouts to educate applicants, and what we're going to do is we're going to send these handouts with the permit out to the applicants, so that when they obtain their permit, they'll get the handouts for the construction fences and the tree protection, and they will also be aware of what the requirements are that I kind of went over in the presentation. I don't know if Hermes wants to add anything to that, but that's essentially what I had here.
The one of the things that we found was through the exercise, there was some gaps between their job and ours when it comes to this, like for example, generally speaking, Polyworks, we look at the right of way, the folks look at the inside, especially when it comes down to single family homes, where maybe some of the tree protection may be happening on the outside, but Polyworks may not necessarily be invited to the place until the last minute. So I think we kind of work something out that we provide coverage for each other. So moving forward, we should be able to do a better job at this.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate your hard work. Thank you for collaborating. This is the key. That's a good sign. Thank you very much, gentlemen. F3, Madam Vice Mayor.
Discussion regarding state law and city's ability to regulate leaf blowers. I've asked staff to update us and both the legal aspects and the practical aspects. We have Dina Bell-Lewin here as well. So staff, take it away.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Stephanie Throckmorton, Deputy City Attorney. As you all may recall, in 2025 and the end of the 2024-2025 legislative session, there was a preemption built into an Appropriations Act that was line item vetoed by the governor then, which by operation of law meant that that preemption was also vetoed. But what is pending right now at the state legislature, so we are free to act in the world of gas-powered landscaping equipment at the moment, though I do note that there is a bill pending at the legislature this year, moving through the House, HB 433, which would preempt to the state all regulations about gas-powered farm and landscape equipment, not specific to blowers generally, but all gas-powered equipment. There is a move to that there. So at the moment, that's something we can regulate, though as attempted in the past, and again, in this legislative session, there is a move for preemption at the state legislature. As far as the details of how they work and effectiveness, I'll turn that over to Dina. That's her area
I'm going to
of
ask you
expertise.
a legal question, off the cuff here, and I don't expect you to know the answer right now. Let's assume for a moment that there is some kind of muffler system that comes into play to muffle the sounds of the gas blowers. I want you to look at whether or not the preemption that's proposed would prohibit us from trying to require something like that.
My understanding of the current language is that the definition of gasoline-powered landscape equipment is what's preempted to the state, and it doesn't include, as far as I can tell at the moment, any exceptions for noise muffling additions. It's the regulation of gasoline-powered landscape equipment generally. So I'll turn it over to Dina. Thank you.
Okay, Dina Bell Llewellyn. I am Assistant Director of Public Works for Green Space Management. And so what we do is we maintain all the landscaping sites in the city. We have a combination of in-house staff of 30 people, more or less, working mostly the downtown sites. Our downtown sites, meaning Miracle Mile and Ponce and most of the streetscapes in the urban area, we're already using the electric-powered blowers. They're effective in these small areas in downtown where you have a lot of pedestrian traffic, you have a lot of car parking. They of course, help with noise and help with keeping the streets clean. The downfall to them is the batteries only last less than 2 hours. So we're constantly having to switch out by either bringing 2 or 3 different blowers in a truck per day just to create a shift, or go back and forth to charge the machines, okay? So they're not as powerful as the gas blowers. So out in the, I guess the hinterland, I call it, the rest of the neighborhood, the rest of the cities, where most of the residential homes are, where we have our larger parks and our big medians, such as, look at Alhambra median for an example. That is full of the large ficus trees with very large leaves. These leaves get wet. It's very difficult for staff to get the leaf volume blown off of those streets using the electric blowers. So they continue to use the gas blowers just for efficiency. Now, if we were to go to 100% electric in these areas, our vendor, who's currently SFM, would most certainly increase the cost of service to give the current level of service delivering a site on time. Because what it would do is just obviously make landscape maintenance take twice as long. They would have to go to rakes and, do a lot of manual leaf blowing and removal of debris. So with that said, those are the pros and cons.
Okay, all right. I mean, I just wanted to get the full commission an update. I know there was at least one email that had come to all of us, and I thought it would be best that we all receive the uniform information across the board so we know how to respond. Okay, that's it.
No, well, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We've been receiving, I think, like probably 2 or 3 emails in the last week. I think we got as a commission in regards to this, and I appreciate the update, Ms. Bell.
Okay, thank you.
And anything new that comes out, for example, just like we're waiting for leaf blowers to become more efficient, we're also waiting for trolleys. We've been talking about electric trolleys for 10 years. We've actually done tours. We've actually been on a trolley, on an electric trolley. But one of the concerns has been, where is it manufactured? They were made in China, so we were not able to come close to even purchasing those. We could have bought it, but again, I asked the manager not to, and I know that my colleagues also agree with me on that front. So we have to be very, very careful that we get ourselves into something that, again, we lose efficiency. We're trying to balance that environmental stewardship and also be as efficient as possible. So it's a tough balance.
So I'll add to that, Mayor, we've also been looking at electric garbage trucks, and again, you have to look at performance, and staff has to evaluate that. Is it going to function for the purpose that we're using it for? So, thank you.
Is that an easy answer? Okay, moving on to G1. Thank you, Dina. Great work as always.
G1 is a resolution of the City Commission confirming the appointments of Carlos J. Castillo, nominated by Commission as a whole, and a name to be determined to serve as members of the Firefighters Pension Trust Fund for a 2-year term that began on June 1st, 2025, and continues through May 31st, 2027.
May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
So the motion, I guess, is just for Carlos Castillo, but I
I was
think
going to say, does the commission have any other names they would like to include at this time?
I do have a name. So for the Firefighter Pension Trust Fund, a CPA that lives in the city, Alex Suedo.
Okay.
I can get over to the to the city clerk.
Okay.
His resume.
Thank you, sir.
Email. And so
We need one more?
No, we have the other one.
We have the other?
so Carlos Castillo and
Carlos
Alex.
Castillo and Alex Suero.
We're good?
Yes.
All right, perfect.
Oh, that's perfect. That's what I was looking for, was someone with that type of background.
Yep. Oh, and volunteering.
May I have a motion?
We have a motion, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving on to H1.
H1 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2025-2026 annual budget to recognize a transfer of $3 million from the parking fund reserves and $2,500,000 from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development grant for the Mobility Hub project and appropriating the funds for costs for the Mobility Hub capital project.
Mr. Manager?
Mayor, yes, this is all for the Mobility Hub project. The $3 million comes from the parking reserve fund, which is for the Mobility Hub.
Yes.
And the $2.5 million is a housing and urban development grant that we will probably be using for the design costs.
When did we get that grant? 4 years ago, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I remember I went up there with Rhonda, the vice mayor, and we went to Washington. And so I just wanted to make sure that we thanked Congresswoman Maria Salazar, who played an integral part in getting us that grant, along with our entire team, who came through big. So, is there any further comment? I entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Jackson Holmes.
Yeah, public comment.
Bravo. So my name is Jackson Holmes. I live at 35 Sedonia Avenue. I think you all know by now that I've learned through bitter experience, no parking, no income. And so for me, I'm hoping really, maybe I'm putting too much pressure on people, but I'm hoping to see if we can come up with enough money to break ground, because I'm afraid of a potential recession, and that's why I want to get us locked in, right? So now we have $5 million plus, and I don't know how much y'all feel is going to be the trigger point where we can break ground, because then there's no parking there, but then at least we can't ever be dislodged, right? So what I'm about to say is controversial. On the other hand, if I'm dedicated to getting this done, because no parking, no income, my analysis is there's like, let's just say 97 city properties. If we need to, and maybe we do, we could see which of those 97 are less sacred than others. We never want to lose a property, right? But if it's a little backwater duck pond that's filthy, we might be willing to sell it and then do the mobility. Now, thank you for listening. Thank you for getting this done.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving to J1.
J1 is a resolution of the City Commission granting permission to the city clerk to proceed with preparation of the municipal election order form in conjunction with Miami-Dade County Elections Department for services, materials, and support to be rendered in connection with the Coral Gables special mail ballot election of April 21st, 2026, to procure the necessary ballots and other forms to assist in all aspects of the special mail ballot election and canvass of returns from our designated precincts within the city of Coral Gables.
Mr. Clerk? Anything you'd like to add for the record?
No.
Okay. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to J2.
J2 is a resolution of the City Commission making provisions for holding a special mail ballot election on April 21st, 2026 for the consideration of certain questions amending the city charter, further designating and appointing the city clerk as the official representative of the City Commission with respect to the supervision of said special mail ballot election.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any comment that you'd like to add?
No, sir.
Okay, may I have a motion?
I'll move it.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk, any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. I'd like to adjourn for lunch. We have one item remaining on the agenda, if I'm correct, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Item E1, which is time certain. So I look forward to seeing everyone here. Please have a nice lunch. See you at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk,
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
are you ready to commence?
Yes, sir.
Welcome back. I'd like to thank everyone for being here. It's always great to see democracy in action. We're here for a time certain item, agenda item E1. Mr. Clerk, you'd like to put an item on the record first?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Fernandez is on Zoom, but I believe in order for him to be able to participate in this meeting, the commission needs to take a vote allowing him to do that.
I'll move
I'll
it.
entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on to item E1, an appeal to the City Commission of the Board of Architects Special Master's decision on January 13th, 2026, affirming the Board of Architects October 19, 2023 design approval for property located at 110 Phoenicia Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida, 33134. Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. So pursuant to section 14-208.6 of the city zoning code, this appeal is based on the record of the hearing before the Board of Architects Special Masters and shall not be a de novo hearing. What that means is that no new or additional testimony shall be taken. This is an appeal that's based only on the record. And so as a reminder, your role in considering this appeal is 1, whether due process was afforded, 2, whether the essential requirements of law were met, and 3, whether the decision by the panel of special masters was based on competent and substantial evidence. The commission's role is to determine whether due process was afforded, whether the zoning code was followed, and whether the competent and substantial evidence supported the decision of the special masters. After the commission's review, the commission has 4 options as provided in the zoning code. The city commission can affirm the decision of the special masters. The city commission can affirm the decision of the special masters with conditions. The city commission can override the decision of the special masters. Or the city commission can remand for further proceedings to the special masters. And to be clear, affirming the decision would be affirming the approval of the design. The mayor, as chair of the city commission with me as parliamentarian, has issued a procedural order that was provided in advance to the commission and to the parties. Pursuant to that procedural order, the appellant will be allowed 15 minutes for presentation, 5 of which can be reserved for rebuttal, and that presentation shall be limited to the record before the special masters. Next, the assistant city attorney as counsel for the special masters and the city architect will be allowed 15 minutes for presentations, also limited to the record below. Then the property owner will be allowed 15 minutes for presentation, also limited to the record below.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney.
Sorry, Mayor, if I can just kind of go through.
Okay.
So next will be a time for questions by the members of the city commission to staff or the parties, and then public comment will be allowed, but will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Because the review of this appeal is not de novo, public comments shall not be considered testimony in this case. And then finally, there'll be time for additional questions and discussion by members of the city commission. And as a reminder, this is a quasi-judicial item, so any ex parte communications should be disclosed.
Madam City Attorney, just for the record, can you discuss and put it on the record what we as a commission are considering today exactly? I want to make sure I put this on the record so everyone here understands when you're giving testimony or you're speaking on the issue, that I want you to be able to use the time as wisely as possible and as effectively as possible. So I want you to talk about issues that, again, could be considered or could be discussed in an effort to swing or one way or another in regards to what you're advocating on behalf.
Yes, Mayor. So this is an appeal of the approval of the design by the Board of Architects that was affirmed by the special masters, the Board of Architects Special Masters, a panel of 3. And so that it's the design approval, essentially, the architecture, the design approval. And so that is what's before you today. But again, you're basing it on the record below. So this is not a brand new hearing. There's no new testimony or any testimony. This is presentation for you all to review the record below and base your decision whether to affirm or override the decision.
Okay, so for example, are we talking about the tree in question? Are we talking about the park? Are we talking about anything that deals with landscaping?
Limited to the design approval.
Limited to the design approval. Perfect. Are we talking about the zoning in regards to the property?
No, Mayor, if this project continues.
No,
and
I'm being facetious. I want to
know,
ask
and
these
that's-
questions. I just want to make sure I put this all on the record. It's
There
very
are no
important.
zoning requests before you today. There will be, if this process moves forward, there will be a time when those items would have to come before you, but that is not today. This is solely limited to the design.
So
Through the
again,
mayor.
okay.
So in following through with the mayor's questions to make the public understand and everybody present today that our position, our posture here on the dais today is of a limited review, quasi-judicial limited review, right?
Correct.
And can you just say once again what it is that we are to be looking for that is based on the record below, that would empower us, authorize us, legally permit us to change a decision rendered below already?
So there's three prongs that you are supposed to consider. The first one is whether the due process was afforded. Due process is notice and an opportunity to be heard. The second is whether the essential requirements of law were met. In other words, whether the correct law was applied by the special masters in reviewing this matter. So the correct provisions of the zoning code. And finally, whether the decision by the panel of special masters was based on competent substantial evidence. So on that point, it's important that you're not supposed to put yourselves into the shoes of the special masters. You're supposed to just review whether there was competent substantial evidence upon which they could have based their decision, and that would be sufficient.
So on that point, like you're saying, remember, on the advocacy point, you have 2 minutes. Let's try to be effective as possible. We're dealing with a design issue today. I know everyone wants to talk about a litany of different issues. I want to talk about a litany of different issues. But at the end of the day, to be effective, I'll be here as long as it takes. But to be effective in regards to advocacy, let's really focus in and dial in on the Board of Architecture and the effort in regards to design. Okay? Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
We received a lot of comments on both sides of this issue. And my question for you, Madam City Attorney, is with regard to issues that were previously considered and voted upon by the commission previously, whether it be the Garden of Our Lord issue or historic preservation of a garden. Are those issues before us today?
No, that is not before you today. What is before you today is the approval of the design by the Board of Architects.
And if I may, I'd like to put it on the record. I know my colleagues would also like to put it on the record that we've been notified by both sides of the aisle in regards to this issue, via email, via phone call, via text message. There's a whole host of discussions back and forth with both sides of this issue. Okay. Anybody else would like to say, put it on the record?
Yes, there's been ex parte communications regarding this item.
Yep.
Yes, I think that's across the board and acknowledged.
All right.
Same here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I also add ex parte communications.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, Madam City Attorney.
Yes, so next we're ready, Mayor, if you're ready for the
Yes.
presentation by
Yes.
the appellant.
The appellant, please come forward.
Good afternoon. David Winker, offices at 4720 South Lejeune Road. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, City Attorney, City Clerk, for this opportunity to be here today. As you guys carefully spoke about, we're here today on an appeal of a Board of Architect decision approving the design of this project. We are here today and appealing that decision because the substantial competent evidence is clear. The proposed design is incompatible with the surrounding garden, apartment, communities, aesthetic standards, particularly regarding harmony and proportionality. We're asking that you review the evidence below, and we believe that you will find that it is clear this project is incompatible with the neighborhood, and it's incompatible with the overlay that was put into place in 2015 in this garden apartment district. We often talk about Merrick's plan for the city and what we expect our neighborhoods to look like. And again, I appreciate you being here. Residents so value their ability to have a say in what their neighborhoods look like. And you will see from public comment today and the public comment and the evidence that was put on the record that residents are pushing back. This project is simply out of harmony and incompatible with the neighborhood. So often, residents are here and the commission has to tell residents, our hands are tied. We can only do so much. This is the opportunity for the commission to carefully consider the evidence and help make a project that is compatible with the neighborhood. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my client, Bonnie Bolton, to go through the evidence below.
And for a procedural issue, I wanted to bring up that during the special master's hearing, and it's proven by the transcripts, that the developer received double the amount of time that I did. And the transcripts prove that incontrovertibly. All right, good afternoon.
May you please state your name and your address?
I'm Bonnie Bolton. I live at 42 Phoenicia Avenue. Good afternoon. This is an appeal of the special master's decision to uphold the approval of the plans by the BOA. The plans for the Garden of Our Lord must be denied because they dramatically deviate from our code. 110 Phoenicia Avenue has two extraordinarily unique features: the Garden of Our Lord and the 200-year-old tree. The garden was one of the first 3 biblical gardens in America. It is a military memorial, community memorial, and religious memorial, and a cemetery. Some of the trees and bushes which grow in the garden today came as seeds from Gethsemane. The garden was designed by acclaimed architect Robert Fitch Smith, and it was designed to complement the historic Women's Club, which is immediately adjacent to it. The proposed project seeks to demolish the garden, remove specimen trees from the swale with Spanish moss, and move the 200-year-old tree. Experts from Vizcaya, Fairchild, Montgomery, and the Gifford state with authority that the ancient tree will die if it is moved. And for that reason, a lawsuit has been filed against the city to preserve the tree. And the photos that are being displayed are of Phoenicia, Antilla, Galliano, and East Ponce, and they demonstrate the character of this residential neighborhood. Our city charter clearly and succinctly defines the responsibilities and obligations of our special masters. Pursuant to the city charter, section 14-103.2 and 103.3, the special masters are a design review administrative board created to ensure that the city's architecture meets the design review standards of the zoning code and is consistent with the city's regulations and to preserve the traditional aesthetic character of the community, unquote. The special masters must adhere to 3 different criteria. The first criteria that they must follow are our design review standards. Design review standards are concerned with issues such as context, compatibility, scale, massing, style, density, height, facades, and setbacks. These design review standards are clearly explained in section 5-103, architectural style letter B. The code says, quote, the architectural context of an area includes height, scale, massing, separation between buildings and style in regard to how buildings and structures relate to each other within a specified area, unquote. In our code, the word context appears 9 times and the word compatibility appears 12 times. Article 16 from our code explains that, quote, compatibility means the characteristics of different uses or activities or design which allow them to be located near or adjacent to each other in harmony. Some elements affecting compatibility include height, scale, mass, and bulk of structures, pedestrian or vehicular traffic, circulation, access, and parking impacts. Compatibility refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development, unquote. The photos being displayed demonstrate conclusively that this project is out of context and incompatible with this neighborhood. On Phoenicia Avenue, there are 6 historically designated structures, and on Antilla, there are 3. This project is incompatible with these structures. This project fails to adhere to the design review standards, most especially context and compatibility, but also scale, massing, style, density, height, facades, and setbacks. The second criteria which our special masters must adhere to are our city regulations. The most important regulations are our city ordinances. There are 2 ordinances which apply directly to this project. Coral Gables Historic City Plan is an ordinance unanimously approved by the City Commission to preserve Merrick's vision for our city. It specifically states that the Douglas section, which is what that area was referred to in his plan, be, quote, low in height and remain in the same scale as the single-family homes, unquote. The other ordinance which applies to this project is the North Ponce Conservation District Overlay. The North Ponce Conservation District Overlay Ordinance was created for the preservation and conservation of the traditional garden apartment fabric of the North Ponce neighborhood. This ordinance was written to, quote, preserve and enhance the character of the neighborhood, unquote. Also, you must remember that this residential neighborhood is currently being studied to potentially be designated the North Ponce Historic Garden Apartment District. The architecture of this project flagrantly violates the most fundamental tenets of our building code. The project received the Mediterranean bonus because the standards for it were very lax at the time of its approval. Under the new and revised standards, it would not be qualified for it. It is also important to note that this residential neighborhood lacks the infrastructure for the project. It seriously ignores our code's requirements for setbacks, and even though the project seeks planned area development, PAD, in exchange for public green space, it only provides an insufficiently small interior courtyard, which is to serve primarily as a playground for the school, which is to be located on the property. Thus, they will only be providing an occasional green space, which will only be available to the public Monday through Friday after 4 p.m. The third criteria which the special masters must abide by is that they preserve the traditional aesthetic character of our community. This city was founded under the precepts of the Garden City movement. No other neighborhood in this city exemplifies the core principles of the Garden City movement better than the North Ponce Garden Apartment District. And nothing threatens this neighborhood more than this project. There are a plethora of reasons why this project must be denied. It utterly disregards the sacredness of the garden of our Lord and the 200-year-old tree, and it is an abomination and repugnant violation of our code. And I'm going to save the rest of my time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Winker, is there anything else you'd like to add?
I'm just wondering why Rhonda has not recused herself. She had recused herself when it came before the commission during the historic preservation designation.
I'll provide you an explanation on the record. The issue on historic preservation is whether or not the garden itself was historic, because I had personally walked the property because I had personally seen the property for decades, because I had in-laws that used to own the property across the street. I had personal knowledge that meant that I could not sit on that particular issue. The issue here does not deal with the historic preservation of a garden. It deals with the architecture of the building itself.
Thank you very much. Mr. Winker, anything further? Okay. Mr. City Attorney, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos. I'm before you as the attorney for the Board of Architects and the Board of Architects Special Master. I will keep my comments very brief. They're mostly procedural in nature, just to give you some bit of a background. So this project originally came to the Board of Architects for preliminary design review back in August of 2022 and was subsequently heard again December 7th of 2022. It came before the board for the first full hearing on December 15, 2022 and was deferred. In February of 2023, it came back again and it was approved for Mediterranean bonus. Mediterranean bonus and the design approval are two separate approvals. The design was again deferred for a second time. In April of 23, it once again was deferred, and again in June 29 of 2023, it was deferred for a fourth time. On the fifth time that this project came before the Board of Architects, it was approved with some conditions, specifically to the FPL vault doors, arch trims, and some finished materials. It was then in October of 2023 that it was appealed by the appellant, Ms. Bonnie Bolton. A conflict resolution was held on January 30th of 2024 as required by our code. We had a subsequent conflict resolution meeting in April 26th of 2024. No resolution came of those meetings. A subsequent BOA meeting was held with a slightly modified design. That was something that the property owner and the applicant brought forth in August of 2025. It did not move forward. It did not get approval, did not get denied. They withdrew their application, so their existing approval remains. A special master hearing was scheduled for December 8th of last year. We had to cancel that at last minute, and it was rescheduled for January 31st, 2026 at 2 p.m. That special master hearing was held before a panel of 3 special masters. As the city attorney indicated before you today is whether the 3 prongs are being met, meaning was there due process? In essence, was there notice? I haven't heard anything that would indicate that there was a lack of due process or notice. Ms. Bolton's comment about different times, I kept the time. As the commission is used to, the clerk may keep time, but it is up to the mayor to regulate how that time is controlled. Everyone got the same amount of time. If someone spoke longer, there was more interaction between the special master and them. That's outside the time of their original 15 minutes. But my recollection is that nobody was cut off at any point. Neither public, nor the applicant, nor the appellant, nor the city staff. The second prong is whether the essential requirements of the law were followed. The review of the design was based on the standards of Article 5 of the Coral Gables Zoning Code. And the third prong was whether there was competent substantial evidence. The determination, as written in the order, was based on the competent substantial evidence that was presented by both the appellant, the applicant, and city staff. Also to note, it was a unanimous decision by the special masters to uphold the decision of the Board of Architects. Myself and the city architect are available. If you have any other questions, please let us know.
Just one request. You mentioned the vote for the special master was a 3-0, correct?
Correct.
What was the vote of the Board of Architecture?
I have to defer to the city architect on the specifics on that particular vote.
Mr. City Architect, if you have that information, just to put it on the record, because I know that I'm going to get asked later, and I want to make sure I have that on
That is the October 19th, 2023 decision.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Quick question for staff, so for the benefit of the community. 3-4 years ago, were there 3 special masters required?
No, this was a decision that was made by this commission to change the requirements so that when any commercial or MX use review went through the process, that it wouldn't be a single special master, but a panel of 3. This is the first one we've ever held in that way.
May I add some more color to the Vice Mayor's comment, just to give you a little bit more understanding that before it was just 1, now it's 3. When was that? Do you know what year that was instituted, that change?
Either 2023 or 20. It was in either 2023 or 2024.
It was recent.
It was an ordinance I sponsored.
Correct.
Because I was the first individual that appealed a special master's decision. It was based upon a single opinion. And for projects of this magnitude, I felt it would be best that we not have a single individual weigh in.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Mayor. Mr. Architect?
I do not have the information available for the meeting. I can have somebody look it up if you.
That's perfect. We're going to be asked, so I just want to have it on the record.
Yeah.
Thank you very much,
I'll
sir.
follow up on that.
I appreciate you. Anything else for the good of the order, Mr. City Architect? Mr. City Attorney, excuse me? All right, perfect. The applicant?
Yes, now it's the property owner's
The
presentation.
property owner? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you give me a second before the timer starts? We're going to connect. We have a presentation as well. Just give us a minute to set it up.
Okay.
Thank you. Good. Okay, I think we're good. I got the thumbs up. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. George Navarro with offices at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. I'm here this afternoon on behalf of the property owner and on behalf of Crystal Academy to defend the BOA's and the Special Master's approval of this project. There we go. Thank you. If you go on the next slide. The project and the design of the project proposes ground level live-work units. If you could go on the next slide. Upper level residence and a new 5,500 square foot educational facility for Crystal Academy, fully funded and fully built by the owner and leased back to the school rent-free, creating a permanent home for this important community resource and the family it serves. If you go to the next slide, please. What makes this school so unique and special is the combination of academic and therapeutic programs that it provides in one setting for children with development delays. Over the last few months, we have had the opportunity to meet with many residents within an 8-block radius, and we have obtained 400 signed petitions of support in favor of this project and its design, demonstrating the strong community support for this project. As we consider this appeal, if you could go to the next slide, please, it's important to clearly define what is before you today and what is not. This appeal is limited by law and by your code to a review of the existing record to determine whether the special master's decision, unanimous decision, to approve the project is supported by substantial competent evidence. This is not a rehearing of that proceeding.
May I ask you a question, sir? I apologize for interrupting you. Everything there, green obviously shows support. What is the red? Is that the project?
The red is the project site.
Thank you.
Mikhail, if you could go to the next slide, please. As reflected in the record, the majority of the appellant's presentation focused on items that are not part of the architectural review criteria under the code and respectfully fall outside the scope of this appeal. Items such as rezoning and land use policy, tree relocation, alleged impacts to adjacent properties, historic designation and preservation of private green spaces are all governed by a completely separate set of regulatory framework and approvals and under the jurisdiction of different boards and departments, not the Board of Architects. So for purposes of the record, I would like to clarify a few points. If you could go to the next slide, Mikhail. First, Ms. Bolton's characterization of the North Ponce overlay area as a low-rise area is factually and legally inaccurate. The MPCD is a broad overlay, as you can see here, that applies to a majority of the North Ponce area. While the MPCD was adopted to encourage the preservation of existing garden-style apartment buildings by giving them additional development incentives to be able to develop when you have an existing apartment building, it did not eliminate lawfully existing MF2 zoning. If the intent was to require low-rise development, the ordinance would say so. Instead, and if we could go to the next slide, the overlay actually expressly allows buildings up to 97 feet tall. And here's an aerial that shows the height context in the area to show this is all in the MPCD, what the height in this area actually is. The MPCD allows a height of 97 feet. This project is 93 feet. If you could see as we go through the photos here, if you could go on the next slide, there are multiple high-rise buildings in this area directly adjacent to this property that range in heights between 130 to 190 feet in height, which greatly exceed the 93 feet that our project is proposing. The BOA and the special master carefully considered this context in ultimately approving this project for architectural compatibility, which is the only appropriate compatibility standard under Section 5-102B of your code. Regarding the concerns regarding the project's proximity to the Women's Club, there is no rule, criteria, or regulation or other requirement in your code that allows or requires the board to evaluate the building's size, massing, or impact to nearby historic sites. It does not exist, especially across the street. In fact, as you can see in this image, there are numerous comparable projects in the city and in this immediate area that are closer to or taller to historic structures than our project is. For example, Fink Studios, right down the street in downtown Coral Gables, is flanked by high-rise buildings. This shows that proximity to a historic structure is not a relevant consideration in your code for architectural design approval and is not something that has been done in the past and is inconsistent with past practices. Regarding the tree relocation, which has been discussed at length in the record, if we could go to the next slide, please. Tree preservation and relocation are also not listed as an architectural review criteria in the code. These are also governed by a completely separate set of city and state permitting regulations. That said, our project does provide a robust tree preservation plan. We're preserving a large mahogany that we redesigned the building and the design to preserve, and we are also relocating a mature oak tree to make it a prominent feature of the project, as you can see in this image. There's been much to say about Ms. Bolton's letter from Vizcaya, but I would like to respectfully move to disqualify that letter that was submitted by Ms. Bolton from Mr. Simpkins that she relies on to support her claim regarding the alleged age of the on-site oak tree. This letter is not credible, and it does not constitute expert testimony. It provides no indication that Mr. Simpkins ever visited the site, nor does it address his qualifications or credentials, and he was never properly qualified as an expert in these proceedings. The appellant has used this letter to suggest that it reflects Vizcaya's official position on the tree, but that is misleading and inaccurate. As confirmed by a letter that we received from the CEO and executive director of Vizcaya, which I would like to read into the record, the statements of Mr. Simpkins are his personal views and do not represent those of Vizcaya. Dear Coral Gables officials, please be advised that the attached letter written by Vizcaya's Senior Director of Horticulture and Sustainability, Ian Simpkins, on November 22nd, 2022, represents the personal opinions of Mr. Simpkins. I was not aware that this letter had ever been written, and it should not be construed as representing the views of Vizcaya Museum and Garden. And I will be submitting this letter to the clerk at the conclusion of my presentation. On the other hand, our certified arborist, Mr. Michael McCoy, who has over 25 years of experience with tree risk assessments, impact evaluations, and tree relocation planning, who has been qualified as an expert and actually inspected the tree, provided a detailed assessment report that's part of your record confirming that this tree is an excellent candidate for relocation. Mr. McCoy, along with Mr. David Bryant, who also has 40 years of experience in relocating large specimen trees such as this, are here to answer any questions that this commission may have at the conclusion of my presentation. If we could go to the next slide. I also want to address the issue about the private garden, which has already gone, as you could see here, through a separate and extensive review process. Your historic preservation officer, historic preservation board, this city commission, and 2 courts have reviewed this and all categorically denied this request to designate this property as historic, finding that it did not in any case meet any of the criteria to require designation or preservation. This architectural review process cannot be used as a vehicle to relitigate or reopen historical designation issues that have already been settled and addressed. If you could go to the next slide, please. Having clarified what is not at issue today, let's talk about what is. Article 5 of your code sets out clear and specific set of criteria for architectural design approval, which is the only standard that we are talking about here this afternoon. Your BOA, which is comprised of highly experienced professionals who know the city well and who apply this criteria weekly, reviewed this exact plans on 5 separate occasions, provided input, requested refinements, and ultimately approved the final project, finding that it fully complied with the requirements for architectural design approval in Article 5. Your Special Masters Board, an expert body made up of 3 architects that each has 4 decades of professional experience in architecture, carefully reviewed the testimony provided and the evidence presented and unanimously denied the appeal. Our lead designer, Mr. Albert Cordovez, and our expert witness, Mr. Bob Chisholm, presented our project to the board in detail, walking through each design element to demonstrate how the project meets and exceeds each and every one of the required code criteria. And I'd like to invite Albert Cordovez up, our lead designer, to provide a brief summary of his testimony and the materials that were presented to the special master, so you could have that as part of your background.
Thank you, George. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon. Albert Cordovez with Corwell Architects at 4210 Laguna Street, Coral Gables, Florida. First and foremost, I want to thank you for your time in reviewing our application and our project this afternoon. This is one that we have been working for quite some time with our client, city staff, in a incredible and great collaborative effort with the Board of Architects, which ultimately approved what we felt and we feel still today is a great project for the residents to be and for the community of the city of Coral Gables. Project constitutes 200 units in 9 levels, 9 stories. A unit mix ranging from studios to 3-bedroom units. We also have a 5,000 square feet special needs school, which is one of the fear and prides of this project. And in addition to that, we're housing 301 structured parking spaces within the project. So from the onset, when we looked at this project, we found an incredible opportunity, an opportunity to design a small city block in the City Beautiful. And that opportunity was really to take what's existing there today and creating an amazing and gorgeous pedestrian rail. And we started doing that. That's what we set out to do. And it was an incredible collaborative effort with this city, the Board of Architects. So in starting to do that, what we did is we actually went ahead and took that perimeter of that particular city block and developed it with almost 95% of active, truly active use spaces. In addition to that, we felt it was really important to create quality of life in the pedestrian realm by increasing the landscaped areas in that realm. And for that reason, you see that in our perimeter, we established distances greater than the required setback by articulating the porticos along the facades where you have the live-work units and adding additional landscaping. We felt it was also important to extend that quality of life to the interior of the project by creating beautiful open space. The central point of our project is a beautiful courtyard with almost 6,000 square feet. And it's linked, in addition to that, not required by code, but it's linked through a pedestrian passage through block that links pedestrians with ability to go and visit the courtyard as well. Again, maximizing the pedestrian quality of the entire project. The next thing we did is we wanted to minimize and increase that quality by introducing only 2 curb cuts and introducing an internal vehicular drive north to south where we have access to the school functions as far as drop-off is concerned. We have access to our internal parking circulation and most importantly, access to internalized loading functions of the project, therefore minimizing any impact on the pedestrian realm itself. All in all, I think we increased from the 20% required open space required by code to almost 32% of the open space. Forgot to mention that we also have the northeast corner of the project anchored by an open space for the school, but also allowed to be used by residents on non-school hours in addition to. So from what we have today, we have developed almost 30-something% of open landscape pedestrian areas that we think establish incredible quality to this particular project. Our upper levels are housing the balance of the units, and as you can see, one of the main things, again, it was to shield the parking garage. You can see it's totally shielded with active uses and essentially units from the streets. Lastly, we have our culminating at the last level with an open, beautiful deck, which essentially brings the project volume from an 8-story to a 9-story volume, and I think it articulates the massing very well. In the exterior components, we absolutely, through the efforts of design, with the board, with staff, with our client, designed this building in purely Coral Gables Mediterranean style, complying with every single guideline element of the code. We feel very proud of it. I think this is going to be an amazing project for the city, for the community, for the residents to be. We are here to answer any questions, any comments that you might have.
Thank you very much. In closing?
I'd like to reserve, I know we had a question in the middle as well in a few seconds, but I'd like to reserve a minute for rebuttal.
Okay.
Possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, Mr. Clerk, 17 seconds.
Thank you.
All right. Don't worry. I'll give anybody enough time. Don't worry.
I had a quick question.
I know. We'll do questions. I just want to have Mr. Winker. Do you have anything you'd like to add for the record?
I'm just going to do it 4 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay.
Just for the record, because I want to be clear, because there were some things that were said that were not correct, factually correct. Would you provide the time that they have available?
3 minutes and 58 seconds.
You can take the time that you need. Go ahead.
Okay. I want to state that the transcripts of the special master hearing incontrovertibly demonstrate that my due process was violated. I received much less time than the developer. They received double the time. Don't take my time, Mr. Navarro.
It's here to object. That's all.
Also, the chair of the special masters, contrary to what the assistant city attorney stated, cut me off and said, come on, wrap it up. And the transcripts demonstrate that. Additionally, I want to reiterate that the Mediterranean bonus that they received is not the med bonus that currently exists now. The standards were strengthened. It's completely different, and this project would not qualify for it under the new standards. Additionally, the green space that they're offering is a box. They received PAD, Planned Area Development, in exchange for the additional square footage. However, they are only providing occasional shared green space. And never before in this history of this city has there ever been this kind of negotiation where the green space is only occasional and that they've been granted the Planned Area Development PAD. So, yes. Additionally, I want to remind the commission that this project violates the North Ponce Conservation District overlay. Many of the photos that Mr. Navarro showed included Ponce de Leon itself, which has a completely different zoning code, and it's not applicable to the Garden Apartment District, which is inset from Ponce. And also I want to point out the fact that I have 12 different architects who've spoken out against this project. Maria de la Guardia, Rafael Portorondo, Elizabeth Platter Zyberk, Joanna Lombard, and Robert A.M. Stern additionally wrote letters in opposition to this project. And Liz Platter Zyberk even allowed one of her employees, a landscape architect, Mariana Fleitas, to come to participate in this meeting today because she is so against this project and she understands the NPCO code, the North Ponce Conservation District Overlay Code, and sees that this is a major violation of it. So, yes, this project must be denied. It flagrantly violates 2 city ordinances. It violates our standards for scale, for massing, for height, for density, for infrastructure. That area has no infrastructure to accommodate that project. There are only 2 tall buildings in that area. And Phoenicia Avenue, it's 99% of the buildings are 1 or 2 stories. One building on Phoenicia's 4 stories. On Antilla, every building on that street is 2 or 3 or 1 stories. So it's completely out of context and incompatible.
Oh, you don't have to end there. You can take a few extra seconds if you need it. No. I want to make sure you get all the time that you need.
Thank you so much, Mayor Lago. And yes, I just want to reiterate my due process was denied. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'd like to put on the record what our Mr. City Attorney, would you like to respond to her statement about the time? I think you put it on the record, but maybe you want to put it on the record again to be clear. I think it's important. Especially when you're talking about due process, I think it's important.
So as I indicated before, like most meetings, in this particular case, the city clerk keeps times and the alarm goes off and the mayor has the ability to ask somebody to wrap things up. Same thing happened in the special master hearing. I kept the timer went off. The transcript doesn't indicate when the timer goes off, but the transcript does indicate that the chairman does ask him to please wrap up, and she proceeds to then provide more input, and at no point is she ever asked to stop speaking or anything like that. At the end of the day, the last comments before she sat down was, good, okay, good. She was perfectly satisfied with everything she had presented. Nobody prevented her from presenting anything else, and then the opportunity was given to the city for Mr. Riesco to speak at that time.
Okay, is that on the public record? Is there a public record of that?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, please provide that for anyone that would like to have a public record of that, to make sure that obviously the city attorney's comments are on the record and everyone understands that no due process was violated. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, are we in the question mode at this
Yeah, I'm
point?
just trying to go back to the counsel for the property owner. He has a few, I think he said he needed a minute. So I wanted to see how much time.
Mayor, while he comes up, I just want to say that what Ms. Bolton was referring to and what the assistant city attorney was reading from, that is the transcript, that is part of the record. It's on the agenda item, and it's part of it is what you are reviewing today.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we put it on the record, even though I know, again, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. People can say whatever they like to say. But I think it's critically important that we put things on the record, especially when you're talking about due process and you're saying you violated someone's due process. Go ahead, sir.
So before I start my rebuttal, I just wanted to put an objection onto the record.
Just if I may, remember, when you go into your rebuttal, every moment you go into your rebuttal, I'm going to give her the same amount of time.
Of course, I think that was what also happened at the last proceeding. So just the issues of infrastructure were not raised as part of the special master meeting, so those should not be considered here. I know we're going off the record, but I wanted to just put that objection on the record. Regarding the prior hearing, and I'll talk very fast for this minute, but Ms. Bolton essentially used the entire public comment portion of the special master meeting as part of her presentation in chief. She was personally selecting witnesses and bringing them up and having the clerk put up exhibits as to what they were speaking and coordinating with all these witnesses. So she almost had double the amount of time that we had. And I want to just make that clear because it was a concern that I had on my side representing the property owner during those proceedings. I'll conclude with this because this has been a 3.5-year process of appeal after appeal. The right to appeal is fundamental, but it comes with a responsibility to make arguments with accuracy and good faith representations of fact. In the past several years, many of the claims advanced by Ms. Bolton over the years have been carefully reviewed and conclusively found to be untrue. The first, that this site is a cemetery, which the state confirmed to be untrue. The second is that the trees on this site originated from the Garden of Gethsemane, which multiple arborists, including the city's own, concluded that that was not true. And most recently, that an oak on site is 200 years old. which is also unsupported by any professional analysis of the record, but also highly improbable, as prior to the development of Coral Gables in the 1920s, most of Coral Gables consisted of pine rocklands, not mature hardwood forests. So that would be quite impossible to have an oak tree that's 200 years old. At some point, when appeals rely on unfounded assertions, they can no longer be viewed as good faith efforts to resolve legitimate issues. Instead, they risk transforming a protective process into a mechanism for delay. And those delays have real life consequences, not only to the city that has to expend time and resources, not only to my client and the property owner who has to absorb additional costs, but in this case to an important critical community that is not able to have certainty as to its future in this community, and that is Crystal Academy. The record before you is clear. The project's architecture complies with the code. It's undergone an extensive review by 2 expert bodies who both found the project complied with all the requirements in your code. Your city architect has also reviewed the project independently and has reached the same conclusion. Personal disagreements with policy or design preference by Ms. Bolton is not a legal basis for reversal. We ask this commission deny the appeal based on the substantial competent evidence of the record and allow this important project to move forward without any more unwarranted delays.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Winker, you have 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
Yes. I'm just going to
I
read.
can see already a few head shaking about the 2 minutes and 26 seconds. So go ahead, but make it
Yes.
count. But let's talk about the design. Let's talk about the design, not about the tree, about anything else. Let's talk about the design. Let's make it count on that.
Okay, but I do want to reiterate that my due process was violated at the special masters, and there is proof of that in the transcript, so I just want to reiterate that. Additionally, one of the most fundamental rights that we have as American citizens is the right to appeal a decision. And I am so grateful and thankful to live in a country and a city where I have that right. And so I'm so happy to exercise that, and I will continue to do so. The project is a major violation of our code for not just our ordinances, but our design review standards. And I'm going to pass the mic over to Maria de Leon Fleitas, who's an architect and urbanist. And she's going to get up and use the minute and a half.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you'll have the.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maria de Leon Fleitas. I am an architect. I've lived in Coral Gables for 43 years at 825 Messina Avenue. I am practicing architect. I'm also a new urbanist, and I'm also adjunct faculty at the University of Miami. I'd like to say that we need to speak with fact, and that is very true, Attorney Navarro. First of all, starting with the fact that the rendering that is presented to all of us, first of all, in January, I understood that the building had 177 units. Now today, the architect is saying it's got 200 units. The rendering that is shown to all of us in public shows the building on an island. Really, there's no buildings adjacent to it, and it frustrates me very much to see this building is not part of an island. It is not isolated. It is part of a very tight-knit community, a community that is composed of 1, 2-story, and 3-story buildings. And I have a presentation that I can talk to you about later on, but I want to specify that right now that it's not truthful, and if we need to be truthful, then your images, attorney and architect, should be truthful and should show the neighborhood adjacent around it. You're not building this building alone. There are buildings and there is a community that I saw it, yeah. And there's no buildings on your rendering. So your rendering shows your building as an island, and it is not an island. So please consider that, because it's not factual and it's not truthful. The buildings also that he talks about are on Ponce, and they're farther away. They're not within the neighborhood. So I'll continue this presentation if you allow me to. Thank you so much.
Okay, for the record, you had 16 more seconds than anybody else has. How about we call that a win and we call it a truce in regards to the war of the seconds, okay? So
just for the record, this is not rebuttal. I have to clarify the record.
Done. 5 seconds. I want him to win.
I just want to object to that being considered expert testimony, as the prior testimony was provided as public comment.
Both of you, sit down, please. Both of you sit down. Look at you. Look. Yeah. How about that? Right? 10 seconds. We did it. All right, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir.
To my colleagues, would you like to have a conversation amongst the commission, or would you like to hear public comment first? What would you like to do? It's designed for us to have conversation first, but I'm more than willing to hear public comments out of respect for the residents who may have to leave.
Through the mayor, I would
Yes, sir.
prefer public comment
Okay.
first.
Perfect. Vice Mayor, what would you like?
As far as discussion, that's one thing, but how about if we have any questions?
Of course.
Because it may help weigh
Okay.
in on public comment as well.
Okay, not a problem. I see it. I see it.
Because, I've heard a lot of concern about a tree. We have some staff members here. We have other witnesses here that I think can help enlighten the parties regarding the health of the tree, the movability of the tree, and the other is the compliance with our code. Because we have a city architect who's also looked at this and whether or not the Mediterranean bonus itself is compliant with our current city code.
If I may, I don't have an issue with that. We'll do the Q&A now, but I want to put it on the record just to be very clear again, because I know the city attorney is jumping at the bit to press the button to step in. We're not here to talk about the tree. The tree has no standing in today's conversation. I love trees. No standing today, okay? Remember, yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor. And one other thing, the approval of the Mediterranean bonus is also not being appealed, is not
I
on
was going to
appeal.
get there.
Sorry.
I was going to get there.
Okay.
We love trees. This is the commission that loves the trees the most. We've done everything we can for the trees, okay? We've done everything, okay? We're
Okay,
not going to discuss.
then I'll withdraw my question.
We're not going to discuss about the memorial. We're not discussing here about the memorial. We're not here to discuss whether it's a cemetery or not. I would like to discuss Live Local and what are the opportunities in regards to Live Local on the site, but we're not discussing that either. Okay, what we're here to discuss is what we've had 35 minutes of conversations on by both sides who handle themselves incredibly professional. More than 35 minutes, excuse me. I'm here to have a conversation now amongst my commissioners. Madam Vice Mayor, would you like to discuss any issues in regards to the design moving forward?
As I had mentioned, I brought the ordinance change that we would have 3 special masters on projects of this magnitude because I did, as a resident, appeal the design of a project one time, and it was one special master, and it felt on something of that significance, we should have more than one opinion. So that's my first comment on that.
Can I add something to that, if I may? I just want to commend you on that because since you did bring that legislation up, I think it's brought a different kind of how do I put this, objectivity and opportunity for have multiple people in the room having a conversation on the issue, but it's also allowed us to review things and have 3 different professionals in a room having a conversation about whatever the issues at hand. So I commend you for bringing that legislation forward, and I think it's paid dividends when we're trying to work on issues of this magnitude. I called the city architect up here just in case if you have any questions. I think this is the person who has the most knowledge in regards to the process and the issues of the design.
So my second comment is I worked for several years with our city architect, our staff, Board of Architects, et cetera, on revising the Mediterranean design bonus so that we had stricter requirements on the design bonus. And having sunk that many hours into it, because it took years, I don't see anything glaring on this that would cause this project to be not in compliance with the design requirements. Am I correct? You here?
The project at hand was reviewed based on the Mediterranean standards at the time and was approved based on that. We since then have modified the Mediterranean standards, and as you said, after several years of back and forth, we've made the standards, I think, better, and better is probably stricter, and has more compliance requirements than was previously in place when this project was approved.
So
Does that answer your question?
it does. And for the public that didn't go through the laborious task of those revisions, we had buildings with birds on them that were very modern that were being approved with a Mediterranean bonus. And instead, we eliminated other architectural styles and we we limited Mediterranean bonus to only those who met the Mediterranean standard with high-quality materials.
That is correct, and that was the sole largest change that we made to the zoning code at the time with regard to med bonus standards is the original code had a caveat that it was Mediterranean style and other styles. That last part of that sentence was removed based on the will of the community and the commission, and we are now enforcing Mediterranean style only. So that's why the previous projects, the ones with the birds, were approved because other acceptable styles were allowed back then to receive a med bonus. We've since made the change. We understood the ramifications of what that zoning code implication had. And again, there was some pushback on architectural style and buildings that were being built under the previous code. And that's the reason we made the adjustment. And we had all the meetings and we had all these exchanges with the community, with the commissioners, and we modified the code to address the concern that is prevalent in the last, I would say, 2 or 3 years, where we were able to make that adjustment. And now, moving forward, we are doing that. It has to be a med style building. It cannot be another style if you're going to receive a med bonus. That was the agreement that was made across the board and based on the changes to the code.
When was that approved?
I don't know the time.
The final vote was January of 2025.
Probably 2 years ago, a year and a half ago.
Well, it was
2025.
the final vote
The
was
final was last year?
January
I
of
know, we started
2025.
a couple of years ago.
Well, no,
And it went through a couple of iterations, and we made some adjustments, and we finalized it. I'm not sure of the date, honestly.
right. The material standards on this building do,
Extensive changes to the code,
Right.
extensive, to table 1, table 2, table 3. So we went through word by word of the zoning code for months at a time.
but it ensured that we used high-quality materials.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That was one of the benefits of the changes that we made to the code, was to guarantee that the materiality would be high-end and not just substandard stuff that we were getting.
So I'll ask you this question. The design that was approved by the Board of Architects and affirmed by the special masters, does it meet the quality standards material-wise
Yes, absolutely.
of the current
The
code?
building has high-quality materiality throughout. The building complies actually with a lot of the standards that were triggered in the change. And I think the building, it steps back, it steps in, it has volume changes, it has Mediterranean features that are known and prevalent for that style. It has high-end materiality. It complies with a lot of the code changes that we have made. I would say that.
Okay, does it comply with the setback requirements?
Yes, it does. Even though, again, I'm Board of Architects, I'm not zoning. So setbacks are a zoning condition, not an architectural
I know.
condition.
No, I
You
understand.
understand the difference? There's a difference in an architectural setback that's based on a volume or a mass, and then there is a zoning setback that says you got to be 10 feet away.
Okay, so,
This project complies with that.
and there were some comments about massing and that buildings are in the neighborhood 2 to 3 stories in height. I took a look at the map of the neighborhood, and I see buildings 8 stories on Galliano within a block. Is that your, when you've reviewed the neighborhood, what you saw as well?
Yes, that's our consideration when we look at context. As we look to the south, we look to the north. There's multi-story buildings north of us. There's multi-story buildings south of us. There's multi-story buildings to the east of us. I'm sorry, to the west of us. So contextually, there are multi-story buildings that are part of that area. And that's how we base our compatibility.
So there are multi-story buildings.
Yes,
The zoning in the area allowed for those multi-story buildings.
yes.
Is that correct?
To my knowledge, I wasn't here when they were built, but they've been around for a long time, and I'm sure they complied with the requirements at the time.
Right. So we're not here for zoning, but I just wanted to bring that up since it was mentioned by someone that there were no other multi-story buildings in the area that exceeded 2 to 3 stories in height. So do any of my other colleagues have any questions?
Yes.
Commissioner.
Through the mayor. Yes, I have a question, and this is for Ms. Bolton. You said that your due process was violated. Can you go ahead and guide me to where in the transcript you feel or it proves that it was violated?
Yes, in the transcript, and I apologize, I don't remember the exact page numbers, but you can see where I began to speak and where I end. It's about 20 pages. And then where the developer has an opportunity to speak, it goes on for approximately 45 pages. So that incontrovertibly demonstrates that they got more time.
But did at any point anybody stop you from talking?
Yes. Chairperson Willie Bermello specifically said to me, you need to wrap it up. And I did continue speaking for like another minute, and I wrapped it up early because I was asked to.
So are you telling me your due process was violated because of the amount of time you spoke?
Yes, and the amount of time that the developer received. They received at least double the amount of time as I did. They had architect Chisholm come up and speak. They had, I think, a Mr. McCoy and the other arborist come up and speak. And you can see that if you look at when I started to speak during the transcripts, when I finished, and you compare it to the number of pages that the developer received.
Are you trying to tell me that you had more testimony or that you had more things to say and you weren't able to say them? Or do you feel that you were able to state your case completely?
There were certainly additional comments that I would have made, but I was told to stop. So yeah, my due process was violated in a major manner at that hearing.
Thank you.
And also I just want to mention, this clock here was not available to the public during the special master's hearing. I couldn't see it from where I was sitting, and I was well aware when the developer was speaking that they received much more time, but unfortunately I did not have the foresight to begin timing them. So.
Thank you.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay.
If I could just, it was on page 68, line 4, where Chairman Bermello says, "Can you wrap it up?"
Again, for the record, that happens at every commission meeting. That happens at every meeting here when there's testimony being given. I ask people they could please wrap it up, because as we go over time and there's discussion, we have to move on because we have to respect the entire agenda. There's many items on the agenda, and we want to make sure that people can speak. So again, I think you've had a fair amount, more time than the individual who is Mr. Navarro to speak, and his team. You've spoken more today, so I don't think your rights have been in any form or any way trampled. But please sit down. That may be used against me later because I asked her to sit down. Respectfully. So you've been given ample time, more time than council to. Okay, but you've been given more time. You've spoken. You just got up and spoke again. So my point is that it's been very fair, and I want to keep it that way. Commissioner Lara.
Just a quick question. Mr. Winkler, can I ask you some questions, please? Sir, were you present during that particular meeting that Ms. Bolton claimed that she was deprived?
At the special master hearing, yes.
Okay, did you object?
No.
Did you ask for more time?
No, we took our allotted time. We were, she was cut off within the allotted time. And the issue is the developer was allowed to do almost double the time.
What was the allotted time?
Do you remember what the allotted time was?
I just know the page numbers.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Commissioner, I don't remember the amount of time.
Are you saying that she was deprived a minimum amount of time that was allotted for the presentation?
No, she, let's be clear, the issue is not her amount of time. It was the it was the developer's amount of time. The issue is, it looks like we didn't have a timer, but if you look at this transcript, it's approximately double the time.
So if I understand, maybe what you're trying to say is like if you put it on the scales, right, there's more time that one side took to present because they maybe had more to say and less time for your client devoted to speaking. But if you feel, I think that's your point, right, that you feel that she was cut off, I think you already answered my question. You didn't object.
No, let's be clear. We complied. We used up our time.
Okay.
The developer went well over the time, and that's the issue.
Mr. Winkler, did you object to that?
No, that's my point is.
So we sit in a quasi-judicial appellate capacity. I've litigated for 30 years. Maybe you have as well. What you don't preserve below, I can't hear again today, correct?
No, that's the issue. The issue is you are reviewing the record for due process. There is no necessity of preserving. This isn't an objection such as hearsay, such as relevance. This is a fundamental how it was conducted, the hearing was conducted.
And I'm on that
The city
point.
gave twice as much time to the other side. Whether I've objected or not, the facts are the facts.
But you sought no more time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. On to the next issue. Can you please just tell me what is the essential requirement of the law that you contend was not met as pertains to the design that was approved by the architectural board? That is my specific question.
Well, I think it's mixing two elements, right? There's three elements on appeal. Due process.
No, just excuse me, I have to interrupt you because I asked you a very specific question. The essential element of the law as pertains to the approval by the architectural board of the design of this building, you contend was missed. It was not complied with.
No.
So what is the essential element of the law as pertains to the approval of the design of the building that you want to bring to my attention?
So that is not our contention. Our contention is that the competent substantial evidence makes clear that when you apply the law, which requires compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, harmony with the surrounding neighborhood, the evidence is clear that the project is out of compliance with that. So no one is arguing that the wrong law was applied, right? The essential requirement, the law was applied.
Okay. Law is applied, right?
There was no evidence. The evidence is clear that the project fails to comply with that.
So, so having gone through prong number one, due process, now prong number two, essential requirements of the law, now we're on to number three. Was there competent and substantial evidence to support the finding of the architectural board that the design of the building?
That's the contention. That's why we're here today. That's the appeal is due process, and then three, the evidence. And it's our contention that when you review the record, and as you will hear today from other people that are speaking that will talk about what happened at the meeting, the evidence is clear that it is incompatible with the neighborhood. It fails to meet that standard.
So that I understand then, are there any arguments that you're raising here today that haven't been raised before as pertains the approval of the architectural design, both and among the Board of Architects and the multiple review bodies that reviewed the decision initially made by the Board of Architects? Are there any new arguments or new facts that you're bringing before us today?
No, and I would agree with the city attorney is that's not why we're here today. We're to go over what happened below, and that's what we're arguing, the transcript below.
So from the Board of Architects to the various appellate reviews, which includes a unanimous vote of a special master, your contention has to be, right, that each of those bodies got it wrong. in each
Exactly.
in each of the opportunities that you were given to present your case.
Exactly, and that's what I said earlier on. We're so often here where the commission says, our hands are tied. We can't help you residents with what's happening here. This is a unique process. You can have input on the design of this building. This is a opportunity for the commission to say, what do we want this to look like after hearing the resident input about what the issues are with this building. One of the examples that was said below, it's unprecedented in Coral Gables. We live in a tropical environment where we can grow trees, we can have open spaces. This is a silo within a building. When you're in the green space, you're surrounded by four walls. The sky is above. Basically, it's like this. The garden, the open space is surrounded by, and I don't want to misspeak, I think it's 4-story walls at a minimum that you're in. We've never had, it's like a coffee can on it. So those are the things that you can consider whether we want to set that precedent.
Right. Well, I disagree because I believe that the commission sitting here in this quasi-judicial appellate review of this issue is limited to due process, essential requirements of law, and where the competent substantial evidence was provided below. And the only criteria with respect to compatibility is the architectural compatibility. And I think we've heard, unless you disagree, evidence below and today that the design that was approved by the Board of Architects falls within applicable zoning.
But again, we're not.
But can you just answer that question? Is that true, what I just said?
Well, first of all, we're not here on zoning, so I don't know how to answer that question.
We can answer it yes or no because I asked that question.
Okay, so if we're going to get into zoning.
Well, do you agree with my question is whether the architectural compatibility is the only criteria that's to be reviewed with respect to your argument that competent substantial evidence and due process was violated? The only incompatibility you can refer to is where the architectural design is incompatible.
Absolutely. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about design, right? What do we want to have buildings that have silos? It's reminiscent of the plaza, right?
But you're going off again. I'm asking whether or not, with respect to architectural compatibility, right, the design, I think you're suggesting that we can sit here and substitute our view with what was rendered as the opinion and decision of the Board of Architects. Are you asking me to put my view in substituted for theirs?
Absolutely. Your job as the commissioner is to review the evidence to determine whether this design is compatible with the neighborhood.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about whether, I was asking whether or not there's any architectural code or zoning provision that has been violated with this design having been approved. Just identify that for me.
Okay, so, I mean, I guess we're going to get into zoning. So you're talking about zoning violations?
Talk about any architect.
No.
Yeah, that's
He's not talking about zoning, but he's talking about design.
Design is the only question.
Whether this design that was approved by the BOA and then reaffirmed by an independent panel,
right,
who has 3 members, was any law violated?
Yes.
Okay, and I don't mean to jump into Commissioner Lara.
Well, I would have just asked them, just quote to me the section.
The code requires that the architecture be compatible with the neighborhood. That is the standard. So you sit in judgment when you see that massive building within the context of this garden district. Is it compatible and is it in harmony? That is the question before you.
Okay, Madam City Attorney, would you like to?
Sorry, I just want to clarify and remind the commission of the standard that you're supposed to be following here today. So you are not supposed to make a judgment as to whether the design satisfies the criteria in the zoning code. You're supposed to be determining whether there was competent substantial evidence relied upon by the special masters in making that determination. So you're not supposed to step into the shoes. You're not supposed to make a judgment on that. You're supposed to review the record. Was there substantial competent evidence? and if there was competent substantial evidence to support the decision of the special masters, that is sufficient. So that's what you're determining today. Was there substantial competent evidence?
Do you agree with that, Mr. Winkler, that that's the correct review?
Yes, and so let me quote the law. Section 5103, architectural style, letter B, says, the architectural context of an area includes height, scale, massing, separation between buildings, and style in regard to how buildings and structures relate to each other within a specified area, unquote. Then we talk about what does compatibility mean. Compatibility means the characteristics of different uses or activities or designs which allow them to be located near or adjacent to each other in harmony. So your guys today, and I think the city attorney has said this, made this clear, you have to see if the evidence supports the conclusion that this is in harmony with the other buildings. So you're not substituting judgment, you're not, you're looking, is there evidence that this is in harmony based on what happened below?
Right. Well, just a couple of things real quick, and then I'll pass the gavel, I guess, or the dais over to the mic to my colleagues. Mr. Winkler, you said a couple of times, you referred to us here as guys. And I'm not trying to stand on ceremony here, but we're all commissioners, and if you refer to us that way, I doubt you would say to a judge, hey, folks, or something like that. Or you might, but I'm trying to maintain some decorum in that respect. And second, I think that we're all on the same page, since we are not, and I think you agreed, to substitute our view of what the evidence below would have been had we sat in the shoes of the Board of Architects, right? All that we're looking at is whether or not what they did see is substantial and competent evidence for the decision they made, correct?
Absolutely. So the idea is you can look at that picture and you are able to determine that picture is evidence. Is that building in harmony? That's the decision you have to make. To say that's substituting judgment, you have to sit based on the evidence before you. And we believe that the evidence is clear. It's not compatible. It's not in harmony.
I know your position, but I disagree that I can look at it and decide differently, because I can look at the same evidence and come up possibly with a different interpretation. But my limit is whether or not, when they looked at it, what their decision was, is it supported? You would have to make the argument that there is no way that they could find that it complied with applicable law, correct?
No, I do not believe that's the standard.
Okay, we'll agree to disagree then.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wink, if I may, I haven't said a word yet. Just a few points that I think is very concerning. And if you can tell, for the record, I think you said that there was about double the amount of time that was spent going back and forth during the special master. I think we have surpassed that by far in regards to the amount of time that you've gotten here today. I think that's critically important, because it's one of the fundamental principles of your argument and Ms. Bolton's argument that due process was violated. And you're the one standing up here for the last probably 30 minutes. So you've had the floor to really state your case. On that point, I think you infer that the city's fingers were on the scale in regards to what has transpired over the multiple different boards, from the BOA to the special master, and that you were not treated fairly. Commissioner Lara very eloquently brought to light the fact that there was no objection on your part, zero objection. And as the attorney, I imagine you're not doing this out of the goodness of your heart. You're being paid to be here.
Well, actually, that I'm not being paid.
Well, congratulations. At least you're getting some good publicity out of it. You're getting some good publicity out of it. That's beautiful. I believe in charity work also. Why didn't you object?
I don't think it was appropriate to interrupt. At the end of the day, the hearing is the hearing. This is not under law, this is not a violation that requires preservation below. Whether people were given equal time is a fact. to be determined by this board.
So let me ask you a question. If I vote in your favor today, does that mean that Mr. Navarro and his clients have some claim against me for not providing enough time for them today? This is when you said you don't want to. You said you don't want to interrupt, but your client has interrupted. I think this is about the third time that she interrupts, which is perfectly fine. I understand. There's people are a little overzealous on issues, and I get it. But I'm not a lawyer, right? But when you're brought in to represent somebody, you should do everything in your power within the confines of the process to make sure you represent them. So when you tell me you didn't object, but then you're going to come back a few months later and say, or a few weeks later and say, hey, our due process was violated, or we were not afforded the same rights as Mr. Navarro and the owners of the property, I want to help you. And that's why, if you notice, I'm giving you a lot of time to explain yourself up here. I think we've been more than fair. So you got to give me something that I can really hang my hat on. So you tell me, because you've really talked about due process and due process and due process, that it was violated. So I want to make sure, because this will hit the blogs later, and I want to make sure that at least on my account, I feel comfortable when they write an article that spins this off the rails, that at least someone can go back and look at the transcript. So I want to understand, you feel that you didn't want to object because you didn't want to.
Process
with the
is
process?
It's like the idea of that I'm going to tell the city how to conduct that hearing. The hearing is the way the hearing is going to go, right? There's questions asked, just like you're giving me more time today. Ms. Bolton raised the issue, and there was no timer. Let's be clear, first of all, right? There was no timer available to us. Here we have a timer.
But that's not an excuse. There is a timer.
No, there is no timer.
Sir, with all due respect, there is a timer. In the meetings, you're given time. The clerk or the person who's running the meeting is going to tell you, you have 15 minutes, you have 15, whatever the time may be, and there's a timer. Whether you see it or you don't see it, there is a timer present, because both you have time on your end and I have time on my end over here, as I can see. And then it's very clear. So there is a timer.
Just to be clear, at the meeting we were at.
Maybe you didn't see the timer, but there is a timer.
No, there was no timer.
All right. But at the end of the day, you should still object. If you feel you did not get enough time, you should object. That's the bottom line.
Wait, Mayor, if I may, as well. So as I asked and you just brought up again, number one, the basis for your lack of due process, I think, is that she wasn't afforded the same or relatively the same amount of time as her adversary. But you didn't object and you didn't ask for more time.
That's what I was getting to.
But in the end, right? So that's the basis for coming here today and saying that I was deprived of something then. As the mayor's saying, help us understand. If you didn't object or didn't ask for more time, how can that be considered prejudicial?
So I'm gonna get to the final point, okay? Which Commissioner Lara, as a good attorney, basically made my point. Literally was. So you feel you didn't get sufficient time?
No.
But you didn't.
Let's be clear. Not that we didn't get sufficient
Okay, but then
time.
but that's my.
They got double the time.
Okay, but then why are you making an argument today if you didn't object? And then also, you didn't seek out additional time. So at the end of the day, I think that you're not focusing in on what I believe is the important facts here. And that is, do you have any competent, substantial evidence for me to review, not on time, due process violations that are somewhere in the nebulous state? Do we have something here that you can show me that will overturn what the special master clearly voted on unanimously, our competent professional board at the Board of Architecture, which are all architects? I need you to tell me something, and it can't be just in real, mumbo jumbo legal terminology to try to confuse me because I'm not a lawyer. I have lawyers all around me, okay? They can iron this thing out and, take it all apart for me. I need you to do me a favor, please, and explain to me, and I'm going to, really simple. Do you have any competent, substantial evidence that will render the decision by the special master invalid, and I can move in a different direction? I need you to tell me that.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, wait, hold on. And you cannot tell me about a coffee can, because I wrote this down, a coffee can and a park. Sir?
I'm listening.
But no, please come forward.
Wait.
Let's we're focusing in on the park? No, no focus on the park. It is about design. It's about design. I need you to explain to me the design and where it falls short and does not meet the criteria, please.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
The applicable law is section 5-103.
So we went through this already.
Architectural style.
But tell me.
The architectural context of an area includes height, scale, massing, separation between buildings, and style in regard to how buildings and structures relate to each other within a specified area. Article 16 of our code explains what compatibility means. Compatibility means the characteristics of different uses or activities or design which allows them to be located near or adjacent to each other in harmony. Compatibility, harmony, the evidence before you, the comments from the public. You're going to hear them again now. This isn't in harmony, and it is not compatible. This is a giant building within a garden district with an overlay. It's across the street from the Women's Center. It is jarring. You can see from the pictures it's jarring. But the evidence below, the residents' testimony is what matters. And the resident testimony, the competent substantial evidence, is that it's not compatible and it's not in harmony. That is the evidence.
So, Madam City Attorney, I've heard. Can I consider any of this? Jarring, women's club, any of that makes a decision, helps me make a decision here.
So, Mayor, there was, my understanding from reviewing the transcript is that there was various evidence that was presented. And, you know, if the property owner wants to review what was submitted or just kind of summarize it for you, but in addition to whatever the property owner submitted in terms of plans and specifications, the testimony of their architect, in addition, I know there was a staff report by our city architect.
I read all that, everything.
And so if there was testimony by residents, lay opinion, let's say, that is not competent substantial evidence. So it's
Happy you said that. Okay,
okay. So if there's factual testimony by any of the residents, if there was factual testimony in the transcript, factual testimony, then that can be considered substantial competent evidence. But if it's just opinion testimony by a lay person, then it's not competent substantial evidence.
So you have been asked multiple times by myself, by Commissioner Lara, and in regards to show me competent substantial evidence. You will continue to repeat the law.
And
let's be clear.
And you
the
can
factual evidence. I'm
okay,
going to go over it again.
And hold on one second. And you mentioned a coffee can and a park. All that doesn't come into.
But Mayor, it
sir,
does
it does
apply.
not. Does not. It does not come into play here.
It does apply.
Sir, it does not.
Wait, listen, that'll all be taken up on appeal. But the idea is the factual evidence before you is the resident factual testimony about incompatibility and out of harmony. That's what you have to focus on.
I'd like to put this on the record since you already mentioned it's going to go to appeal. I don't know how you know that. You must have a crystal ball. I've given you every opportunity, Mr. Winker, every opportunity to produce something. You've gone off.
You have it, Your Honor. You have it, Your Honor. You have it, Mayor. It's in the record. Your job is to go through the factual statements from the residents regarding facts that go to compatibility. You're now going to hear public comment. What are they going to talk about? Compatibility and harmony.
I do need to clarify, just to follow up on what I had said previously. Yes. If the record reflects that there was competent substantial evidence supporting different outcomes, and the special masters who were there and heard the testimony, heard the evidence, considered the evidence, they are the ones who are responsible for weighing that evidence and making a decision. So long as there was competent substantial evidence to support their decision, it doesn't matter if there was other competent substantial evidence that would have supported a different outcome. They're the ones who weighed the evidence. So your job today is to see whether there was, and to make the determination whether there was competent substantial evidence to support their decision. not whether there was other,
I get
they're
it.
the ones who weighed the evidence.
I'm just hoping and praying that you could come up with some sort of item or argument that makes me see something differently. Because at the end,
You're gonna hear public comment from the same people.
just so you're aware, please, and I try not to interrupt you. Just give me 1 second, Mr. Winker. I apologize. You've interrupted me maybe half a dozen times. I listened to all the public testimony. I was there, okay, listening to the tape. It's fine. We've been very clear on this. I'm going to hear and listen to everybody. I'm going to give them the time they need. So, but this was your job to put forth an argument that would explain your case. And I'm sorry, I don't think I'm the only one up here that doesn't see it. Okay, so, yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, through the mayor. My last question here is for you, Mr. Winker, or maybe for the representation of the developer. At any point during the last hearing, did the chair ask the developer to wrap it up?
No.
Okay, so you're telling me the developer got half the time, well, 2 times more, and the chair didn't ask them to wrap it up?
Correct.
Stop. No. No more. No more. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. That's it. Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I'm not going to get into this game back and forth. I'm not going to. I know where this is going. I know where the commissioner is going. I'm not going to allow it. I'm not going to allow it. I'm not going to allow it. Okay? I'm not going to do that. But hold on, Commissioner. Hold on. At the end of this commission meeting, Mr. Clerk, at the end of the commission meeting, I asked you to please, I want you to put the comments by both sides, how much time, and I want to make it a public record. I want to show very clearly the amount of time and the leniency that was given to Bonnie Bolton and her attorney. I want to make it very clear, because we keep going back to the due process and that the finger had the city had the finger on the scale. I will not stand for that. And for the commission to even imply that and continue to say that is not the way it should be. No commissioner should say that. Okay? None. That is an assault on who we are as a city, and we will never do that, whether we're on one side of an argument or an issue or the other side of an issue. We respect everybody's time here. Okay, Commissioner Lara, let's wrap it up, and then we'll have our public comment.
Mr. Mayor, since there's been a suggestion by Mr. Winkler that he may be seeking, depending on the outcome today, an appellate review, I think we should grant 3 minutes to Mr. Navarro to at least get on the record some rebuttal to these points raised by Mr. Winkler. I would ask that.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
All right, Commissioner. Jesus, now I'm even confused. Okay. Counselor Navarro, I'm going to give you 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
I will be less than that. I would just like to clarify, I know I mentioned earlier that there was an allotted amount of time. Each side had 15 minutes, plus there was a 1 hour of public comment.
This is exactly what I didn't want to do.
I am just setting the record straight. I'm just going to read from the record. This is from page 21 of the record. Ms. Bolton, it seems like you're using the public comment as part of your presentation, and your public comment is limited to 15 minutes. Throughout this record, if you look, while the public speakers are speaking, Ms. Bolton's name pops up, saying, please put up these photos. I'm introducing someone. At the conclusion of where Mr. Winker says that the chairman asked him to wrap up, Ms. Bolton was able to read five letters into the record after that point. So there was plenty of opportunity to speak, no objection on the record, and no ask for additional time, and the record speaks for itself, and I appreciate it.
So if I may, thank you very much. That was 52 seconds. So put that on the record. Okay, stop the clock. So I want to make sure that we add this up. By the way, Mr. Clerk, I'm not kidding. At the end, we're going to do this, and we're gonna get down to the second, and we're going to post this, because this is, again, the idea that we're saying here, that the city has their finger on the scale and gives preference to one person over another, it's not going to happen here. The key here was to have a conversation, whether it's on one side or the other, to talk about the competent, substantial evidence that was provided by the special master. That's what the intent was, right, Madam City Attorney?
Correct, Mayor. It's to review the record below.
And what have we done? We have spent over an hour and a half not talking about that. talking about due process, talking about trees, talking about open space, talking about, we've literally, exactly what I didn't want to do, you did it. Okay, all right. Well, with that being said, we'd like to move it now, so hopefully people can get home to deal with the issues that they have, okay? Even though I love the fact that all of you are here, I'm excited about, continuing to push forward our democracy, but I know you have better things to do. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Let's open the public hearing.
All right. First speaker, Cheryl Ackerman. Okay.
You see, that's why we have to do it, because people have to leave. Oh, can I, wait, just for the record, please, we need to be honest and transparent. Did she leave a comment there?
She did, yes, sir.
What is it?
She just said she needed to leave early. That's all her comments said.
Well, sorry about that.
Maria Cruz.
Yes.
This is Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, 305-323-2154. First comment, Winker got up because he was asked to get up and to answer questions. He didn't get up on his own. He answered what he was asked. Okay. Number two, that project is incompatible with the rest of the area. Very clearly, that has to do with design. Massing is absolutely out of the park in massing. Height, this is what they were supposed to be looking at. The project is out of context, and once again, this project should not be approved as it is. They should go back and do it the way it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Joanne Mayer.
Hello, Joanne Marr, 1225 Valencia Avenue. I'm not here to talk about the tree. However, I will talk about the design of the interior courtyard, so trees in general will be mentioned. The children of Crystal Academy currently play in the grass under the shade of trees that have lived in their school home since well before they or their parents were born. Those who drive in the neighborhood see mature trees rather than more concrete. Those who walk by, even if they don't currently have access to the garden of our Lord, while all of this plays out, benefit from a tree canopy that shades the sidewalk, lowers temperatures, and contributes to a sense of well-being. Do these students deserve a new facility to enhance their education? Absolutely. Do they deserve an outdoor environment that is robust? One that allows them not only to play, but to explore, to get into the dirt, to observe birds, bees, butterflies, and to listen to the ch-ch-ch of squirrels working on a live oak acorn. The green space courtyard in this proposal, which is surrounded by 9 stories, falls very short of what these children, the neighbors, and the people of Coral Gables deserve. Studies have linked nature exposure with restoration of cognitive processes and increased capacity for cognitive processing in children and adolescents. During the January meeting of the Board of Architects Special Masters, the developer's representative spoke of a shade study, but offered no details. I'm wondering how many hours of sun that courtyard will get each day. What kind of trees will thrive there? Will they just put in palms? Will the grass thrive? My prediction is when they discover it will not, they will install artificial turf for the children's safety. Goodbye birds, goodbye butterflies, goodbye ch-ch-ch of squirrels. The green space will become merely a space. It is hardly green and will have nothing to do with nature. We are told that residents will have access to this green space when school is not in session. My question, which was not answered during the Special Masters meeting, is how will residents even know that the space exists or that it is available to them? Will the trees planted there tower over the 9 stories? I believe not. I encourage the commission to take very careful consideration of the Ponce neighborhood overlay and George Merrick's master plan for the city when it votes. And I urge the commission to vote no on the project as it is currently designed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Only 20 seconds over. Okay.
James Berlin. Maria Cristina Longo will be next.
James Berlin, 737 Tibidabo.
I've been before this commission several times, and I've been on the Zoom, and I've done emails. My concern is addressing development of high-rise, which are not to the benefits of the community. And if you heard this discussion today, I don't think we're asking you to nitpick over the law or to look at the fine point. There's a lot of things historically on this case that are smell. We've talked about the historical, we've talked about the religion, we've talked about the trees. But as part of it is we've elected you to represent us, and the community is upset over high-rise development and the resultant traffic and crime. So we challenge you to look beyond that and say, is this position, your position, serving the public by canceling a project which is not desired? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Maria Cristina Longo.
Hi. Good afternoon. I'm Maria Cristina Longo, and I live in a beautiful two-story house, Mediterranean but Italian, with this Italian-inspired, on Phoenicia, just one block east of the proposed project. And I just want to say something very fast. Regarding the amount of times that the project went in front of the architectural board, if the project would have been good, it would have passed with flying colors. The project, because it's so controversial, it went in front of the BOA 6 times. The last meeting, and unfortunately, we did not have the revised med bonus, which I actually participated. I was part of the community who participated in the revisions of the med bonus. So one thing that happened in a special master that I want to bring to tell you is that they said they were going to uphold, because it went 6 times in front of the BOA, but it went, which makes no sense, because that's why we have a special master. And to me, it was a little bit absurd to hear that because it went in front of the BOA 6 times. If it would have been a good project, it would have passed with flying colors. So I just want to tell you that the applicant's request for MX2 zoning is unreasonable. And I'm here to respectfully request the proposed project at 110 Phoenicia Avenue be redesigned in strict accordance with the MF2 zoning district regulations that govern the residential North Ponce neighborhood. We're not saying that I don't want development, I just want the zoning that belongs to design the prototype that belongs in this neighborhood. MF2 zoning is specifically intended for residential context. The problem that we're having here, the problem, if you can give me, please, because I live in the street.
Go ahead.
I live in this street and I am vested, very vested.
Go ahead.
So the MF2 zoning focuses on multifamily development that is compatible in scale, provides smooth transitions to surrounding neighborhoods, and includes substantially more green and open space, and the setbacks requirements are different. One of the difficulties with this project is that they brought the MX2 setbacks that is commercial into a residential area. And that's why when you have, and it's not the height, I want you to tell you that I don't mind, I love New York and I like high buildings, but when you have a mega block project with that height and no setbacks, that's the issue. Important also, the MF2 requires 25% of the lot to be dedicated to green and open spaces. This neighborhood, as you already heard, is protected by the Conservation District overlay, established to prevent development of this type. Ignoring standards and guidelines of the zoning code and overlay district would call into question the value of having them. And this is an unreasonable request. The MX2 enables a development prototype that is incompatible with the residential context. That's why we're having this problem with incompatibility, is the prototype, allowing intensity and setbacks that they're not in context and not compatible. Resorting to MX2, especially with commercial uses, could also open the door to leave local act zoning, greatly expanding development rights beyond today's proposal. I know that I've passed, but give me,
You've doubled the time.
please, please,
No,
please.
but
Please, please, please.
Enough.
Please, please, please.
But that,
Okay.
But what, this, ma'am,
Yes.
you've doubled the time.
Just give me one more second. I want to tell you something.
15 seconds, that's it.
Okay, 15 seconds. 91 letters were submitted to the special master by residents, along with several letters from renowned architects. I want to tell you that one of those architects was Maria de la Guardia, which has never, ever written in opposition to a project. And she agrees that the project should adhere to MF2 zoning, and she's willing to meet with the commissioners. Okay, thank you very much. I am very vested. I am very frustrated.
it.
It's been a long time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so that is 2 minutes and 23 seconds over, okay?
Kelly Medrani. Mariana Fleites will be next.
Thank you very much for being here.
Hi, my name is Kelly Vedrani. I'm a resident of Coral Gables, 10,001 Fairchild Way. My son is Miles Vedrani, who will be turning 13 this Saturday, and has been at Crystal Academy for 8 years. It is his home away from home, and I'm here to speak on behalf of some of our most vulnerable residents who are caught in the middle of this ongoing process. These special needs residents and their families are waiting to move forward because Crystal is the only school of its kind in our city and the neighboring community. It is a place they all consider home. We cannot recreate this in our town with the current real estate costs. We ask the commission to consider how important it is to move forward with these plans, because we need to be able to provide our children with predictability and these families who are living with the insecurity of this situation every single day. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. You still had 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Mariana
Very much.
Fleites.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Mariana Fleites, and I live at 114 Andía Avenue, directly across the street from this proposed development. I graduated from the University of Miami in 2024 with a Bachelor's of Architecture degree, and I currently work at Duany Plater Zyperkin Company, an urban design firm founded on principles of placemaking and human-centered design. A former professor of mine, Joanna Lombard, conducted research with the University of Miami Built Environment, Behavior, and Health Research Group, and found that neighborhoods in Miami-Dade County with higher levels of greenness experienced an 11% reduction in Alzheimer's, 13% reduction in hypertension, a 14% reduction in diabetes, and a 28% reduction in depression. Research on green schoolyards further shows that children thrive in large, tree-canopied spaces that regulate heat, support mental health, and encourage positive social interaction. Reducing Crystal Academy's outdoor space removes those benefits and replaces them with smaller, more constrained areas that are far less comfortable for children. I see the children at Crystal Academy every day. Their mornings begin outside, playing in their garden. The school currently has approximately 20,000 square feet of green open space, if not more. This proposal offers just 4,138 square feet for the school, which is not even a quarter of the allotted or what will be lost. The proposed park would also be planted with 22 pigeon plum trees, which is a species of dense bush-like canopies that do not branch outwards or cast wide pockets of shade. They attract lots of bees for most of the year, especially when in bloom, which is the majority of the year. Without additional canopy trees, this is not an appropriate or comfortable environment for children. The children regularly walk around the block as a group activity. With 177 new units, what I thought was 177 might be 200, minimal setbacks along Andía Avenue, and a loss of existing trees, this block risks becoming overwhelming and overstimulating while also jeopardizing century-old trees. I really just beg that there is some sort of redesigning of this development. I know it's inevitable for the lot to be developed, but there can definitely be a way to benefit everybody and especially the school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 17 seconds over.
Maria de Leon Fleites.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Good.
Maria de Leon Fleites, 825 Messina Avenue. We've already talked a little bit before, 43 years residence of Coral Gables. I am an architect, and I feel strongly in the preservation of George Merrick's vision for a garden city. The North Ponce Conservation District and the History City Plan Ordinance are meant to preserve the character of the neighborhood, which specifically states it to be low in height and remain in the same scale as the single-family homes.
I'm glad that Commissioner Anderson brought up the surrounding area in terms of the height of the buildings, because it is misleading to say that there are buildings that are 12, 16, 20 stories high, yes, but this is the adjacent area, and you can see the site in yellow. The two buildings that are directly adjacent to this site are 6 stories and 8 stories. Everything else on this picture here, including the buildings on the east side of Ponce, are less than 4 stories, including the Chateau Bleu Hotel and everything else. Now, to the west of Ponce, we do have the high-rise buildings, the multifamily buildings that are taller. That is west of Ponce, and that's a 4-lane road, which we know is a very wide road. The 9-story building really has no place in this area. It is directly surrounded by 1, 2, and 3-story single and multifamily buildings, which you see here. These are the street sections. The streets are narrow and will have difficulty supporting the traffic caused by 177/200 units. I know we're talking about architecture, but architecture is a complete package. Architecture is not building a building in an island. It has to do with a neighborhood, it has to do with the context, it has to do with the scale. So it's important to consider the materials, it's important to consider the windows that are going to be placed here, but it's also very important to see where the placement of this building is. Do we have a traffic impact study done for this area? I confidently can say that this building can be redesigned in a manner that would accommodate the school, the tree, the garden, and fit within the scale and context of the neighborhood. Please favor the history and beauty of this neighborhood by voting against this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank
Victor
you.
Fleites.
24 seconds. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Victor Fleites, born and raised in Miami. My family moved to Coral Gables when I was 5 years old. I attended St. Teresa, Dearborn, class of 83.
What is your address, sir?
When we married, my wife and I purchased a home at 825 Messina Avenue, where we still live. So I've lived in Coral Gables just over 60 years. I'm no stranger to construction industry. I'm an FPL engineer. I negotiated and provided service to several developer-driven projects from Miami Beach to West Chrome. I've seen a lot of change, some of it welcome, some not. I recognize the need for progress, and I respect that developers need to maximize profit. That said, I regret not hearing about this project earlier in order to voice my concerns. Regarding the neighborhood surrounding 110 Phoenicia, I've had the privilege of walking the neighborhood along Antilla, Galeano, and Ponce since my daughter, which you heard from just a moment ago, moved to 114 Antilla last year. The character of the neighborhood welcomes pedestrian traffic. During the last meeting I attended, I heard the road to approval for this project was not easy, and multiple design iterations were submitted for review before approval was given. I'm grateful to the Coral Gables Board of Architects for their rigorous process. However, the proposed project at 110 Phoenicia will dwarf anything in the immediate area. There must be an alternative that better reflects the character of the surrounding neighborhood. I'm surprised the Board of Architects moved this project forward in its current form, and I respectfully request that you take action to prevent the construction of this project as it is currently designed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Lisette Arango.
Hi, good afternoon. My name
Good afternoon.
is Lisette Arango. I live at here.
Yeah, bring it down. Thank you.
4152 Southwest 13th Street, apartment 3, Coral Gables. Why aren't we all talking about the importance of Crystal Academy? It's the best for the Coral Gables and especially for the children. It's just better than a private garden. At least that's what I think. I don't know what you do. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
James O'Neill.
Good afternoon. I want to thank everyone here for the opportunity to speak, especially the clerk for letting me do it. I have to go pick up my granddaughter, Miriam O'Neill, at Crystal Academy, so they have after school. I just want to say...
Sorry, sir, what is your name and your address?
I'm sorry, James O'Neill, pardon me, 521 Perugia Avenue, Coral Gables.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor and the Commission. My granddaughter, Mimi O'Neill, has been at Crystal Academy now for 5 years, and change in her the nurturing environment and how it has let her blossom as an individual
has been quite dramatic. And I'm here to speak really for Miriam and her friends, her teachers, her aides, and the literally generations of families that now benefit from Crystal Academy and the wonderful environment there, from the support that we're given in Coral Gables, and for the potential for generations to come to have this action, this development, this commitment by the developer and to Crystal Academy to have such a benefit of a 99-year lease without any disruptions, without further developments, without the uncertainty and cost that would be concomitant with this project not moving forward. There are benefits to it about housing and building a stronger Coral Gables community, but I'm here to talk about the kids and to focus on them. And I hope that, I know I'm out of bounds on architecture and I'm not trying to be in bounds on that. I am trying to say it's been 4 long years, and I think what the commission and this issue should focus on is the joy that this great school brings to its students, the gratitude that we feel as the families of those students for the opportunity presented and for the pillar that it forms in our lives. And securing that for the future is not a zoning or a preservation question, it's a life-affirming moment. And you have the great and rare opportunity directly to support our community, Crystal Academy's families, and those who come in the future. It's a moment to act, and I hope you support moving forward. I'm sorry I ran over.
Thank you. 7 seconds over.
Javier Rotalde.
Yes, my name is Javier Rotalde. My address is 104 Antigua Avenue, apartment 6. Basically, this area has been developing for years, and growth is not new for Coral Gables, but it's important is how that growth happens. This particular project respects the Coral Gables look and architectural style, and many other developments have already been approved. So that's my point of view on.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Nicholas Cabrera.
Good afternoon.
I'm glad that ex parte communications were disclosed because that performance between Ms. Bolton and Commissioner Castro was well rehearsed. Good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Cabrera, and I reside at 45 Antilla Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida. For context, my building is located directly across the street from the proposed project on Phoenicia. During the special masters meeting in early January, I made the following statement during public comments. Modified, of course, because this is in the past tense. As a resident, I would like to express my concern and frustration regarding the misuse of the appeal process for the purpose of opposing a project that is not only compatible, but will contribute to the city of Coral Gables in a multitude of ways. Many of the comments spoken at the special masters meeting in January in opposition to this project were outside the purview of the special masters board and further demonstrate the misuse of the appeal process. This board was organized in order to address architecture and architecture only. However, much of the opposition did not focus their comments on this aspect and used the special masters meeting for a purpose other than what it was designed for. There are many reasons why this project is compatible in this neighborhood. Most importantly, the following. The Northeast Quadrant is probably the last and most ideal area for development in our city, and here are 4 reasons why. Number 1, it has little to no historic significance. Number 2, it is the most accessible area with Southwest 8th Street, Douglas Road, and Lejeune Road as its perimeter and accessible roadways. Number 3, it is also the most transient section of our city with mostly rental apartment buildings and very few single-family homes. Number 4, this developer has worked hand in hand with the city to ensure their project is smart development, not development for the sake of development. Aside from the factors stated above, the value this project will bring to Crystal Academy is unparalleled to anything any other developer has offered in our community. Each day, the students, staff, and administration of Crystal Academy wake up unsure of what their future holds. I apologize, Mayor, if I may. The misuse of the appeal process has contributed to that strain. We're here today because the future of Crystal Academy is at stake. We're here today because of the immense financial strain that has been placed on a private property owner because of the misuse of an appeal process. We're here today because Coral Gables needs growth, and all aspects of this project contribute to growth of this neighborhood positively, responsibly, and intelligently. With all that being said, I'd like to express my support for this project in all aspects and look forward to the vast contributions it will make for Crystal Academy, their community, my neighborhood, and our community as a whole. I apologize for going over time. Thank you very much.
39 seconds over.
Stephen Pearson, Alexis Santos will be next.
Sir, thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Stephen Pearson. I don't live in this community, but my parents lived here for decades, and I care about it very much. Commissioner Laura asked how you could overturn this decision, and I have not studied the statute, but certainly if this project is against the spirit or letter of the North Ponce Overlay Ordinance, that's grounds for reversing it. It's also grounds, I think, if it's against the spirit of your charter here. Certainly Mr. Merrick loved trees, and he tried to put many trees in there. I look at this project, and it seems completely inconsistent with the other buildings and the whole nature of that neighborhood, so it seems like a glaring kind of contrast that should not be encouraged or allowed. But I also want to say that as the elected officials of this community, you're charged with the health and welfare of the citizens. And if you've ever studied the history of life, you know that our life comes from plants. Without plants making oxygen, we would not be here. No higher forms of life would ever have come here. And I submit to you that we've come full circle in that issue, unless you don't believe that climate change and sea level rise is real. I think we have a duty now, and I know Vice Mayor Anderson, I applaud her efforts to encourage more trees, but I think we're at the point now that every tree is important. They're the lungs of this planet. I think we're also at the point that every bit of impervious surface we pour just encourages more of the heat island effect that's going to cause the demise of our whole area if this climate change and sea level rise continues. So I think you have a duty to actually resist anything that takes out trees and encourages more impervious surface and heat island effect. And lastly, I would say, since the developer tried to act like this was some narrow issue only about whether the architecture board or the review board did their job properly, he also throws in that you can save that giant oak tree that's over there. I and a lot of other experts think that's a very doubtful proposition. Oaks are hard to move. We've all driven around the community where you see an oak standing there with a bunch of brown leaves on it. When that happens, the oak's gone. You can't bring it back. And even if they move this giant oak and it meets the criteria or it lives for a year, it's going to be just a shadow of itself. It's going to take decades for those roots to regrow to be strong like they are now. So what happens if a hurricane or a drought happens in the meantime? Yeah, 1 year later, maybe they water it and keep it going, and then it's gone. That's a real resource that should not be squandered, and I urge you to do everything you can to make sure that the garden of our Lord and that tree is kept and is a viable thing in any development.
I didn't catch your name and your address. I apologize. I didn't catch your name and your address.
I'm Stephen Pearson.
And what is your address? What is your address?
10665 Southwest 62nd Avenue, Pinecrest, Florida.
Thank you. 1 minute and 15 seconds over. Thank you, sir, for being here. I appreciate you.
Alexis Santos, Anna Holman will be next.
Good afternoon.
Hi, how are you? My name is Alexis Santos. I was told to read this letter for the record from a friend. Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Marquise, and my address is 45 Antilla Avenue, Coral Gables. I'm the department head of academics for Crystal Academy, but for the record, I live directly across the street. Yes, I walk about 50 feet to work every day. My bedroom window will look at this new building, if approved, as it currently looks directly at the entrance of our school. To be honest, I was concerned when I first heard about the building itself. It wasn't what I had signed up for when choosing my place of residence. Then I saw the actual renderings and I fell in love with it. This could have been a place I would have chosen had I seen it and understand it from the start. Classic Coral Gables with all the amenities. I moved here from Kendall mid-2025 and adore the rich George Merrick-inspired feel of the project. In comparison to Kendall, there is no comparison. As for the benefits to the school, clearly it goes without saying how this upgrade will help generations of our most needy children. Enough said. As for our current building, it needs help. Although it feels like a second home, truth is repair after repair are costing precious funds that instead could go to the children and the ability to offer them more than we already do. As for so-called garden, I won't say it's run down because it's cared for, but I will say it isn't anything to write home about. As a neighbor who wants to see what's best for our community, I believe this is a win-win, a beautiful building and even more secure, state-of-art, beautiful school with all the needs for our students, right in the same place where it currently is, the place our students also associate with the second home. Please accept this letter instead of my personal appearance, as my health doesn't allow me to appear before you today. Therefore, I have asked an old friend and neighbor to read it to you. Thank you for your consideration. Also, FYI, I was also at the special meeting last time, and I remember the other attorney did get double the time. Just FYI. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anna Holman. Carol Smith would be next.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Anna Holman, 1400 Douglas Road. So I'm here specifically because I truly believe that this is a great opportunity. Ms. Architecture Fleites mentioned earlier that this is considered a tight-knit community. So with that being said, I think it is important for something to be built, to build a future for kids that are going to continue to become part of a community. They mentioned that there are massive buildings around, yet this one is 93 feet, as also they mentioned, which is, there are taller buildings than that. I think this is, as I mentioned also, a great opportunity for the community, for the kids, for the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol Smith.
Good afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon.
Just want to make sure we hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Carol Smith. I live at 824 Galliano Street, and for the last 20 years, I've lived a few blocks away from Crystal Academy, and I appreciate all that they do for the kids in our community. I've come to read a letter from an engineer and longtime resident of Coral Gables. His name is Frank Gonzalez. I've been a resident of Coral Gables for over 20 years. I am writing to support the preservation of the Garden of our Lord. I believe Bonnie Bolton presents a strong case for why this should be a decision that the city of Coral Gables should make, benefiting both the residents near the garden and the city as a whole. My letter aims to support her efforts to save the garden. Along with Mrs. Bolton's points, I think that from a community planning standpoint, it would be the right decision for the city of Coral Gables. The expected growth in residential development would benefit from the available open space. The garden would offer a planned increase in green, shady areas for residents to gather, which would help promote a healthy community. If we lose this open space, the additional buildings that will likely follow won't have much green space within walking distance. In my opinion, maximizing open green space in that part of the city would demonstrate the city's willingness to think of development in Coral Gables in a comprehensive way, rather than the spot development we often see throughout Miami-Dade County. I respectfully request that you preserve the garden and its mature trees, not only for their historical importance, but also for their value to future residents. The alternative would be a neighborhood resembling government housing from the old Soviet Union. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you.
I believe the name is Kevin Callis.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Kevin Callis. I reside at 1208 Salazar Street, apartment 18, 33134. And I mean, everyone's been talking about how it's going to further the education and stuff, and I just want to say 100% support, the Crystal going in there, and it's going to be a great development, and things got to move forward in the future, so we should definitely approve it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
German Tinoco.
Good afternoon, sir.
As he mentioned, my name is Herman Tinoco. I live in 888, 888 and 37th Avenue, and I'm here to support the project. There is one main reason that moved me to come here and talk is the academy that helps the children with autism. And that number of children with autism in the past years has increased a lot. It's 1 of 31 children, for with autism in Miami, or especially in Florida. And this project is a beautiful project. It goes with the design, according with the Coral Gables, and that brings also the home opportunity for people live in the building, and also the academy, the Crystal Academy, to stay there for free for many years. Yeah, and that's something that helps, especially for this concept. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
David Barbato.
Is there a comment?
No, sir. Just wrote Crystal Academy.
Thank you.
Heriberto Regueira. There's no comment on this one. Elena Mena.
Good afternoon.
Everybody. I come here.
Ma'am.
Ma'am, will you do me will you use the microphone?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
My name is Elena Mena. I come here for my beautiful grandson, Avery. As you can see, he's one of the students in Crystal Academy. Excuse me. My grandson has significant support needs. He requires trained staff, structure, and environment that understands how to work with children who have complex behavioral development challenges. He finds these things, and we find these things in Crystal Academy that provided something that we have been searching for: consistency, trained professionals, and a learning environment designed specifically for children like Avery. The repeated delays surrounding this permanent facility do not just affect construction timeline, they affect children who depend on routine. They affect families who already live with uncertainty. Children with special needs drive unpredictability. They do not drive in limbo. This project has been approved. It has public benefit, and most importantly, it serves children who need stability more than most. As a grandmother, I am simply asking you and praying that you allow this project to move forward. No more delays, no more uncertainty for our children. Please give these families and my grandson the stability they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Carlos Aguilera.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Carlos Aguilera, 100 Southwest 44th Avenue, Miami, Florida. Parent of my daughter at Crystal Academy. 100% in support with this project. Its design is going to change the neighborhood. It really aligns with surrounding properties. I've worked in Coral Gables 15 years. I live close by. My daughter's been going there for 14 years, so I'm very familiar with the area. When Mary, a couple of days ago, she asked me for, once again, parent support. Honestly, I was flabbergasted and disappointed. Another appeal, another hearing, another stalling tactic. How many more appeals are we going to have? We have a person here that likes the status quo and wants her backyard to look exactly like it was 100 years ago. This is 2026, this is 1926. I was there the last time at the Board of Architects hearing that the opposing group is not against the school. I think they're against everything. What's more important, a tree or 40 special needs kids with 40 families that struggle day to day and have an opportunity to have a modern facility at basically zero cost. Also, where's the care for the existing property owner that is carrying a loan, property taxes, insurance, investing millions of dollars to see a project stop and most likely losing millions of dollars at this point? Where's the care for the new buyer that will be investing millions of dollars in a new beautiful project in line with other similar developments in the area? It is obvious that if the project is stalled long enough, new buyer will drop the contract and move on, and that is what's most likely will happen. To close, the city beautiful must say enough with the delay tactics, enough with this nonsense, and have a stronger hand allowed to see this project through. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Sir, did I miss your address? What was your address?
100 Southwest 44th Avenue.
Thank you, sir.
Mary Palacio.
Good afternoon.
Mayor, Commissioner, City Attorneys, City Clerk, City Manager. Thank you so much for all your comments. I am Mari Palacio, 712 Zamora Avenue. I'm also the founder of Crystal Academy. And I thank you for the comments and the support for the school, but every time I hear about this, it's not about the school, it's about the architecture, but it's really about the school because for us, for more than 4 years, we've been living this. And every delay do have an impact on planning for us, on staffing, on fundraising, because we've been denied fundraising because they don't know what the future is for us. And obviously for the families that are navigating autism, like the families that we represent and we have served for 16 years and plus. At some point, these continued appeals stop being an oversight and become procedural roadblocks. There's some, you might not know, but before Century Builders bought the property, it was another developer that came and wanted to buy the property. And the first thing that he said to us was, actually that was during the pandemic, the investors do not see a return on investment. And I said, you don't see a return on investment in these children? And it's like, they just don't. And they offer us $60,000 just to leave the property. I prayed hard, and that was the best November in my life because that day, that November, it was at Thanksgiving time, and the deal fell through. That's when Century came in, they visited the school, and they say, we have to make an agreement because if something happens, you're left with nothing. And that agreement now is being honored by a third developer, Byfield, doing the due diligence. And like Mr. Segrera said, what about if they get tired because it's just been too many years, too many delays, too many appeals, and somebody else has come and said, you know what, there's no return on investment. So I'm asking that upheld the decision that was already done at the Board of Architects for so many times, and so we can move forward and we can have some certainty about the futures of the kids that we represent. Thank you.
Thank you.
10
seconds over.
Omar Packard.
Good job.
No comments. Judith Packard. Juliet Rojas. Oh, yes, I did. Oh.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Omar Packard. I live in 911 East Ponce de Leon Boulevard. I am a lifelong resident of Coral Gables, and I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed development at the Garden of Our Lord. This project does not comply with the city's building code. The code exists to ensure proper spacing, scale, and separation between structures, especially in established neighborhoods like this one. In this case, the developer is requesting deviations that significantly reduce the required setbacks and ignore long-standing zoning standards. This project is also not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood of historic low-rise homes. Its size, scale, and design are completely out of place and undermine the character and image of Coral Gables. Quite frankly, the building looks cheap and generic, and it does not belong in this setting. Additionally, the plan jeopardizes a historic garden and centuries-old tree that cannot survive relocation. These elements have culture, environmental, and community value that deserve full protection. Coral Gables has earned its reputation through careful planning and respect for its code. Approving a project that so clearly violates those standards would set a harmful precedent and weaken the integrity of our city. I respectfully ask that you deny this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judith Packard. Juliet Rojas. Okay.
Ms. Packer, good afternoon. Please join us.
My name is Judith Packard. I live at 911 East Ponce de Leon Boulevard. I've been a resident of Coral Gables for the past 42 years, and I'm here today to oppose the proposed project at the Garden of Our Lord. This development is fundamentally inconsistent with the city's building code, which was adopted to safeguard appropriate setbacks, building massing, and compatibility within established neighborhoods. The proposal relies on substantial departures from those standards, creating a structure that bears little relationship to the scale and intent of the surrounding area. Such deviations undermine the purpose of the code and weaken the predictability and fairness of our planning process. Beyond these regulatory concerns, the project fails to respect the unique character of its setting. The Garden of Our Lord is not an isolated parcel, but a part of a cohesive neighborhood defined by historic, low-rise buildings and carefully maintained open space. Introducing a building of this size and configuration disrupts that balance and diminishes the architectural harmony that Coral Gables is known for. The plan also places at risk irreplaceable natural and historic resources, including a centuries-old tree that experts have stated cannot survive relocation. Once lost, such features cannot be replaced, and their destruction would represent a permanent sacrifice of the city's heritage for a project that does not meet our established standards. Coral Gables has earned its reputation through disciplined planning and respect for its history. Approving this proposal would signal a troubling departure from those values. I respectfully request that the city deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Juliet Rojas.
Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Julia Rojas, 231 Menores Avenue, Apartment 1, Coral Gables, 33134. I'm here representing Crystal Academy. I wanted to say that this building is really well thought out and beautifully designed. It's not just being dropped into a neighborhood without consideration. It actually accounts for traffic flow, has on-site parking, and includes great amenities that are designed with intention. Instead of taking it away from the neighborhood, the school would generally add to it and improve the area overall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vanessa Ramos. Okay.
Is there any comment there?
No comment, sir.
Okay.
Jorge Arizurieta.
Mr. Clerk, for the future, when we have these many public speakers, can we request when they're signing up, if they can leave a little comment?
Sure.
Just in case they have to leave? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Jorge Arizurieta, President and CEO of the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce, 201 Alhambra Circle, Coral Gables. It's important to recognize the broader housing needs of our community. Thoughtful development, when responsibly designed and properly integrated, play a role in addressing the evolving needs of residents, families within Coral Gables. This project represents a transformational opportunity for Crystal Academy. The proposal provides for a brand new, purpose-built facility along with a 99-year rent-free lease. Crystal Academy has served families in our city for many years, delivering an essential and highly specialized educational service. Ensuring its long-term stability within Coral Gables is not only compassionate, it is responsible stewardship of a valued community institution. The architectural design as presented is consistent with the scale and character of many existing buildings in the surrounding neighborhood. Compatibility with the built environment matters, and this proposal demonstrates attention to that standard. Finally, the development team at Fifield has successfully delivered well-situated projects throughout Miami-Dade County. Their experience and track record reflect an understanding of quality development in complex urban environments. The Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce welcomes responsible investment that strengthens our community and contributes to its long-term vitality. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Carelia Carbonell.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, everyone. And let me get my statement here up. So, yes, this is about the building, but the building and the design is not made in a bubble. So I am going to read a statement concerning George Merrick's city plan. Coral Gables is among a limited number of Carelia Martinez Carbonell, I'm here representing the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables. Coral Gables is among a limited number of municipalities whose city plan is a local historic landmark, officially recognized in 2018 by a unanimous vote of the City Commission. In planning Coral Gables, founder George Merrick employed the concepts of the Garden City and City Beautiful movements of comprehensive planning. This type of planning took into account the philosophy of aesthetics, which played a major role in the movements. Furthermore, the city plan's landmark status not only protects its carefully developed urban landscape from ill-conceived projects that detract from the harmonious existing attributes of Merrick's vision, but also safeguards against any potential giveaways or takeaways, specifically the greenscape. Features that are an integral part of the Garden City precepts. Today, the Garden City movement can best be appreciated in the area of the North Ponds District, where one can find beauty and solace in its green corridor, an enclave with sculpted fountains. You can give me another minute, please. Fountains is an enclave and heritage trees and the low-rise single and multi-family residences. And to further understand Merrick's intention for the district, one must read or refer to the Landmark City Plan. On page 32 of the plan, Merrick goes on to stipulate exact instructions to preserve the trees in the area. Quote, the new development also will take steps to save from destruction full-grown trees when new buildings are erected in new structures. This is Merrick. As all of the full-grown trees and old foliage will be kept intact. And to finish, yes, Merrick was a developer, and yes, he developed a brand new city, but he also made sure to keep the old foliage intact. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Maria Essenwager.
A minute and 10 seconds over. Good afternoon.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Sembangar. My address is 240 Salamanca Avenue, Coral Gables. This is where a public space. The concern will be understandable, but this is private, long abandoned property. Crystal Academy has served autistic children for many years, and an outdated facility. This project provides housing and, most importantly, security and support for one of Coral Gables' most valuable institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Person, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to be going to Zoom next.
Okay.
The speaker is Thomas Mooney.
Mr. Mooney, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. Thank you very much for spending all the time that you have on this. There I am. My address is 601 Navarre Avenue, and I've been a resident of the city of Coral Gables since 2000. And I'm sorry that I was not able to be in attendance in person today. As a lot of you are aware, and because the city of Coral Gables has always been a great host, my son has been attending Crystal Academy since 2010. And I say that for transparency purposes, because I think a lot of the other speakers have underscored the importance of the school. But one of the things in my limited time that I wanted to stress was the importance of the process. What's before you, as has been explained, is an appeal of a decision of the Board of Architects, and their decision, which was very lengthy, it went through a number of hearings, was very thoughtful. Buildings such as this evolve over time. Areas such as this evolve over time. And I think the board went to great lengths to ensure that this new building would be compatible with the scale, context, and character of the surrounding area. And their record reflects that. And because of that, I would encourage you to uphold their decision and to move this along. And with that, again, thank you for your time on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney.
All right, that's it, Mr. Mayor. I had one more speaker in person, but they had to leave, and they did leave a note. It's Lynn Bluestein, 4330 Southwest 15th Street. The note reads, I'm asking you to pause before making a decision that cannot be undone. The garden of our Lord is shared community space. Even in time of war, the Bible gives this instruction: do not destroy the trees. If restraint is required in conflict, sure, if it's possible here in peace. I respectfully request you to choose preservation. Please save the garden. Long after this meeting is forgotten, the legacy of this decision will remain, either in what you choose to protect or in what you allow to be lost. That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's close the public comment. I need a motion from the commission, or would you like further comment?
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Okay. I have some comments, and then I'll go ahead and I'll move it. Number one, I want to start off with the fact that this has nothing to do with Crystal Academy as it comes to this vote. It might be that after this commission meeting, things are going to be said in blogs or in anonymous blogs that I am against Crystal Academy. In fact, I've spent most of my life treating young adults and children with developmental disabilities. That's what I spent most of my life doing. So, moving over from that, I'm just putting it on the record before it happens. I also believe that due process was not met, according to the questions that I asked the developer and Bonnie. Number two, I've lived in that area for over 10 years. I don't live there anymore. I lived in that area for over 10 years, and I do not believe that what is being proposed right now is compatible with the neighborhood. So that being said, what I'm considering and what I'm thinking right now is volume, mass, separation between buildings, context, and scale. I believe is incompatible with the character of the neighborhood, and my job as commissioner is obviously to protect and preserve our neighborhoods here in Coral Gables. That being said, I will move to override the decision of the special master.
I will second.
Any further public comment from the commission before we take a vote?
Mr. Mayor, question. So the vote that you're referring to is on the motion that was just seconded?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So first and foremost, there was a comment made by a commissioner here, and I think we have to be very, very careful and choice with our words. They carry a lot of weight. Madam City Attorney, you're the attorney of the commission. I need a straight and thorough answer, and you have your attorney in the back. If you'd like to bring him up, I'm more than willing to bring him up. I need an answer, because this is why later, people say, why did you keep tabs of every second that went over? Because comments are made, and like the commissioner said, they're used on blogs later to misrepresent the case. Was due process violated here? Yes or no? I need an answer.
So, Mayor, my understanding is the argument that there was not due process because there was not equal time provided. So whether there was equal time provided or not, it's my understanding from reviewing the transcript that Ms. Bolton did not ask or did not indicate that she had more to say or more to present at the special master's hearing. So if that is the case, then I believe that she had the notice, she had an opportunity to be heard. I don't see any indication in the transcript that she had asked for additional time or for anything else. So I will ask Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos, since he served as counsel to the special masters, to give us any further information from the hearing.
Mr. Ceballos, was Ms. Bolton's due process violated? Yes or no?
As an attorney present there for the Board of Architects Special Masters, I saw nothing that would have been a violation of anyone's due process at that meeting. There was an abundance of comment and opportunity to speak on both behalves. If the transcripts shows more language, more verbiage on one party, as this commission knows, whenever you engage with a participant who's limited to 5 minutes, as soon as there's engagement from the commission, that time is no longer part of your 5 minutes. You're answering questions. So I think that may shed some more light on the back and forth, but at no point was anyone's due process is violated.
So I want to be clear, right? So the answer is no, correct? Let me explain to you why. Because it's very reckless, and a lack of professionalism to make those kind of statements on the record, especially coming from a commissioner, because it gives credence to that we potentially have violated someone's due process. And when I mean we, I mean the city. Let me give you an example. If you look at the record today, was the property owner's due rights violated? No, they were not. But if you're going to add up all the time, I'm pretty sure that they spoke for 1/3 of the time. And if you look at the time in regards to the public comment, I added it up. The people in opposition spoke extended 5 minutes and 54 seconds. I have it written down here, over the time, almost 6 minutes. The people in favor of Crystal Academy and obviously keeping and affirming the board's decision spoke for an additional 56 seconds. I have it written down here, and that's why I would always say at the end of the speaker, additional time, so you can go back on the transcript and you can review it. So, but no one's due process was violated. It just happened to be that it worked out that way. That when we had a discussion back and forth, Mr. Winker came up and spoke for an extended amount of period of time because Commissioner Lara asked him questions. I asked him questions. Also, I think Commissioners Castro and the Vice Mayor also asked questions. So at the end of the day, no one's due process. We have to be very careful when we say things. I know that things are said sometimes, for the blogs, like you said, you were very appropriate on that, so that we can make a statement and say that nobody had the appropriate time. But I think we have been incredibly lenient, right, Councilor Winker? Incredibly, can you put it on the record?
I'll put that on the record today.
Okay, you have gotten extended a massive amount of time. So your due process was not violated. And this is, your due process was not violated. You have an attorney here who was present, who said it very, very clear. We have to say things based on facts. We cannot just continue to repeat things and hope that they're true. They're not, okay? Okay, moving forward. Do you have anything else you'd like to add for the record?
That was my motion.
Okay, perfect. Commissioner Lara.
I just continue the commentary. So I find it curious, Commissioner Castro, that you moved for what you've moved, right? Because we are here today, if I'm not mistaken, on an appeal of a decision by the Board of Architects, Special Masters of January 13, 2026. We have heard for hours now testimony, public commentary, an argument from counsel. The vote will be, I assume, based on everything we've heard for all that time. And yet you're bringing emotion to create your own decision based upon your framing the issue as that you're moving, if I quote correctly, to override the decision of the master, as if you're creating your own review body with no parameters and no guideposts. We are here to determine whether or not there was due process missing, whether there was a lack of substantial, competent evidence, right? And what you're trying to do here is flip it on its back and say, I just want to vote to say before we answer that question, I want my question to be whether or not we should override the master, the 3 unanimous master vote. I find it a waste of time, respectfully. I find it an attempt to subvert what everyone here has spent all this time to consider. If your belief is that you don't agree with what the master's decision was, then respectfully, your vote should be no. I don't know why you feel it's appropriate that before we take that vote, you want a different vote to make yours the decision to be rendered in advance of the one why we're gathered here with no parameters whatsoever. Perhaps you can clarify for me why you wouldn't just vote no, but prefer to bring a motion. And I'll open it up to anybody who wants to answer after you give your position, because I also understand Commissioner Fernandez seconded it, but maybe just for discussion.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Yes. Well, Commissioner Lara, I'm very sorry that you feel so confused. I did say in the beginning what my reasons were, and that is my decision. That's it. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
I asked the question. You may consider that to be going back and forth, but if your answer is it was already stated before I asked the question, it falls woefully short of everything I just identified. But if that's all you had to say, if that's your final word on that, unless anybody else has anything to say.
I have a point. I mean, if I may, the purpose of being an elected official is to debate. And when you're up here and you have a decision to make, I listen a little bit from here, I listen from a little bit, and then I make my own decision based on what I believe is in the best interest of this community. So the idea that we're not going to engage in debate, we're not going to engage in discourse, positive, fruitful discourse, I think it goes against the spirit of what it is to be an elected official. We can disagree, and I don't have a problem with disagreeing. I disagree with my colleagues all the time, and they disagree with me. It's perfectly fine. But the idea that I'm not going to debate with you because I don't want to debate with you, no, that's not the issue. I understand if you may not have a handle of the issues, and that's respectable. I understand it. And if you want some clarity on the facts. But what I was trying to make a point is that Mr. Winker and his client based their argument today. The crux of the matter was that their due process was violated. That is one of the main fundamental points that has been repeated over and over and over and over and over again. And that is something to me that I'm not an attorney. We have bookends. We have 3 attorneys on this dais, okay? But I understand very clearly that when you talk about time, if your attorney does not request additional time, how is it incumbent on me? I mean, I'm not an attorney, and I understand that very, very clearly. It's incumbent of the applicant or the individual who Mr. Winker is representing to say, hold on one second, I would like some additional time when you're in front of the special master. It's just common sense. It's not whether you want to debate it or not. So that goes out the window, and if you look at today's point, and you can go back, I've been very clear, I gave examples here, I wrote it all down, it's part of the public record. This is just the additional allotted time for public speakers. Forget the amount of time that was given through the back and forth that we had, which is a public record. So I think it's good to have a conversation so people can understand your positions, but the idea that I'm not going to have a debate with you because I just don't want to have a debate with you, it to me is it's undemocratic in my opinion. Vice Mayor wanted to say something?
So I'm gonna go over a couple things on number one. I want to cover due process because that's a fundamental thing that I've dealt with throughout my career. I did well in excess of 100 appeals in my first 10 years of practice, and I've been practicing for 38 years. You cannot use pages to quantify time, and it is fundamental in any proceeding. If you fail to object, if you fail to ask for more time, if you fail to complain, you've waived the argument. I think we've demonstrated today that not only was due process afforded, there was not a request for more time. If you don't ask, you don't receive, okay? And I understand, Ms. Bolton, that you're shaking your head, but the record doesn't bear you out. You cannot count pages. Some of us speak faster, some of us speak slower. Some of us pause more between when we speak. That airtime does not quantify into pages. So you cannot use pages to quantify time. You never can. okay? Compatibility, talking about massing and so forth, and height, you not only have to look at existing buildings, but you have to look at existing zoning. You have on Ponce buildings that are 16 stories zoned for 16 stories. They're not going to necessarily be there forevermore. They might be there now. They could be gone tomorrow. The zoning is the zoning. 16 stories is almost double what this property is. The 8 stories, that is roughly about 500, 600 feet away from there, on the corner of Sidonia and Galliano, is MF zoning of 80 to 90 feet. This project is 97. There's a 17-foot difference. There is more green space than the coffee can that was described, okay? You have the green space that is the play yard area in the northeast corner that was not addressed, okay? You have the green space that would be created, because I know this has been represented that this developer is willing to move the tree, unlike what we experienced in another project where it was nothing but a fight to get trees moved. And trees are going to be preserved. Electric lines will come down. And there's a historical record, if you want to debate the tree issue, which is not the issue before us today, where you have trees been moved on the University of Miami, Fire Station 2 across US 1. You have the property on Valencia in Cardena where another tree was moved, another tree, mahogany, on Cardena as well. You have Salcedo Street in the 300 block of Catalonia. All of them are living. The oak tree that we're talking about right now, if you look back in historical photos, wasn't there. What you had was pine rockland. All of it was taken down. So if we were going to preserve existing trees, the pine rockland is what should have been preserved. This is zone special use for a church. We cannot force people to keep a church. However, a charter school could be built on that land. That would be a far different project than what we're looking at here. In my personal opinion, which is irrelevant to this appeal, it would be less compatible than what is proposed here today. So I'm a no vote on the commissioner's motion, because I don't see that the competent substantial evidence has not supported the special master's decisions.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize for not being there. I'm dealing with bronchitis and sinusitis. I'm going to try to get through this. I'm seconding this motion because I do believe there is evidence, and it hasn't just been presented by Ms. Bolton and her attorney. We actually had one of the witnesses who spoke from the other side who said that she agreed that the other side got twice as much time to speak. I don't think the issue is about how much time was allotted in the procedural section. It's, for me, about nobody was able to answer the question on whether the developer side was asked to limit their comments as Ms. Bolton's side was. And I've had this conversation with the city attorney before, and I'm going to have a conversation with her again about potential legislation that can fix this. The fact that we do not record these meetings leaves us as a commission at a real disadvantage because it's really hard for us to understand what actually took place in the room. I think, from what I've heard, you have the votes to affirm. I stand by my vote not to affirm the special master, and I'm ready to vote.
Commissioner, you there?
He's ready to vote, he said.
He's ready to vote?
I am here.
Okay.
So briefly, I'm wishing Commissioner Fernandez a speedy recovery. I hope you feel better very soon.
Thank you.
I still don't believe, and I don't know, and maybe it's a question to the city attorney, whether when we're sitting and convened in this particular body on an appeal, if it's appropriate or permissible to bring forth a motion during the appeal to set aside the appeal and have the commission vote on the outcome of the special master's report below. I don't even know if that's something that can be done.
So the way I understood the motion, it's a motion to override the decision of the Board of Architects Special Master. So that would result in the, essentially would be reject the approval. So the project would not have its approval. And then they would have to, you know, they could resubmit something new, a different application, et cetera.
Right.
But that's not what we're voting on today, though.
No.
That was the motion.
There's a motion pending,
Yeah.
right? So a no vote would achieve that, but to the appeal. Well, what to the appeal? A no vote would achieve what you just said, right? If carried.
No, it depends on the motion. So the
No. Let me be clear. We're sitting here in an appeal,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if the majority finds and votes to not affirm the master's opinion, it would be rejected, correct?
I think we would need that would be a failed motion essentially. If
I'm not talking about the motion. I'm talking about us first sitting here in the capacity.
so, you have 4 options under the zoning code, and it's set forth in our zoning code. You can affirm the decision of the Board of Architects Special Masters. You can affirm with conditions. You can override the decision, or you can remand for further proceedings. That's what the zoning code says. Those are the potential motions essentially.
Okay. So we're sitting we're convened right now,
Mm-hmm.
open to anybody making one of 4 different motions.
Correct.
Okay. So Commissioner Castro, your motion was to reject with no conditions the decision below.
My motion, through the mayor?
Yes.
My motion, exactly as I stated before, I move to override the decision of the special master, which that is option number 3.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So with respect to, well, are we in the vote yet?
Well, we have to first address her motion.
Correct. Okay.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second, unless there's any other further conversation.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
And I'll just say before I vote that the fundamental argument I've heard again and again was that due process was denied. To say that you were provided, Ms. Bolton, and Mr. Winkler, provided with the minimum time allotted for both sides, and that you neither objected to the other side having more time or requested that you have more time to speak, is indisputably a waiver of your ability to claim today that you were prejudiced, unfairly prejudiced. That's the same as saying that somebody is seeking leniency for being an orphan because they killed their parents. You can't use your failure to complain at a time when some corrective action, assuming there was corrective action needed to be taken, is the place of this body right now to put ourselves in the shoes of you, Mr. Winkler, who I believe should have objected if you feel that today there was a harm that wasn't rectified or recognized then. So I believe that all of the record and all of the argument I've heard today shows that there was not only proper due process, competent and substantial evidence, no departure from the essential requirements of the law. It doesn't matter what I think. I am limited in terms of what my personal opinion might be, but I'm limited as an elected official to what the rules are for reviewing the lower body's decision. And there's nothing there to disturb that decision based on what I've been told, what I've been shown, and what I've reviewed today. So my answer is no.
Madam Vice Mayor? Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
For those same reasons, as well as, we covered the med bonus issue and the fact that not only did the Board of Architects and Special Masters meet the then current med bonus, but the current requirements of the med bonus, plus the one-story difference for the massing and compatibility, my vote on this is no as well.
Mayor Lago.
In line with the comments made by the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Lara, I also will be voting no. Now we've addressed that. We've also addressed the issues that were mentioned before in regards to the time constraints. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to affirm.
Second.
Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Fernandez,
No.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next item, which is not on the agenda. For the good of the order, Madam Vice Mayor, would you like to add anything else?
Reminder to everybody who's interested in green space. On the 19th, there is a meeting for the beautiful design that our staff has done on University Drive, which will include flowering trees, butterfly plants, and preservation of green space at the Youth Center, 6 p.m. for the University Drive Dog Park. And for any of you who have children that would like to enjoy some compliments of the Coral Gables Garden Club, a coloring book on pollinator plants, we have that. And Crime Watch has also provided and is available to provide reflectors for individuals to be safer on the streets. And they've dropped some off to me. If you'd like some, I will have them in my office and my staff can hand them out. And if you go to the next Crime Watch presentation, they'll all show you how to do CPR. They have CPR training. They have a doggy mannequin that helps make it a little more interactive. So that's it.
Commissioner Castro.
Yes. City Clerk, I have two images that I wanted to go ahead and put.
Yes, and cable TV should have them ready.
Okay. So I am partnering with the Coral Gables Run Club on February 28th, Saturday at 10 in the morning in front of the park. We're going to do a run. It's almost 3 miles around the golf course. And I welcome all residents. There's already several residents that are there, but I think this is a nice opportunity to go ahead and meet your neighbors in a very healthy manner. This would be February 28th, and I hope to see you there. You'll see me running those 3 miles with you. And then the next one is, it has to do more with dogs, more dogs. The next pack walk for Coral Gables would be February 21st. Pet Supermarket partnered with us. The Miami-Dade Animal Services partnered with us too. Bodega Partners partnered with us too. There will be portraits painting that are going to be painted during this event at the end in Bodega. So I expect people to see us there as well. We're going down Miracle Mile, showcasing all the stores that are there all the way down to all the way back. So it's a 2-mile walk with the pups. And there's going to be adoptable dogs there. So if anybody's interested, that would be amazing. You can go ahead and remove that. I also want to give a little update about the last dog walk that I had. There was several adoptable dogs there. It was very well attended. I was very happy. There was a lot of donations when it came to blankets. I had 3 full cars. I went in 2 different occasions to go donate blankets because of the cold front. I also went ahead and I fostered a dog, and it was a wonderful experience for over a week. And I thankfully got that dog adopted. So I'm encouraging people to go ahead and try to do the same thing. That's it.
Okay. Commissioner Lara.
Right, so the only thing I really think it's worth, on my part, mentioning today is, and it came up quite a bit during the last few hours of our last item, is what a special place Crystal Academy it is, and Mary Palacios, who runs it. It is unique. It is a place that I have toured It is a place that I would encourage residents, if they haven't gone, to meet with Mary, to fully understand and maybe even experience what a gem that is, what a real service that is, from the heart that she does this for the most needy amongst us. Please do visit Mary and get to know a little bit about a place that's so small and so needy, in need of support at this time for the neediest of us all. It's a place where love and magic and community come together. A big fan of Crystal Academy.
Commissioner, I can't thank you enough for saying that. I've been going to Crystal for years, and you said it. It's magic. It's magic, and we are blessed. We're blessed to have them in our backyard. Mary will tell you, we have pizza parties there all the time. And let me tell you, when I go there, I get more out of it than the kids get out of it at the end of the day. I get more out of it than the kids get out of it. So I'm happy that you brought that up because, very unexpected. Yes, sir.
Through the mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to bring up the City Hall. We are in construction documents. The commission offices are ready.
Okay.
Our first meeting will be in March, and I need the second floor to start exploratory demolition. And so if the commission can move at the end of the month, if possible, it would be greatly appreciated because we need to get to exploratory demo on the second floor, and we have less people coming in, and the whole building will be really almost a construction site in a sense from exploratory demo. We have to get in here and find out what's in this chamber. So we're trying to proceed as fast as possible. So I don't know if that's acceptable to the commission, but it would be greatly appreciated.
I think it's very acceptable. On that point, just an update, a contractor will be selected in the next 2 weeks, correct?
Thornton has already been selected.
I'm sorry,
for this
Thornton, I
project,
apologize, we're selecting
and
another
this week, and we are selecting the construction manager at risk for the mobility hub.
I apologize, I got confused. I wanted to mention on that, what was stated before. This is being done on my watch, and it's going to be accomplished. I may not be able to enjoy the office as mayor, but at the end of the day, you know what? It's going to get done. It's going to get done.
You'll always be welcome back.
Commissioner Fernandez, would you like to say anything for the good of the order, since we're talking about City Hall?
I just want to echo those comments about Crystal Academy. I think if anybody has not had an opportunity to visit, you should. The welcoming the kids give you is incredible. Seeing how they interact and how they really care for our community is a blessing. Mary and her team do an incredible job there. And it's truly one of the highlights of Coral Gables.
All right, get better, Commissioner. All right, so if I just want to add a few things. I'll add a few things here. So a resident sent me a really interesting photo last week that I want to put up. I put it on my social media. And, it really encompasses how amazingly fragile our community is and why we need to do everything to protect the environment, our waterways. And Mr. Clerk, do you have that photo that I could put up? This is one of our waterways here in the midst of the cold front. I think it was probably about 40 degrees, 30 degrees that day. And that's right adjacent to UM near the thesis. And you can see all the manatees there. And if you got a chance, you can even spot little baby manatees. The photo's not that good. It's been sent and passed along. But I wanted to show the community because we drive by this location in our cars on US 1, and we never take a moment to really take a step back, get out of the car, maybe grab a coffee, maybe go and eat a snack and sit there and look at something that, again, is taken for granted, and it is a beautiful sight. These are creatures that are, have to be cherished and have to be protected at all costs. And, they're right in our backyard. So I wanted to share that and just highlight how blessed we are. Another thing that I wanted to talk about was the Bark Park grand opening recap. After 10 years of working on the Underline, I'm very proud as a project that I sponsored and that I helped get funded. And through the leadership of the Vice Mayor, we were able to finally deliver on a beautiful dog park. And here is just a little quick recap video of a dog park that was delivered. This is true legislation. This is true efforts that take years and years to get done. We had an amazing experience that day there. There was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people there. I want to thank Commissioner Lara and Vice Mayor Anderson for being there. There were adopting dogs, but more importantly, it was about community. I'm very proud of that. That's a project that I worked on for the last 10 years. This is something that takes a lot of effort. Takes a lot of planning, going to the county, getting funding. We raised, Mr. Manager, was it around $7 million?
$7.1 million.
$7.1 million for the underline. That was all done not with taxpayer money. It was done with impact fees. I wrote that legislation. And this is a project that brings community together. There is no dog park that I'm aware of, tell me for dog owners, that is of this quality, that I'm aware of anywhere near. So I want to thank my colleagues, Commissioner Lara and the Vice Mayor, for being present and for all your hard work as dog owners to get this done. Thank you for that. And also the underline as you drive by, I'm very proud of that. It's going to be completed. That's another game changer, a transformational project here for the city. Probably in the next 3 or 4 months it'll be done. Not only is it going to increase property values, which is important, but it's going to get people get out of their houses, meet people, stop using electronics, get on the street, go to the underline, go enjoy yourself, spend time with your family, with your friends, work out. I'm very proud. That's one of my legacy projects that I've been working on for 10 years, and it's something that, again, I will always look back on and say, this is a project that we worked on collectively, and we got it done for the city, and I'm very proud of that. I also want to talk a little bit about the Gablesopoly that came here a little while ago. Order that. Order the Gablesopoly. It's $30. I personally sponsored, I think it was like a $1,000 personal sponsorship or $1,500, I can't remember. I know that the Vice Mayor did the same, and so did Commissioner Lara. As always, thank you for your support. All the money goes to the Coral Gables Community Foundation, which is being directed to the Mark A. Trowbridge Foundation. If we sell all 1,200 units, you're talking about almost $150,000, and I really think that we're going to sell in the thousands because it's such a cool gift that you can give to somebody. You go to a dinner at someone's house and they're Gables resident. Hey, I brought you something. It's $29. I brought you something. So it's really cool. It's something you can sit down. It's going to be a nice gift. You can give her for corporate gifts. I'm just telling you to go out there and do that because it spreads the word of all the good things that we're doing here in the city. But more importantly, at the end of the day, it's all about the chamber and it's all about Mark A. Trowbridge, which again is an individual who he was Mr. Coral Gables. So with that being said, Madam Vice Mayor.
Just a couple comments I wanted to add on Crystal Academy. The Garden Club has done flower arranging with the students. And what you said about getting more back than what it does for the children, it does do a lot of good for the children because they feel special. But participating in it is such an enriching experience that the Garden Club members continue to do that with the children. And the other note was, you saw the videos of the dog park opening. All the dogs got along beautifully. Big dogs, little dogs, in-between sized dogs. It was quite an event.
How many people do you think were there?
I don't know, hundreds, 1,000 maybe?
I want to thank Chewy.
Yeah.
Chewy for their sponsorship. Amazing work. Meg Daly, your whole underline team, city staff did a wonderful job. Amazing work, and I want people to go out there and enjoy it. That's another amenity in the city.
Easily over 1,000 because they come and go, right? I mean, but like that park was full the entire time.
Well, Burgerlicious had 1,000.
Yeah.
That's where my litmus test is. I mean, but people came and went, and the dogs just got along great. So those called it the Bark Park. Everybody was having a great time.
Amazing work.
Just one observation. Calling it a bark park, right? But I didn't really hear a lot of bark.
There wasn't.
A lot of dogs, though.
There was a lot of dogs.
A lot of tails wagging.
Yeah, a lot of good times. So with that being said, thank you for everyone who came and showed up today and gave their 2 cents. We showed what our democracy is all about here in the City Beautiful. We welcome you to the next commission meeting. Thank you to staff for doing an amazing job. Staff deserves all the credit. Mr. Manager, DCM, ACM, all the directors, all the staff. Thank you for preparing us for this meeting. We thought it was going to be a short commission meeting, and we're ending almost at 5:30. It wasn't the case. But at the end of the day, I hope everybody has a wonderful week. Stay warm, and God bless. I got to go to ribbon cutting.